Recorded Books presents To Kill a Shadow by Katherine Quinn. Narrated by Gideon Emery and Moira Quirk.
A proclamation from King Syrian. The Knights of the Eternal Star call upon the people of Assidia to sacrifice one child from each family on the day of the calling. It is a great honor to serve the Brotherhood, the kingdom's only hope at bringing back the lost son. The knights who venture into the mist that surrounds our once great realm to seek a cure will be immortalized as heroes for all eternity. Year 50 of the curse. King Syrian. Chapter 1. Kiara. The sun hasn't risen in days, and the people have begun to panic. I fear that if the sun and its goddess don't return, the world as we know it will delve deeper into the shadows. Letter from Admiral Leand to King Brion, Year 1 of the curse. Few people knew that the night spoke. Even fewer knew how to answer when it did. Right then it was taunting me. The hissing winds and the blood-red moon caused the hair on the back of my neck to rise, the crimson halo an omen of the cruel grief that would soon reach into my chest and make a home there. A curse rumbled up my throat, drowned out by Liam's relentless snores across our shared room. Nothing could wake that boy, not even one of my colourful curses that turned Mother's ears red. It was nearly morning, the telltale twittering of a starwing filtering through my cracked window. Some said starwings were the gods' spies, but I believed they were only birds, nothing more. One of the creatures hopped onto my windowsill, its black feathers shimmering with speckles of purple, its downy underbelly a vibrant blue. It stared at me with its dark, beady eyes before taking flight, its melodious song trailing behind. Apparently, I wasn't anyone worth spying on. I returned my attention to my lap, my favourite dagger resting in my gloved hand. As I twirled the handle, I cursed Raina, our glorious and forgotten sun goddess. If she hadn't left us to rot in the night, then today wouldn't be happening. Liam wouldn't be taken, not by them, the damned Knights of the Eternal Star. They'd sweep into our village and steal all eligible boys, forcing them to journey into the cursed lands, into the mist, a place where no mortal would dare venture. After the goddess Raina had left, the mist had risen up like an incurable malady, and our arrogant king had been fighting for a cure ever since. With crops failing and people starving, he was working against time to produce a solution he believed could be found where death bloomed. I just thought him to be a fool. Hope is a dangerous thing to possess.
"Do you ever sleep?"
I jerked against my headboard as Liam's long lashes fluttered open, his twin pools of blue eyeing me sceptically in the dim. "No," I answered, flicking a match on the bedside table and reaching for the candle. The wick caught flame instantly, and Liam let out another grunt when the light hit his eyes.
"I already miss my bed,"
Liam groaned. "You're still in bed," I chuckled, though it was strained. My red tresses brushed my cheeks as I shook my head.
"What time is it, Key?"
While the mood was dour, it was impossible to stop the grin forming on my lips. Key, the nickname Liam had gifted me with when he was little and couldn't say my full name, suited me like a fine leather coat, whereas Kiara sounded too, well, not me. Feminine and dainty, a girl with blooms woven into her hair and lips that fashioned pretty words. I was neither dainty nor well-spoken. Not that I ever wished to be. My eyes drifted to the whirring timepiece beside my cot. Around 6.
God, why must people insist upon waking at such a depraved hour?
Liam tugged the linens tighter, swaddled like a newborn babe. Of course you would say that. You'd be stuck in that bed all day if not for me nagging at you to get off your bum. Bounding across the cold planks, I catapulted onto his mattress with a defiant grin, the hinges beneath me squeaking in protest.
Key!
Liam griped, his scrawny body trapped below mine. He was a foot taller than my 5'2", but what I lacked in height, I made up for with solid muscle. Muscle I'd worked very hard to attain. The various bruises and scars dotting my body attested to that.
Liam!
I trilled, holding him up in place while my fingers ruthlessly tickled his side.
Wake up!
A squeal escaped his thin lips, his cheeks rosy with laughter. The delightfully high-pitched sounds only fueled my merciless fingers.
Key, stop! I mean it!
Liam laughed so hard a snort slipped out, and my riotous cackles added to his. You're no fun, I sighed, pulling back to allow him room to breathe. Rocking back on my knees, I surveyed my brother, committing this moment to memory. But when my eyes fell to his chest, I tensed. I'm sorry, Liam, I whispered, all the glee sucked from my lungs. His chest rose and fell in uneven and strained movements, a slight rasp lining each shaking breath.
It's fine.
He smiled, but I didn't miss how his lips twitched at the corners.
No, it's not. I shouldn't have been so careless. Not when you had another attack only 2 days ago.
Inhaling and exhaling with practiced care, Liam sought my eyes, his hand wrapping around mine. I hadn't felt his touch in over a decade, the leather encasing my fingers blocking his warmth.
Seriously, I'm okay, though you're still a pain in my ass.
I'll delight in being a pain as long as you keep breathing. I scowled, fumbling to remove myself from the bed and smoothing down my simple black shift. I really should have known better.
You can brew a pot of coffee to make it up to me,
he crooned, the spark back in his eyes. Fine, but only because I nearly killed you. I grinned while Liam shook his head. I wasn't at all surprised when he threw a pillow at my back on my way out. Tiptoeing into the kitchen, I went about boiling the water over the hearth, the single sunfire sconce casting a honeyed glow across thin wooden walls. Mined from the Rhine Mountains in the north, the rare gems radiated golden yellow light. They cost a handful of silver each, and we were lucky enough to own one in our humble home. I peered down at the brewing coffee, knowing it wouldn't help my nerves, even if it smelled divine. What I needed was to train with Uncle Micah. My mother's older brother showed up in Sealer mere days after the grisly attack that forced me to don the gloves I never removed. At the time, I'd been half alive, half cognizant, and there he was, a stranger that insisted he would train me to defend myself. He'd barely introduced himself before gazing at my hands and shaking his head at what he saw.
We start tomorrow,
he'd snapped, and it was only because of my grandmother's pleading that I listened. Supposedly, she'd been the one to implore him to come. With the entire village aware of what occurred, I would have become a target to more than ridicule. The attack was no ordinary one, and suspicion would inevitably follow me everywhere. I hated Micah most days, but months turned into years, and those clandestine lessons became like a salve for the budding anger living just beneath my skin. Today, on the day of the calling, I'd never needed Micah more. But there would be no sparring today, no knives and bloodied fists, no curses and sweat. Swallowing the need to lash out at some poor inanimate object, I curled my fingers around the handles of 2 steaming mugs as I crept across the groaning planks and back to our room. Shoving inside, I thrust the cup into Liam's outstretched hands. "Here, you heathen!" All I received in thanks was an eye roll, and then he practically inhaled the scalding liquid, his eyes shut in content glee. "Have I told you lately that you're a decent sister?" he asked when he came up for air. A compliment? How unusual. "You could tell me more often, it wouldn't hurt." My shoulders rose in a playful shrug before I indulged from my own cup. The liquid sloshed around the rim, its warm bitterness wetting my lips. Liam downed an impressive gulp before setting the mug on the bedside table, the wood covered in faint rings from all the other times he'd never used a coaster. I could picture Mother's narrowed eyes now. "Chiara," he began cautiously, and my stomach swelled with ice. "I know what today will bring. There's no need to avoid it." I was planning on avoiding it for as long as humanly possible. "I am prepared to leave. I've already said my goodbyes. To his friends, our neighbours, his soon-to-be former life. I love you, Liam." If my words moved him, he didn't let on. He merely grunted before retrieving his mug, gripping it until his knuckles shone white. Maybe he did so out of awkwardness. Or shock. "I love you." I'd never spoken those words aloud. He knew full well why I uttered them today. "And I love you, Key." His throat bobbed, as did mine. Moments passed, hushed yet comfortable, neither of us daring to speak. I sensed Liam's affection wash over me from across the room, and I prayed he felt what my heart couldn't bear to speak. That was enough. It had to be. "Key?" Thundering hoofbeats halted whatever he'd planned on saying. Lights flickered across the village, gleaming yellows casting a hazy glow about the streets, a few pale sunfires dotting the blur of burnt orange. Liam's eyes hardened to steel. "It appears as though my time has run out."
Chapter 2. The Hand of Death. Year 49 of the Curse. My blade pierced my brother's heart, cutting off his incessant screams. He was not my brother by blood, but he might as well have been. We all were family, united by a common goal to save our people. We were supposed to end the curse, bring back the sun. I should have known better. Family was nothing out here, not in the cursed lands, not in the mist. Yanking my dagger free, I watched as he tumbled at my feet, his eyes wide and accusing. I didn't have the energy to shut them. The ghostly fog crept about my ankles, winding around my calves and thighs. It reeked of desperation, the rottenness of death. It poked and prodded at my skin, pushing into my mind, its saccharine whispers caressing the deepest parts of a soul I didn't know I still possessed. Glancing down into the obscurity to where my brother's body lay shrouded in haze, my eyes landed upon my blood-stained hands. As if to taunt me, the luminous moon shone brighter, its mocking light illuminating the wet red that would never truly wash off. The breeze shifted, plumes of white dancing up and down the length of my frame like a twisted lover's touch. But the whispers, the ones that urged me to do unspeakable things, were dissipating, the wind stealing the chaos and frenzy that had occupied my mind. I blinked. The agonizing weight pressing against my chest throbbed as my gaze tore across the murky field. I spotted limbs. An arm here, a severed leg there. A discarded boot soaked with blood. Unseeing eyes that caught the glint of the moon's light. Dead. All my men were dead, and I was the last man standing. My dagger dropped at my side, and then I, too, fell to my knees. "Commander!" The rough, familiar voice of Lieutenant Harlow interrupted my waking nightmare. "We're nearly there." I flinched atop my steed. I was surprised to see sunfire-warmed houses and a quaint square in the distance, all the markings of a traditional Assyrian town, rather than the miles and miles of open land we'd been traversing the past few days since the last town, and the one before that, and the one before. Each village we visited, we left behind empty voids and broken hearts. Selah would be no different.
Chapter 3. Kiara. Do not fear the dark. It was where we were born, and it is where we all shall die. Prayers of the Moon Priestesses. Grief and heartache saturated Selah's square. Millie, the seamstress, clutched her son Simon to her chest, her round cheeks flush and wet. Lola and Amelie, our neighbours, sandwiched their 16-year-old boy between them, the only sign of Tom being the tufts of raven hair poking out. Even Samuel, the stoic metalsmith, gripped his son Mikhail by the arm, an uncharacteristic display of emotion playing across the older man's weathered face. Mikhail's sister, Lila, caught my eye, her lovely brown eyes clouded with tears. She'd been my first love, my first everything, and yet we hadn't spoken for months. I knew the reason well enough, and it had everything to do with the gossip surrounding me like a shroud. "Stay away. Kiara's dangerous. Cursed!" Slowly, Lila's gaze travelled to Liam, and she bit her full bottom lip before giving me her back. Her apathy stung, but it didn't touch on the other emotions suffocating me today. To their credit, my parents held back their tears, but judging from their red-rimmed eyes and the dark circles painting their lower lids, they'd shed their fair share of grief the night before. Mother's black hair hung limply down her back, her head resting against my father's broad shoulder. Her delicate fingers squeezed the pendant tied around her throat, the chain tarnished, and the face of the nameless moon god spotted with age. Often I wondered why she wore the charm of the moon god, when the day and its light was all she yearned for. Mother simply told me that sometimes it was best to pray to the gods you could see, for perhaps they might listen. But the moon god wouldn't help with our failing crops. None of the gods would. After Raina disappeared, all of the gods seemed to disappear, leaving us without direction or guidance, leaving us a cursed land and people. I followed my father's dark gaze to where Liam cut through the dense crowd of onlookers. His lifted chin and creased eyes radiated pride, an expression he rarely wore for his son. I ground my teeth. While father would never admit it, I'd often seen the glimmer of disappointment beneath his carefully constructed smile. Liam found my eyes, and the spark glinting in his irises warmed the space in my heart reserved solely for him. With a final nod, he broke contact, marching into line with the others. He was brave enough to meet the beginning of his demise with grace, and for that I found him to be the most courageous person I'd ever known. For the first time in a while, I genuinely missed my uncle. He'd left for the Southern Lands a week ago without any explanation. If he were here, he'd probably say something profound, or something harsh enough to snap me out of my stupor. "It's him!" Mother hissed into my ear, elbowing me gently. I followed her vehement stare to a man more legend than flesh. A man they claimed to have been disfigured by the grisly creatures roaming beyond the borders. Allegedly, he'd battled his way home to the capital of Siona last winter, drenched in blood and reeking of death. But that couldn't be anything more than gossip. No one ventured deep into the mist and returned. Yet, even as I assured myself, I couldn't help but admit that the commander's domineering presence could be felt from a distance. Boldly, I drank him in. He exposed no discernible features, his body and face encased entirely in thin onyx metal. All of them wore armour, but the commander's was covered in obsidian spikes, the tips glimmering in the erratic lighting of the torches that lined the square. A wave of ice weighed my bones, slinking around my thudding heart and squeezing. I shivered as phantom fingers traced down my spine, the mountain breeze tickling my ears like a whispered caress. I sensed something here in this square that didn't belong. A feeling my late grandmother would declare divine intuition. She died only last year, leaving a yawning void in my heart when she left. Aurora Adair was a force of nature, a formidable woman who believed in the impossibility that was faith. "What's wrong?" Father's grip on my arm tightened as he peered down at me with concern. "I'm fine," I ground out, swallowing hard. "I'm just sad," Father finished for me, nodding to Liam. "I feel the same, Kiara." But it wasn't only sadness I felt. No. What I felt was akin to waking from a dream, one that had thoroughly dug its claws into my mind, refusing to let go. My eyes drifted back to the commander as if they were made to see only him. I watched in fascination as the most feared man in Assidia ran his hands through his mare's wild mane, soothing the beast as it impatiently kicked at the stones. My pulse hammered against my throat when he lifted his head, his gaze seeming to find me instantly, almost as if I'd called his name. I hissed, tearing my eyes away from the commander and directing them to the chipped cobblestones at my feet. I kept my head down until the names of the selected were shouted, and even then I looked anywhere but at him. Adam, a brawny 17-year-old, stepped up when his name sounded. A tawny leather string kept his fine raven hair from his face, his sharp features as foreboding as his protruding muscles. I'd known him since we were young. Adam, and boys like him, trained their entire lives to join the Brotherhood of the Knights, even if they hadn't made this year mandatory for all eligible recruits. I scoffed, my upper lip curling as I glared. Liam looked visibly out of place beside the others, all tall, gangly limbs, purplish bruises painted below each glassy eye. I cringed at the fear swimming in his deep blue irises. He didn't belong there, not with them. It wasn't fair. I would give anything to go in his place. Not that girls weren't allowed, not officially, but they hadn't called one girl's name at any of the previous gatherings. Adam sidled up to Liam, a haughty sneer painting his wicked features. Just yesterday he'd cornered me and Liam outside the trading post with his buddies. I had grown used to the snickers and slurs. Ever since my accident in the woods 10 years ago, people gossiped, and none of it was kind. But when he'd set his vicious sights on my brother, shoving into his chest and calling him an invalid, I'd acted on instinct, punching him square in the face. Whereas I'd laughed when he'd doubled over in pain, Adam hadn't found me fracturing his nose all that amusing. His nose was still swollen, and the bruises below his eyes had turned a ghastly yellow and purple. I smiled at him from across the street when he met my stare, his eyes narrowing into cat-like slits. I should have known my triumph wouldn't last. My vindictive smile fell as Adam leaned to whisper into my brother's ears, his dark gaze never once leaving mine. My entire body became stone as Liam's handsome face morphed into a mask of fury, an emotion I'd never seen him wear. Adam shot me a smug sneer as he pulled away, turning his body to face the commander in the Knights. The final name was being called, this nightmare nearing its end. But whatever vile poison Adam had spewed into Liam's ears had its intended effect. 1 second Adam stood there beaming with pride, and the next he was a blur, knocked sideways by rushing limbs. I thought I might have screamed Liam's name, but the world became muffled, the crowded square closing in on all sides. Blood roared in my ears and my legs instinctively picked up into a run, bringing me straight over to where Adam twisted my brother onto his back, pinning him to the dusty stones. I definitely shouted a name, but this time it was Adam's, or a very foul adjective in its place. Every head in the crowd swivelled my way before whipping back to the scandalous scene unfolding. "Adam!" I shouted, nearly upon them. Liam was gasping for air, swinging wildly at his opponent, who held him down with infuriating ease. "Leave him alone!" Panting and clawing at the air now, I realised Liam wasn't swinging to strike, but struggling to breathe. Anger, raw and red and dipped in flames, overcame me, and then I was in front of Adam, my fist colliding with his already bruised face. Even beneath the protection of my gloves, my knuckles stung from the impact. Still, I kept going, delivering another hit to his jaw, only satisfied when he pulled back, his bottom lip open and bleeding. Droplets fell to the ashen stones, Adam's polished boots covered in crimson splatters. There was a whirl of movement from the corner of my eye. Sparing a furtive glance, I spotted the commander raising a hand, instructing his scrambling men to stand down. It appeared he wanted to see how this would all play out, and I was more than happy to put on a good show. "You're going to pay for that," Adam snarled, barrelling toward me, his eyes flashing with malice. With a sly smirk, I ducked beneath his swinging arm, sidestepping his assault with my gloved hands clasped behind my back. He was strong, practically taller than 2 of me, but I was faster. Much, much faster. He probably thought I'd gotten lucky yesterday at the general store, but now he would understand that I worked tirelessly for that luck. Ducking once more, I avoided what would have been a painful blow, diving to the right and spinning before Adam even registered that he'd missed his target. "Not so cocky now, eh?" I taunted, my copper hair slipping free from my loose braid. A thin sheen of sweat lined my brow, and my pulse hammered against my throat. Maybe I was just twisted, but the rush that came with the fight fueled me. Fighting made sense. It was a dance I could learn, a rhythm that soothed. Adrenaline was better than any drink, better than a stolen kiss or a cloudless sky. I thrived in its decadent chaos. When my fist collided with his ribs, he let out a thunderous groan, his lungs emptied of oxygen. The hit wouldn't do much to stop him, but before he could counter, I bowed and kicked my legs, sweeping him clear off his feet, into the exact position he had put Liam in. "You look so much better down there." I hovered above Adam, whose hands were flat against the pale stones, his chest rising and falling with rage. My own breath remained even and assured. The hair on the back of my neck prickled, and I dared a hasty peek over my shoulder. As Adam scrambled to his feet, his dignity all but decimated, I found the obsidian helmet of the commander trained my way. I couldn't see a single shred of flesh, his eyes concealed beneath long, jagged slats, but I felt his gaze. Goosebumps broke out along my arm, and an unfamiliar wave of uncertainty swam across my skin. Unlike the icy dread that had consumed me earlier, this cold burned. When heavy boots pounded the stones, I forced my eyes from the commander, focusing instead on my brutish opponent. Grunting, I jabbed left, ducked, and then gracefully spun, delivering a blow to the back of Adam's head. He toppled to the pavement, crashing to his knees as his head bowed forward. The image of Adam's face smashed against the stones would be a memory I'd forever cherish. Vindictive delight practically radiated from my every pore. I smiled at the sight of the drool pooling from Adam's mouth, how it mingled with his blood. He was well and truly out. I squeezed my eyes. The fight was over. Liam was safe. Adam was deliciously shamed. But now it was time to face what I'd done. Spinning on the heels of my worn leather boots, I faced the knights, avoiding the whispering crowd that was likely to gossip about this for years to come. The commander hadn't moved an inch. Every knight behind him merely faded away, a blur of armour and metal and pointy ends. "Name?" I nearly stumbled back in awe. The mighty commander deigned to speak, and his voice, it was smooth and deep like red wine on a winter's evening. "Kiara Frey," I answered, shoulders squared and chin raised. I might regret this moment for the rest of my days, but I wouldn't cower, not even before the likes of him, the Hand of Death. The commander remained frozen, a statue, lifeless. I understood why many feared him. He had the vexing gift of rousing terror without moving a muscle, an enviable trait. My breathing hitched, and as time dragged, my poor heart threatened to combust. My lips parted when he spoke. "At her." What? My mouth gaped. That was unheard of, never before done. Women didn't fight, not in the last half-century at least. Arms grabbed me before I could comprehend what on this God-forsaken earth was happening. I hardly registered the fingers digging into my skin, likely leaving bruises that would dot my pale flesh in sickly purples and blues. I didn't take in all the familiar faces in the crowd, nor had I been allowed one final look at my parents or my brother, who hadn't been returned to the ranks. I didn't have a chance to say goodbye, not as two knights clad in heavy armour hauled up an unconscious Adam and tossed him on a wagon, not as 15 other boys surrounded me on all sides like a falling wave. All I saw was the commander, and I could sense the cruel smile hiding beneath his helmet. I was being taken by the Knights of the Eternal Star, chosen by the Hand of Death himself.
Chapter 4. The Hand of Death. Do not bother returning until you have what I need. Letter from King Syrian to the Hand of Death, year 50 of the curse. The girl would make a fine addition to our ranks. King Syrian had commanded me to find him warriors, and I'd managed to find one amid a horde of children. Children that would soon die. But maybe Kiara Frey would stand a chance. Maybe she would do what all other knights had failed to do, and live.
Chapter 5. Kiara. The capital is a cold place. I fear the evil here, how it seeps through the winding streets and invades the black hearts of its people. With every inhale I sense a presence of wicked intent, and I cannot wait to rid my lungs of its poison. We will not settle here, not when such a horrid place could infect the family we will be blessed to have. We shall return in a fortnight. Letter from Stella Frey to her mother, Aurora Adair, year 30 of the curse. There had been no time to wash off the blood. Crusted red had dried on my black leather gloves, bits flaking away whenever I scrubbed a hand down the front of my tunic. Every step I took away from my village and toward the capital of Assidia brought back the images, those final moments of freedom repeated endlessly in my head. Within a blink of an eye, my entire life had been decided, or what would be left of it. "Isn't this what you always wanted?" I thought bitterly. To be anywhere from Selah, to be someone who wasn't tainted by something that happened a decade ago. But when wishes turn into reality, they never leave you feeling how you pictured. Right then, I was just numb. We'd been walking for hours, and while overcome with exhaustion, I shoved on, pushing closer to the front of the line, to the helmeted commander. The other recruits hadn't taken too kindly to the lone girl walking beside them. Only a dark-haired boy with a freckled nose trailed at my heels, a half-smile on his face whenever I glanced in his direction. I scowled, twisting back to where the commander of the knights rode upon his black steed. Glaring at the back of his head didn't have the intended effect, and he never once looked back. I was no one to him. A grunt. Another 4 hours later, the bastard deigned to speak. "Welcome to Siona, lads!" The commander twisted in his saddle, his helmeted head immediately landing in my direction like he'd known where I walked all along. I flinched. I couldn't see his eyes, but I felt his stare, searing into my skin and making a home. Instinct told me to dip my chin, but Uncle Micah would have told me to never back down. "Never lower your eyes in the face of death," he'd say during one of our many covert training sessions in the nearby woods. "You shouldn't fear dying, only failure." Dying didn't sound too great either, though. He finally turned away, aiming for the imposing gates of the capital. I couldn't help but feel as if he'd branded me right then and there, my cheeks flushing warm. This was the man who had taken me from home and everything I knew. Yet the truth was, I was grateful. Liam would have been dead within weeks had he been chosen. I, on the other hand, could survive this. My uncle had taught me well, even if his methods were less than humane. Once, when I was 13, he'd shackled my wrists and placed a blindfold over my eyes, delivering me 15 miles from home. It had taken me 2 hours to pick the lock and another 8 to find my way home without the use of stars to guide me. When there wasn't a choice, all one could do was fight or die. Besides, I had been moulded into a warrior, and a warrior I would be. Lifting my chin, I noted the royal-crested soldiers lining the walls, all shouting orders upon our arrival. Flashes of crimson cloaks and muscled limbs worked to lift the spiked iron gate protecting the city from attack. Not that there were any of those. King Syrian slaughtered anyone even remotely considered a threat. He'd butchered his predecessor, King Brion, with ease, years after the curse fell and anarchy ensued. Not even the famed sun priests and priestesses dedicated to Rhaenus strayed close to the capital, too fearful of the newly appointed ruler. They were rumoured to be covertly hidden away in towns across the realm, supposedly awaiting the day their goddess came back and they could return to their mysterious temple located somewhere in the southern mountains. I imagined they'd given up their devotion long ago. The recruits moved as a unit, assembling like lost children as the knights ushered us through the gates. I felt like I was marching to my death, the cackling crows circling above doing little to dispel my growing anxiety. If the sight wasn't an omen from the gods, I didn't know what was. The unnaturally large birds pecked at the severed heads decorating the rusted spires. I wondered if they were so large because they were well fed, as I counted at least 15 heads currently impaled on the wall. Some of the victims appeared fresh, others picked at so thoroughly that their features were unrecognisable. there was no mistaking what they were. A warning. The stone-faced soldiers of the King's Guard wore deep red tunics and black trousers, the royal crest, a crescent moon and star encircled by a sun, emblazoned across their chests. Most paid us no mind, all except those who spotted me among the horde of boys, my long fiery hair an unwanted beacon. To those who gawked, I smiled, waving my fingers. No better way to unnerve a foe than a smile. Trudging through the main gates, the commander guided us down a narrow street paved with more washed stone. Soaring townhomes constructed of brick lined each side, all painted in varying shades of grey. Paying no heed to the ignorant passers-by, I swivelled my head around the curving street, admiring the impressive straight lines and rigid architecture of the sombre capital. Intricate sunfire lampposts made of winding silver were erected every 30 feet, a potted charcoal fern positioned below each one. I noted not one stone was out of place, the outsides of the homes pristine and well-maintained. If not for all the grey and white, Siona had the potential to be striking, charming even. Yet all I felt when looking at it was sadness. No children laughing and playing in the streets, no shouts of vendors and gossiping townspeople, just the harsh grey and quiet. After rounding a particularly warped bend, the imposing palace of Siona came into view, the sight striking me like a rock to the stomach. Towering hundreds of feet above our heads, a castle fashioned of opaque, dense glass touched the clouds. It was the colour of moonshine, reminiscent of steel. 2 immense twin spires rose into the sky, the tips sharper than any blade as they pierced the heavens. At its base, thousands of loose sunfires glowed, illuminating every sinister angle and trenchant edge. Some might say it was beautiful. I was not one of those people. A knight with dark auburn hair waved us beyond the palace's main gates to a gravel-lined garden brushing against the fortress's walls. I ran my hand across one of the cold marble statues we passed. Rayna, the lost goddess of the sun, had been erected beside Arlo, god of earth and soil. His features were hard as if disappointed, though his face was weathered and wise, and in many ways he reminded me of Micah. The muscled form of Lorien, god of beasts and prey, loomed before Silas, the water god, with his lithe body and long limbs. And in the centre was the moon god, his serene face a thing of haunting beauty. His true name had been lost or erased over the years, and no 2 books of lore referred to him the same way. Not even his famously eccentric priests and priestesses knew of his true appearance, and I'd often wondered how a whole realm could have forgotten. But stranger things had happened. Of course, my idol was missing from the main gods and goddesses. Malaya, goddess of revenge and redemption, was a force to be reckoned with, and certainly a hero to many warriors. But, like most of the less powerful deities, she wasn't given the credit she was due. Beside the statues was an impressive fountain of a horse at a gallop, its front legs rearing as water splashed around its hooves. Etched across its massive back was the fiery insignia of the sun goddess, a polished dagger piercing a blazing sun, an emblem the knights themselves had adopted. The horse had to be Thea, Rayna's legendary mare. A hand grasped my gloved one, yanking me forward. The freckled lad who'd grinned at me earlier. I flinched, every nerve in my body electrified by the unaccustomed contact. Slowly, I pulled my hand from his grasp, but not before giving him a smile I knew didn't reach my eyes. "Keep silent and follow me!" The order came from the auburn-haired knight, the one who I guessed was second in command. Dismounting his steed, he gave a subtle nod, the rest of the men following suit. Stable hands appeared out of thin air, hastily reaching for the reins of the wearied mounts.
"Come!"
Second commanded, waving a hand. He probably had some over-the-top manly name like Hawk or Steel. I wondered if his face would crack if he smiled. Maybe I'd test that theory. Second guided us through a narrow archway next to the stables, sunfires held in dusty sconces illuminating the glass walls and painting the earthen floor a deep moss. We avoided the main entrance to the palace entirely, entering through a mysterious corridor where strapping knights marched by on occasion, only stopping to dip their chin at second. After many minutes passed, the tunnel sloped downward, bringing us below the heart of the palace. The elected official from my home of Sealer had gone to the palace just last year for the annual summit with the king. While he hadn't ventured below, he'd spoken of the many rumours floating around the capital. Among the gossip of torture, clandestine parties, and other such debauchery, one rumour claimed that the knights were kept underground like the king's grisly beasts. It appeared that the official had been right. While I wondered what the rooms above held, the countless treasures and obscene luxury they likely boasted, I had the sneaking suspicion I wouldn't be permitted. The wealthy and the nobility of Siona probably didn't wish to see the faces of the hardened warriors who protected their lives, content to live in ignorance. Still, my imagination flourished, even though I hardly cared for such excessive extravagance. Another minute of marching and the corridor opened into a circular room, a massive iron chandelier hanging from the centre. Hundreds of ivory-coloured candles flickered from above, shining light upon the various weapons lining every inch of the daunting rotunda. The sight of so many swords and daggers and bows nearly brought a tear of joy to my eyes. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. Liam always said I needed to be more positive, so I supposed he'd be proud of me now. The commander came to a halt directly below the chandelier, a dark shadow amid the flames. I wished he'd removed that cursed helmet.
"Listen up!"
Second shouted, his thunderous command sending chilling reverberations through my chest. Even the candles wavered at the sound of his voice.
"You'll all be assigned a number and a bunk. 2 changes of clothes await you, so take care of them. You will not be afforded more."
He scanned the shuffling crowd, assessing his new charges with distaste before he said,
"You may address me as Lieutenant Harlow. I will lead you in your training here. Now, form a line before Brother Damien and Brother Carter. They will be giving you your number."
Okay. Second had a name. It was fitting. Frankly, Hawk might have been a smidge better. The brown-haired boy, who had yet to leave my side, settled into line behind me.
"I heard what you did to that prick, Adam,"
he whispered at my back. I didn't turn, so he continued.
"The boys from your village said you moved like a shadow beast, and that he was on his ass in a minute."
A slight exaggeration. It had maybe taken 3. "I'm far from a shadow beast," I said on a shiver. My skills were above average, but nothing compared to the creatures that lived to serve the darkness. Supposedly able to adopt human forms, they were composed of nightmares and ash and were so swift they devoured the souls of their prey within a heartbeat.
"My name is Patrick."
He shifted closer, even though the line hardly budged. With a sigh, I turned around, finding that same half-smile on his full lips. He looked so damn eager to make friends I almost felt bad. "Kiara. Friends call me Key." Not that I had many of those. Only Liam. My heart twinged at the thought of never seeing him again. and I turned my back to Patrick before he could see my mask fall. It didn't take long before we approached Damien and Carter, their faces stern and unyielding. The former appeared to be in his mid-20s, while the latter boasted a thick grey and brown beard and wrinkles creasing his brows. He reminded me of Sealer's blacksmith, a man who scowled more than he smiled and tossed horseshoes at the children bold enough to enter his shop. I immediately liked the older knight.
26,
Carter shouted, thrusting a slip of dusty white parchment toward me, the number scrawled onto the paper in messy strokes. He spared me a curious glance, his cold blue eyes softening. One corner of his lips lifted, but then fell just as quickly.
Go on then, lass.
He jerked his shaved head to the right. Patrick got 27 and practically tripped on my heels to keep up. A lengthy hallway stretched out before us, crimson-painted doors on either side all flung open. Our room was the third door on the left at the end. I wasn't at all surprised by the 24 or so narrow cots with paper-thin pillows and moth-eaten blankets. I might be a highly trained fighter, but I still enjoyed a comfortable pillow, and these accommodations were hardly luxurious. Sighing, I snagged my pack of fresh clothing, eager for a bath. My boots skidded over the stones, and Patrick bumped into my back with a thud. Bath? God, I hadn't thought this through. There was no way I'd strip in front of this sorry lot, and while my dignity was at an all-time low, it was still somewhat intact. There were also my hands to consider. The second the boys uncovered my secret, I'd have more to worry about than nakedness. My fears flourished minutes later, my pulse racing at the sight in front of me. The bath was a single pool in a dimly lit chamber, the water filtered out by whirring mechanics. Pine-scented soaps were distributed, and the boys shed their clothing without thought, flinging soiled linens to the side before rushing into the rectangular pool. There was absolutely no way I would expose myself here. Privacy was non-existent. Do you need help? Well, not help per se, but... The awkwardness on Patrick's face was evident. I desperately needed to bathe, my skin and hair reeking of the road and all of its many, many smells. I'll pass on your help, Patrick, I replied with a grimace, striding over to where a lone knight stood watch, his back pressed against the steel-coloured wall behind him. He looked a year or two older than me, his face boyish and not yet scarred by the weight of knighthood. He must be a newer initiate, which made sense as to why he'd be in charge of bath duty. I could tell by his narrowed stare that he wasn't pleased. Excuse me, sir, I began, waiting until his brown eyes flickered my way. Is it possible to bathe after everyone has left? With a rumbling sigh, he turned his head my direction. A moment later, his gaze fell to my chest, a tinge of pink dyeing his cheeks. Recruits who have wished to bathe privately in the past have chosen to do so after dinner, but be quick about it, he added gruffly, turning away and indicating that the conversation was clearly at an end. I thanked every god I could think of. Avoiding every naked body in the packed room overflowing with boys, I hastily made my way to our room, plopping onto my assigned cot with a groan. If only Micah could see me now. Knowing him, he'd probably laugh his head off.
Chapter 6. The Hand of Death. You won't see him coming before your throat is already slit, and death is swallowing you in its embrace. If the hand of death had a soul, it was lost long ago. Excerpt from the Legends of Acidia. I hadn't bothered to remove my muddied travelling clothes, which worked in my favour, as seconds after entering my chambers, a slip of paper slid beneath the gap of my door. There was no question as to who'd sent it, Sighing, I walked to my armoire and retrieved my tools of destruction. I owned over 20 blades, all of varying sizes and used for different reasons: to warn, maim, or kill. Tonight's mission would be quick. I stole through the inner sanctum and slipped past the gates, my weapons concealed beneath my leather jacket. Not one person dared look my way. I was death, and people with a decent head on their shoulders tended to avoid me. I snuck through the servants' back entrance to a town home in the richest part of the city. Only nobles and upper-class men and women lived in the eastern part of Siona. Their doors unlocked, as if on a dare. No one robbed Syrian's chosen, except for me. Too bad I would be taking a lot more than coin tonight. Shutting off my mind, I grasped my dagger and went to work.
Chapter 7. Kiara. I'm writing to you as if you might ever read this letter. What you did for me makes me want to hate you. Your actions resulted in my best friend being taken from me, and now I'm left alone in this backward town. It's ironic, as even as I write this pointless letter, I cannot help but miss you and wish I could pull you into one of the tight hugs you despise so much. Unmailed letter from Liam Frey to his sister, Kiara Frey, year 50 of the curse. The hall where we dined on wild boar and seared salmon contained long wooden tables and narrow benches. The walls were built of stone, not glass, like the upper portion of the palace, the dark slabs glittering in the light of several sunfires captured in sconces. I shivered, taking in the sombre surroundings, noting they lacked the one constant I'd grown accustomed to over the years. Acidia was home to a superstitious lot, and I supposed they had a right to be. People in my village collected tiny marble statues of the gods, and most constructed altars devoted to Raina. Intricate tapestries and fine candles and countless detailed illustrations honoured the immortals, and there wasn't one home devoid of such signs of faith, whether feigned or genuine. Aside from the statues in the garden, I'd seen no other depictions of the gods in the night sanctum, and while I wasn't particularly religious, I found I missed their familiar, steadying presence. Practically inhaling my meal, much to Patrick's obvious amusement, I leaned back, a hand resting contentedly on my belly. Weeks had passed since it had been anywhere near full. Perhaps I should have felt guilty for indulging when so many went without, but I was too content to feel shame. "I can't," Patrick sighed, motioning to the food. "I'm entirely certain the boar is still alive." I laughed as he wrinkled his nose. "You need to eat. Besides, it's not too bad, and who knows when we'll next get such fine fare." I picked at his plate and shoved a piece in my mouth, beaming wickedly. He couldn't truly be serious. Food was just as precious as coin lately. Patrick pushed his plate toward me. "Then you can have mine. You deserve it after dealing with Adam." I was prepared to protest, as we both needed our strength, but Patrick began finishing off his loaf of bread, seemingly satisfied. When he shot me a pointed look and raised a lone brow, I gave in and devoured the rest of his meal. A part of me suspected he was simply being kind, and that part rebelled against accepting his offer. I wasn't accustomed to such generosity, but in the end my stomach won out over my pride. Before long, a gong sounded, our short-lived dinner time at an abrupt end. There was a mass of flailing bodies as everyone scrambled to the rooms, a few scuffles breaking out in the rush. All I could think about was finally wiping the grime off my body. That, and the lack of an audience. "Night, Key," Patrick said, lying down on his cot. He pulled the thin blanket up to his chin, giving a little shiver from the chill. "Good night," I replied, smirking as he struggled to find a comfortable spot. In a way he reminded me of Liam, and for a moment I pictured my brother resting in Patrick's place. I was glad I was chosen. There was no more doubt. After everyone settled for the evening, I wandered down the corridor to the bathing chamber. As promised, not a soul was in sight. Thank the cruel, wicked gods. My fingers worked at the tiny buttons of my shirt, eyes fluttering shut as crisp air kissed my bare skin. My trousers dropped to the stones, stiff from dried mud and other things I wished not to dwell too long on. The final things to go were the gloves. With a sigh, I peeled off the thick leather one finger at a time, my heart dropping into my stomach at the sight of the naked flesh. No matter how much time had passed, I'd never get used to it. Raised welts rose up from my palms. They graced the back of my hands, each finger touched with the same harsh onyx and blue lines that spread across me like sickly veins. Wasting no more precious time feeling sorry for myself, I padded to the edge of the pool, lowering onto the first rocky step. The opaque waters were warm, effervescent bubbles traversing along the perimeter as the filter whirred. My lips curved into a hesitant smile, my first true smile of the day, and I drifted down the tapered stairs, wading through the water until it reached my shoulders. I let out a contented groan. My life had gone to shit, but at least I'd be clean. Taking my time washing, I mercilessly scrubbed each inch of my body, using my nails in places where the mud refused to part. Once satisfied I'd rid myself of the foul stench of the road, I turned to my hair, lathering the cheap soap and kneading my scalp. I lingered underwater longer than necessary when rinsing my hair, relishing the eerie silence. My heart thundered in my ears, the only sound in the murky stillness. Down there I could imagine I was back home with Liam and Micah and my favourite stretch of woods. Beneath the safety of the water, I could pretend nothing had changed, even if change was all I'd yearned for. My lungs refused to let me fantasize for long. Bursting to the surface, I sucked in air, reality crushing me with every sharp inhale. It was the growl of a curse that had me jerking my head around, my wet hair coiling around my shoulder. I couldn't help the gasp that escaped my lips. Behind me, with his hands stilled on the button of his trousers, stood a bare-chested knight. I joined him in his cursing, dipping below the water and covering my breasts with my scarred hands, though that was hardly necessary, as I doubted he could see through the dense layer of mud and foam. I was helpless to do anything but ogle him, my eyes traitorously slipping to his toned stomach, which I was stunned to see was covered in pink scars and raised lesions. They travelled across his rippling abs and dotted his pectorals, some of the wounds not fully healed. But his face... In the low light of the torches, I took in his features, a masterpiece and a thing of ruin. He was young, likely a year or two older than my 18 years. Straight, raven hair tumbled across his forehead, playfully curling around his ears. The hazy yellow glow of the flames highlighted his cutting jaw and high cheekbones, which could have been weapons all by themselves. And his lips... Well, I'd never seen a man with such full lips before, yet somehow they fit him well. But it was the left side of his face that added to his unearthly beauty. 2 red scars, starting above his eyebrow and ending at his razor-sharp cheekbone, cut across his eye, which was nearly devoid of a visible pupil and held a milky blue hue. The colour was unlike anything I'd ever seen before, but beneath the clouds of roiling ash and shadows, beyond the mystery of his stare, was a spark of fire, its light fighting to break free from the darkness. A look I sometimes recognised in my own reflection. He captivated me wholly and without apology.
"What are you doing in here, recruit?"
he barked, dropping his hands to his sides, a look of surprise granting him a boyish glow. I squeaked in reply, water sloshing around me as I angled my feverish body, all the while scolding myself for admiring him.
"I was told I could come here after dinner and bathe. In private," I enunciated, regaining what little composure I had left.
There wasn't much to work with. The knight showed no visible reaction to my words, but his eyes flickered to the stone floor. I might have been mistaken, but his pallid cheeks appeared washed in pink.
"I see,"
he ground out, a note of agitation deepening his voice. Hesitantly, he raised his gaze, his tone severe as he said,
"Well, I usually reserve this time for myself."
"Then it appears as though we have a problem." I spoke without thought, though fire burned in his brown eyes, though he secretly enjoyed the challenge as much as I did. He was a distraction, and gods knew I needed one. He shoved his hands deep into his trouser pockets, leaning back on his heels. I kept my attention on his brooding face, denying myself glimpses of his strapping physique. I wondered who he was, if he were some grunt or an illustrious officer. Based off his many scars alone, I suspected he'd been with the knights for some time.
"For a recruit, you're awfully brave," he muttered, his nostrils flaring slightly. I shrugged. "Isn't that the whole point? If I wasn't brave, what use would I be to the king? Though I suppose even the brave die out there." His right eye darkened. "Perhaps brave isn't the right word for you then," he remarked dryly, assessing me with cold detachment.
Cocking my head to the side, my smile grew shrewd, and I savoured every thrum of my wildly beating heart.
"If you're insinuating that I'm dim-witted, then maybe it's you who should embark on some inner reflection."
Dropping my hands from my chest, I rose dangerously close to the top of the dense water. That tinge of pink on his cheeks deepened. I had his full attention. The knight held my gaze, his milky blue eye a cloud of mystery. Something flashed across his face, and I might have believed it to be intrigue, had I been in my right mind. I doubted a recruit had ever spoken to him this way, especially face to face, but a little scarring wasn't enough to frighten me, of all people, away, and the adrenaline that came with challenging him gave my lungs new life.
"I'm more than open to share."
I smiled, feeling bold and altogether unhinged.
"If you're still wishing to utilize your scheduled bath, that is."
It was a taunt, nothing more, but my heart plummeted as I awaited his response.
"I take it back."
His muscled arms rippled as he crossed them over his chest.
"I do believe there to be a third option, little recruit."
"And what is it you think now?"
The knight and I faced off, neither one of us breaking contact. But I never received his answer. Instead, he turned around abruptly, giving me his equally muscled back. An onyx tattoo twisted around his shoulder, 3 interwoven circles with odd vine-like branches curving around the loops. It was a shame he was too far away for me to get a decent look. "I'll be back in 5 minutes. I expect this room to be empty upon my return."
I stared, open-mouthed, as he marched away, his steps heavy. Either I hadn't learned my lesson, or I simply wasn't done playing, but I opened my mouth one more time. "Wait!" His boots froze, though he kept his back to me. It wasn't an altogether displeasing view, I hated to admit. "What's your name?" Besides, Sir tall, rude and growly. His shoulders tensed, the only sign he heard me.
"Commander Jude Maddox."
Shit! All air rushed from my lungs. The commander! I'd just verbally sparred with the damned Hand of Death, the same man who'd taken me in place of Liam. I hadn't recognised him without his helmet.
5 minutes, recruit, and this better not happen again.
And then Jude Maddox, commander of the Knights, was gone, leaving me speechless for the first time in my life.
Chapter 8. Jude. Only through our devotion and prayer can we hope to appease the sun goddess Rayna, and perhaps we can convince her to take mercy on our world. Darkness and its shadows feed off the light of souls, and the warriors of the night are so very hungry. Excerpt from Assyrian Lore, A Tale of the Gods. I should never have picked her. I thundered down the hallway leading to the officers' rooms. She hadn't known who I was at first, but she sure as hells did now. I wondered if she'd be so bold the next time we spoke. A part of me wished she would. Something had sparked to life in my chest at the challenge in her piercing amber eyes, and a piece of myself I'd long ago believed dead had taken a deep breath. Kiara. A pretty name for a lethal fighter. The second I'd seen her toss that bully over her shoulder in Sela, I'd known she'd make a better soldier than her brother. I hadn't witnessed such fire, such passion during a brawl in years, and the way she moved, like smoke on the breeze, had my heart thundering in my ears.
"Rough day?"
I glanced over my shoulder.
Isaiah quickened his pace to catch up with me, a sheen of sweat lining his brow.
You could say that, I grumbled, refraining from rolling my eyes. I'd known the man for years, and he understood me better than any of the other pricks bearing the sacred emblem. He also knew when not to push. Now was such a time. After the swift killing of Lord Paldin, a would-be rebel sympathizer, all I'd wanted was to be alone and wash the shame from my body. What I hadn't expected was to come across her, the damned girl who had thoroughly unsettled me, her shrewd eyes digging into my skin, judging me as if she'd known exactly what I had done but an hour before. "Tomorrow will be fun, then,"
Isaiah snickered,
slowing his pace before stopping at his door and crossing his broad arms. "Better get some rest, Maddox." He cocked a dark brow and added, "You look like shit." I grunted but said nothing, and Isaiah's laughter followed me down the hall and past the door leading into the commander's suite. The room was sparse and neat, just how I liked things. Orderly, uncomplicated. My life didn't leave much room for anything other than cold efficiency. But tonight had been the first time in years I'd felt that old and familiar heat flare in my chest, that blissful warmth. It both soothed and pissed me off. I'd been living in a constant state of numbness since losing all of my men to the mist last year. After the atrocities I'd committed, after I had allowed the influence of the cursed lands to consume me, I felt like nothing more than a fraud. And in my mind, I hardly deserved the basic decency of feeling anything else. I didn't even bother undressing before flinging myself on the bed, the hinges squeaking beneath me. Tomorrow would be far from fun, and something told me recruiting the defiant fighter would be a mistake I'd rue for years to come. That evening, well into my second hour of failed sleep, a sweeping rush of soothing frost, a whisper of a breeze, weighed my lids. A hint of mint and forest skies breathed into my lungs, the scent as familiar as it was startling. Sleep had finally embraced me, although it wasn't peace I found beneath the veil of unconsciousness. The mist scaled the walls of my mind, like tendrils of trapped smoke inside a vase. Swirls of ash and silver lightning leaped among the bluish plumes, the current sending shivers up and down my spine. Why did I always have to come back to this place? I couldn't even escape it in my dreams. Bone-white branches rose like gnarled blooms from the ground, leaves of silver and blue glinting in the light of the moon. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought it beautiful. But I knew the truth, had lived through the horrors concealed in the thick brush. I ambled uncertainly ahead, and with every step forward, the burning in my chest heightened, changing and morphing into something new, something frightening. Clouds of ash glided away as an ethereal silhouette loomed in the distance. I came to an abrupt halt. A charcoal hood draped low across her pallid face, the only visible part of her being a pointed chin. A bone-chilling breeze picked up the ends of her cloak, revealing a golden lining that blinded with brilliance. My feet ceased to move, the sight of the gilded cloak stealing my breath in the most unusual of ways. Such a shade, such mesmerizing golden beauty. The woman before me, a mixture of shadows and light, tugged gently at the hood that covered her. I ached to see her face, to regard the mysteries that lay beneath the disguise of obscurity. My heart beat impossibly fast, and the heat I began to crave swept into my chest like the welcome touch of a lover. All around us, the ivory and blue wisps pirouetted and spun like fine spider silk, the clouds flashing as lightning battled to be released. I yearned for the spark, the power I felt coursing between us, me and this wraith. A warning, delivered by a voice that was everywhere and nowhere all at once, bellowed into the dying night. Beware the black heart, for it stings, stings, stings when kissed by a lover's blade. My chest rumbled, and a scream fought to be released. The cryptic warning echoed, causing the blood in my veins to freeze. A death so slow, lips so sweet, one taste and 1,000 deaths you shall receive. Maddox! My name sounded from somewhere in the smog, a muffled echo. Wake up, Commander! The woman's hands trembled as she began to lower her hood, the ominous voice still ringing in my ears. I held my breath, eager to see her face. Jude! My eyes shot open. Isaiah hovered over my bed, watching me in that knowing way of his. His steel-coloured eyes creased at the sides, and I could swear the man saw into my soul and to the darkness that lay beneath. He never shied away, though. Not in all the years we'd been together, not even when I snapped at him. He'd merely grunt and leave me to sulk, and then show up the next day with coffee and freshly baked goods from the palace kitchens. I suspected the sweets were more for him, though. The recruits are ready, he said. I told Harlow you'd arrive shortly, but he seems impatient today. Impatient and grumpy. He's always impatient, and he's rarely not grumpy, I replied, rising from bed and shaking off my nightmare and the cloaked woman whose face I'd been denied. I yanked my old shirt off and snatched a fresh one, going about dressing. Harlow smiles less than I do. This earned me a laugh, and I almost smiled. Gods, you're both insufferable. Isaiah ruffled my hair like he did when I was younger, and I glowered. He was about a decade older than I, and he often acted as if I were his pesky little brother, instead of Acidia's most illustrious assassin. Well, hurry up then, and try not to frighten off too many recruits today, he added over his shoulder, leaving the room. I'd argue I did no such thing, but then I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror above my dresser. Sighing, I ran a hand through my disorderly hair. She wasn't afraid of you. The thought came unbidden, and against my will, I returned to the bathing suite, to the girl who'd stared at my face in wonder, not in fear, and smiled. That had been the most unsettling part. Shoving away from the dresser with another scowl, I grabbed my boots and yanked them on before heading out the door. Today, Harlow would line the recruits up in the ring and get a feel for their strengths. I'd watch from afar, noting who stood out and who might be qualified to join our ranks. The lieutenant was unrelenting, worse than I, but he would prepare them for what was to come. When I reached the outskirts of the ring, I leaned against the walls of the corridor, hiding myself in the shadows. I always did like this room the best. The massive chandelier dangling from the ceiling illuminated every inch of the space in an incandescent glow. The finely crafted weapons bracketed to the walls beckoned me closer, but I held my ground and crossed my arms against my chest. There had to be around 30 bows and over 100 various designs of daggers and swords. Some shone with jewels embedded in the hilts. Others were leaner and deadly. I never wasted time on the ornamental blades, drawn more to the austere steel that could slice through bone without useless baubles. Boots pounded as Harlow entered the ring, the subtle red in his hair shining like a halo of fire. I tore my attention from the weapons with reluctance and focused on the huddling boys watching the lieutenant with fear in their eyes. Good. They should be afraid. "Recruits!" Harlow barked, stopping in the very center of the ring. "I hope you're all rested, for today begins your training." A lull fell over the crowd of boys, about 40 in number. "Every week," Harlow began, clasping his hands behind his back as he strode leisurely around the trembling trainees, "your number will diminish." A flash of red caught my eye. Kiara. Her vibrant hair had her standing out from the rest, and I was unable to look anywhere else. At her side, a tall, freckled boy pushed closer, whispering something in her ear. Her lips quirked at whatever he said, and I noted how her eyes travelled to the wall of weapons. That damned heat I'd felt last night resurfaced. Harlow continued. "Only the best will serve the Knights of the Eternal Star, and those we deem unworthy will be sent to work in the Guard." One corner of his mouth curled in sick delight. Kiara's face fell. Maybe she'd thought dismissal meant a return ticket home. The Guard boasted nothing but long, grueling days and certain death. The king had far too many enemies for soldiers to live a long life in his ranks. Not that the knights offered much safety either. "Everyone, backs to the walls," Harlow ordered, the recruits hastening to follow his instructions. Harlow strolled about the room, scrutinizing the boys he passed with disdain. When he made it to Kiara, he wavered, thin lips twitching into an acrid smirk. My breath caught, but he continued, passing her. I exhaled my disappointment. I'd selfishly wanted to see her fight again, to showcase the impressive skill that had captivated me, a memory that had yet to release me from its punishing and hypnotizing hold. "You!" Harlow pointed to a muscled lad with cropped black hair and rich brown skin. "In the center." The boy stumbled hesitantly into the middle, his face a blank mask. Harlow pointed to a blond boy who reminded me of a cat. He had beady eyes the color of unpolished emeralds, and a sly smile that contorted his already severe features. Harlow whirled to them both, excitement lining his cunning eyes. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the rumours, the legends of the mist, of what lies beyond it, inside of it. One thing the knights pride themselves on is their honour.
Honour? I almost laughed. If only they knew the man who presided over the knights. The king was far from honourable. Harlow focused back on the two recruits.
We pride ourselves on chivalry, honour, the old code. But,
he trailed off, meeting the stares of many a fearful boy,
we also know that to overcome what lies beyond, we must be relentless.
Kiara shifted in place, but her stare turned cold, deadly. I smiled, unexpected pride filling me.
That being said,
Harlow jerked his head at both the smirking lad and his muscled opponent.
Sometimes you will not be evenly paired, and there are no rules in the realm beyond our kingdom. You do whatever must be done.
No one spoke. Not even the asshole Kiara had beaten to a pulp back in her village. He'd been tossed on a wagon and brought here with the others. Inside, I seethed. I would have sent him straight for the guard. Hells, probably even to the lower ranks of the patrol. But the lieutenant had argued that we needed as many able-bodied recruits as possible. Harlow motioned to the two in the centre.
Face off. Do whatever you must do. There are no rules here in the ring.
He gave them his back, retreating to the far side of the room, where he leaned against the stone like a king observing his subjects. Judging by the way his attention darted back and forth, calculating where best to strike, I was sure that the boy with the feline smirk would make the initial move. But it was the muscled giant whose fist connected first. It wasn't a hard hit, more like a testing one, and the aggressor appeared almost regretful. His eyes were gentle, the type that looked out of place among such rippling brawn and power. His opponent, whose name, Alec, was shouted above the crowd, didn't stay down for long. Alec was quick to rise, bouncing on the balls of his feet, as he lifted his arms to shield his face. Making no move to attack, he waited until his opponent lunged, a roar ripping from his throat. There were chants of Sam, the larger boy's name, as well as whoops of encouragement from the recruits watching, the arena pulsating with a bloodthirsty energy. Sam, clearly so sure he would take Alec down, never saw the smaller boy's feet. With a near-graceful sweep of his lean legs, Alec skillfully made Sam fall to the floor with a resounding thud. I grimaced. His tailbone would be sore for the rest of the day. Alec didn't slow as he jumped on Sam's torso, straddling him and delivering a rapid set of punches to his handsome face. The boy at Kiara's side averted his eyes, glancing down at his boots, and she sidled closer, almost as if in comfort. Only when Sam called out in surrender did Alec cease his assault. Quick as the feline I'd likened him to, he jumped to his feet, twisting to face an unsmiling Harlow. The foreboding lieutenant merely jerked his head and ordered the pair to remove themselves from the ring, compelling a friend of Sam's to rush in and help him stumble back into place. Alec leaned against the wall, a victorious smirk struggling to make an appearance, though he seemed to purposely avoid staring at the boy he decorated with bruises. Once the ring cleared, Harlow resumed his unnerving saunter about the room, looking for his next pair of victims. Kiara's eyes lit up when he slowed near her, and her gloved hands formed into fists as a smile curved her mouth. She wanted to fight, not that it should have surprised me. But then Harlow's focus landed on her companion, and all of her excitement dissipated. You! Her mouth fell open in protest, but the boy shoved his way forward, taking his spot with a kind of bravery that I knew he didn't feel. Harlow's astute gaze missed nothing, certainly not the subtle concern causing Kiara's brow to wrinkle. And you? He raised his lean finger inches from her heart. Join your fellow recruit in the centre.
I cursed silently. This wasn't what I'd hoped for when wishing to see Kiara fight again. She was obviously more skilled than her opponent. It didn't take a trained eye to see the disparity. Genuine panic clouded the freckled boy's eyes, and his hands twitched nervously at his sides as he curled them into loose fists.
Any day now, recruit,
Harlow snapped. Kiara took a step forward, directing a venomous gaze to him. I found myself taking a step as well, an inexplicable fear worming its way into my chest and weighing down my breaths. Floating to the center of the ring, Kiara assumed the fluid stance belonging to the notorious warriors of the North. Her feet spread slightly apart, her hands lightly held before her in loose fists. Her knowledge of their fighting style surprised me, and I wondered how she'd learned it, trapped within the small village of Sela. Her opponent supplied her with a meek smile. When he made a fist, his thumb incorrectly placed inside his clenched hand, Kiara shot one final glower at Harlow.
Go on, recruits, he cooed. Fight.
It's okay, Ki, the boy urged. Wounds heal.
Yes, wounds healed, but lost honor wasn't as easily mended. Harlow had matched them unfairly on purpose. I'd seen him glancing Kiara's way the entire trek to the capital. I hadn't ruminated on why until now. Kiara's friend shifted, bringing his fists to his face, protecting himself. She squeezed her eyes shut, taking in a sharp inhale that echoed in the too quiet ring. I could practically hear her indecision, the rampant thoughts racing through her mind. It appeared as if Patrick had been the only boy to befriend her, and judging by the way her jaw clenched, she struggled with the order to bestow him harm. Her lids suddenly snapped open. Before Harlow could issue a warning, Kiara advanced, delivering 2 jabs to the boy's upper body. She held back her full force, that much was obvious, but even those softer blows sent him tumbling and falling onto his back. Snickers filled the chamber as he feebly rose to his feet, resuming his defensive stance. Kiara cringed. Closing in, she pummeled his chest, sweeping her legs beneath his and knocking him down for the second time in the span of a minute. Dusting himself off, her friend climbed to his feet. Kiara flinched when she saw him grimace in pain.
Recruit,
Harlow shouted, spittle flying from his lips.
I told you to fight without rules or mercy.
He motioned between her and Patrick.
There are no friends in the mist. There are only beasts that wish to claw your faces and taste your blood, and here you are, holding back.
He was right. I knew better than anyone. Harlow advanced, his heavy boots echoing as he brought himself nose to nose with Kiara. Whether brave or just plain arrogant, she didn't relent, didn't turn away. My heart rate picked up at the determination in her eyes, how she tilted her chin in defiance. I didn't realize I'd drifted closer until the light of the ring hit my face. I couldn't look away, let alone take in a full breath.
No rules, eh?
She asked, her voice deepening to a violent timbre.
No rules,
Harlow echoed, much to her obvious delight. Her canines poked into her full bottom lip as she smiled. Good. Ducking and swerving around the towering knight, Kiara swiveled around to his back, serving him with a forceful punch to the ribs. For the first time since I'd known him, Harlow looked surprised. His shock didn't last long. Spinning around, he slammed his fist into Kiara's jaw, the force of it knocking her sideways. A growl left me, but I forced myself to stay in the shadows. The sight of her bleeding face caused phantom flames to ignite within me, my very blood boiling. My nails dug into my palms as she righted herself, wiping the red from her still smiling mouth. Harlow didn't pause before he attacked, but thankfully she swerved at the last minute, his fist sailing an inch from her cheek. Bouncing on her feet, Kiara dodged another rapid attack, ducking and twisting as she readied for her own assault. A powerful punch, right to Harlow's jaw, exactly where he had struck her. Delight crept up the back of my neck as a trickle of blood ran from Harlow's bottom lip, his ensuing grin revealing a set of bloody teeth. Gods, she moved fast. But she was reckless, too reckless to survive long among the knights. Her impulsivity would get her killed. Before she could gloat, Harlow clenched his fists, his body a blur of strength and speed. I could have sworn I heard bones crack as Kiara flew into the air. The chamber swirled and tilted around me, the chandelier lights muddling together into one continuous line as I watched her tumble into a heap. Her body hitting the earth was the only sound in the room, aside from the thudding in my ears. There were no snickers or whoops of encouragement from the recruits, just an oppressive silence. I could no longer hold myself back. At the sight of her small form, broken and bleeding on the ground, my heart gave another sharp twinge, and an onslaught of rage drove me into the light of the pit. Kiara's amber eyes locked on mine, as if she knew where I'd been standing the entire time. The heat in my chest grew unbearable the longer I stared at her, and only when her lids fluttered shut did it vanish altogether, leaving nothing but frigid cold in its wake.
Chapter 9. Kiara.
So far, the girl appears strong. Maddox chose her, just as you suspected he would.
Letter from Lieutenant Harlow to King Syrian, year 50 of the curse. I awoke to a wide-eyed Patrick hovering over me. "Damn, Key," he said, nothing but a blur of brown curls and green eyes. They shone with a tangible concern.
Patrick?
My voice sounded garbled. That must have been one hells of a knockout.
How are you feeling?
The 3 floating Patricks became 2.
I feel like I probably look,
I grumbled, the pinch of anger from earlier resurfacing. Patrick let out a strained chuckle.
Yeah, you don't look too good,
he admitted, the coolness of his hand stinging my face. I jerked at the contact, a bolt of fire and unease racing along my jaw. His eyes narrowed into slits before he brightened for me once more. I hated that look. It made me feel like a fraud. I'd still hurt him in the ring.
Did I get some good hits in at least?
I asked, my poor attempt at lightening the mood.
God, talking hurt.
Here, he scoffed, shaking his head.
You got in a few.
Patrick hunched over, and I saw the bucket he'd placed on a wobbly stool beside my cot. I hissed as he pressed a chilled rag against my bruised and bloodied face, my hands fisting the thin sheets. I'd wanted to protect him. Somewhere between walking into the centre of the fighting pit and Harlow's vicious decree, realisation had struck me like a punch to the gut. He'd been the only other recruit to approach me, the only person here who had made an effort to show me kindness, to smile and laugh with me. It didn't help that he shared similarities with my brother, who would have been just as kind to an outsider as Patrick had been. It made me want to do everything possible to keep him safe, or as safe as possible in the knight's inner sanctum.
How long have I been out?
I groaned as I pushed up into a sitting position, my head throbbing and burning, black specks teased along the edges of my vision.
An hour,
Patrick answered, avoiding my glare.
I was worried about you. I'm shocked you're alive after going toe-to-toe with a trained knight.
Harlow had wanted to get a rise from me, sure, but I would bet 50 silver coins he hadn't thought I'd strike him. I was going to be the death of myself.
I can't stay long.
Patrick rose, the damp cloth slipping beneath the pink-tinged waters of the rusted bucket.
We have a few drills. Harlow only gave me permission to stay with you until you woke.
That was surprising. I'd thought he'd toss me out on the street or to the guard the second I'd shut my eyes. Patrick! I stopped him before he could turn away. I'm sorry for...
Don't even think about it, he chided, shaking his head.
I barely have a bruise. I knew you were holding back on me, and while you shouldn't have,
I appreciate the thought.
He was halfway across the room when he paused, a boyish smile spreading.
Now you can't get rid of me. I doubt anyone will mess with you after that display.
Patrick loped off, leaving me alone and aching, though my lips curled up at the sides. Yep, just like Liam. I imagined the two of them would get along exceedingly well, if the handful of boring botany and books of law tucked neatly below Pat's cot were any indication of their likeness. I wasn't sure what was. They could keep those dusty tomes to themselves. I rolled onto my side, wincing at the stinging in my jaw. While my pride had been horribly bruised, along with my face, I regretted nothing. Harlow had said there were no rules. Besides, he hadn't played fair either. He'd deserved that punch, and I hoped his jaw ached just as much as mine. I lay back down on my cot, a cruel smile blossoming as I replayed the fight over and over again. Give me your worst, Harlow. After the other recruits were snoring peacefully in their beds, I found the strength to haul myself to the bathing suite. I'd just set down my towel and gone to unbutton my blouse when I glimpsed a swathed bundle from the corner of my eye. Abandoning my buttons, I ambled over to where a piece of burlap was tied together with a string. It sat on a wooden stool in the corner of the chamber, and I would have overlooked it entirely if not for the bright red ribbon. I undid the bow with aching fingers to reveal a clear glass jar. Unscrewing the lid, I found a jellied ointment that smelled of mint and some medicinal scent. I was about to place the jar back when a slip of a note fluttered to the stone steps. "For your face, recruit." The crude scrawl had been scribbled in haste with no initial or name indicating who it was from. Yet I knew. I could practically hear the deep timbre of the commander's voice as though he'd whispered the words across my mind. Why had he left this here for me? I'd seen him just before I'd passed out, an unreadable expression marring his face, both of his fists clenched at his sides. He'd watched as I'd struck Harlow and disobeyed a direct order. He likely thought I deserved the punishment of being sent to the guard, where I'd die at the hands of the king's enemies. And yet, not thinking too long on the act of unexpected kindness, I promptly undressed, folding my clothes and laying my gloves atop the neat pile beside the jar of ointment. When I finished my bath, feeling better, I dressed and slipped the jar and note inside my trouser pockets. That night, nestled safely beneath my linens, I applied the ointment to my aching jaw and black eye. My monstrous headache gratefully turned into a dull throbbing. As I'd slept most of the day, I stayed up most of the night, my arms crossed behind my head as I thought of all I had left behind. I might have convinced myself I'd lost so much, but the truth, found sometime around midnight, was that I didn't have much waiting for me. Liam was my brother and friend, Uncle Micah my trainer. Most times I didn't think he even saw me as a person, only a weapon to be used and honed. He never embraced me as family should, and I'd gone my entire life wishing for just one look of approval. The closest I'd gotten to making him proud was the day I turned 14. I'd been late to our session, and come across some lost travellers in the Pastoria forest. A group of thieves had attacked, stealing their few possessions of worth. I'd plunged into the chaos without thought, managing to defeat 2 of the 4 assailants, but the third was a man 3 times my size. He knocked me on my ass and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, the travellers were gone, as were the thieves, and hovering above was Micah, his lips curled up at the corners.
"You tried, even though you knew you'd fail," he'd said gruffly. "And that's what matters."
When he offered me his hand, I swore my heart leaped out of my chest. Aside from Micah, I had my parents to consider, although I often felt their disappointment. They might feel love for me, but I was the child who'd made them social outcasts. No matter how hard they'd tried to hide it, I was the shame they carried, and no number of false smiles could disguise that truth. It was an evening of brutal realization. I remembered something my grandmother had once said when she'd caught me coming home with a split lip. I'd been 12 at the time, training with Micah in the woods, and it had been a particularly intense session of hand-to-hand. Without a word, she motioned me into the kitchen, out of my parents' sight, and stooped to her knees, digging around beneath the sink. When she'd finally re-emerged, she'd held a miniature glass jar, the facets glinting in the light of the sunfire. She'd rubbed at the glass, drawing my attention to the pale scar in the shape of a crooked star that ran up the length of her right thumb. An old wound, she claimed, nothing special. Yet whenever I asked her about the old mark, she'd hush me and tell me to quit being so nosy. "This will help, Kiara," she'd said, sitting down at the table, medicine in hand. The jar had smelled like the wild trees in the full moon. It had also smelled of mint. "One day you will need jars and jars of this," she'd remarked, arching a thin brow while dabbing some of the cool jelly onto my busted lip. Being the little brat that I was, I'd rolled my eyes. "You're going to get in trouble with that attitude of yours," she'd scolded, even though there was mirth in her voice. "But I think it will be your greatest weapon, child." My attitude? I prefer my dagger. I'd brought the freshly sharpened blade up so she could see. Grandmother had given a riotous laugh. "That will help, of course." Her weathered fingers had closed around my wrist, forcing the hand that had clutched my dagger to my side. "But it's what's in here," she'd tapped the side of my head, "that will get you through the darkest of nights." I might have been young, but I'd recognized the look that had flashed across her seasoned face. It had been pride. "One day you'll see more than you ever thought possible." She'd cupped my face, her amber eyes reflecting my own. "You're the light in my life, Kiara, in more than one way." I'd never known exactly what she'd meant by that, but those words had haunted me every day for 5 years. Grandmother would want me to fight, to succeed, even if I was surrounded by those soulless nights. But she was right about one thing. My attitude was by far my greatest weapon. One I would use to obliterate all doubts that women couldn't hold their own in battle, couldn't be warriors. Perhaps it was time to loosen my restraint, to unleash the girl I'd long ago imprisoned. Fate might have brought me here, but from now on I would be the one to choose my destiny.
Chapter 10. Jude. There have been reports of missing people in the villages bordering the mist. They vanish while the realm sleeps, leaving behind all they own. It is my belief that they are being taken. By whom, I have yet to discern. Letter from Admiral Jargon to King Syrian, Year 11 of the Curse. I watched from the shadows as Kiara tiptoed back to her room, the jar of healing ointment clutched in her gloved hands. She appeared to never take off those gloves. Thank the gods she hadn't been too stubborn to take my offering. There'd been a 50-50 chance. The jar had cost me a week's worth of wages, and I wasn't sure why I'd bought it for her in the first place. It wasn't because she was a girl. Kiara could hold her own in any fight, and I imagined that, with her obvious history of combat training, she'd taken a few punches before. Lying to myself did me no good. I knew the answer well enough. She made your heart pound for the first time in years. Fighting and killing had become my everyday life, and after the initial years of slitting throats and performing whatever method of torture King Syrian requested of me, I no longer felt the same adrenaline. In fact, I hadn't felt much of anything, which had been fine by me. It made every vile act I committed a lot easier. But now that my pulse was racing and my skin tingled as if microscopic raindrops fell upon me, I knew it would be much harder to shove that feeling down again. My next stop would be far less pleasant, but entirely necessary. Shoving off from the wall, I glided down the hallway to the officers' mess hall. As he always did at this time of night, Harlow stood before the stove, brewing himself a cup of tea. My eyes flickered to the herbs he'd used, a brow raising at the label: dewberry and lavender. Did Harlow have trouble sleeping as well? Did he close his eyes at night and think of all the criminal things our dear king forced us to do in the name of Assidia and justice? "What do you want?" he snapped, not glancing over his shoulder. How he'd heard me approach was a mystery. I was known for my stealth. Harlow had been here for as long as I could remember, and while the man often had my hackles rising, I respected him. He was fair, or as fair as men in this world could be. "What are your plans for the girl?" I asked, trying to sound as bored as possible. My voice came out stiff and strained instead. Inwardly I cursed as I slid into an unoccupied seat next to a round table littered with unfinished card games and half-empty glasses of ale. Harlow grunted and finished making his cup. "I'm thinking of sending her to the guard, of course," he said, taking a seat across from mine. My fingers dug into the wood of the table. "She clearly won't be able to follow orders, and that's going to cost lives. Perhaps the generals there will know what to do with her." Taking a sip from his steaming mug, Harlow watched me over its rim, his green eyes narrowing in that assessing way of his. He might seem a brainless brute to others, but he played that role for a reason. His enemies would never see him coming when he eventually struck. "Thoughts on that?" he pressured when I remained silent, pretending to pick at the dirt beneath my nails. My left eye sparked with the barest flicker of light. Once, twice, a third time. It did that occasionally, often leading to headaches. I raised a shoulder, cocking my head. "Might be a waste of a soldier. If what the king plans comes to fruition, we'll need competent fighters. Besides, you won't have to deal with her much longer." The mist and its lethal mysteries beckoned. As much as I didn't want to think about it, Kiara and the other recruits would likely be dead by the end of the month. Harlow took another drink, this time indulging, forcing me to hold my breath before he set down the mug a minute later. Sure, I could override any decision he made, but that would look suspicious. And if I'd learned anything from my past, it was to never show anyone your hand. "You have a point," he grated out, meeting both my eyes. Another reason I respected him. He didn't glance away when his gaze met the left side of my face. He pushed back in his seat and ran a hand through his shoulder-length hair. "She should still be punished, though." I scoffed. You were the one that said there were no rules. One of his brows rose. I've never known you to care so much about a recruit before, Maddox. What's so special about this one? He asked. And please tell me it's not because you haven't had the company of a woman for quite some time. That brow of his lifted even higher. My private life is not your problem. Thanks for the concern, though. I crossed my arms and leaned back, matching his posture. But I haven't seen a fighter like that in ages. And yes, her skills impress me. Besides, isn't it punishment enough that she's the only girl surrounded by a bunch of boys with oversized egos? The chuckle that Harlow let out stunned me. I suppose, he said, grasping his bruised jaw. But don't expect me to take it easy on her, Maddox. She might be impressive, but she's trouble. I sighed. She was trouble, all right. If she steps out of line again, blame is on me. The words were out of my mouth before I could contain them. Where the hell's had that come from? If Harlow was just as surprised by my promise as I was, he didn't show it. He dipped his chin in agreement before bringing his cup to his mouth and taking another sip. Later in my room, once I'd left Harlow to his tea, I shut my lids and surrendered to sleep. I didn't dream of the mist, or of the life leaving the eyes of those I'd killed. I dreamed of pure, radiant light.
Chapter 11. Kiara. Our world will know only despair should this curse endure. We cannot survive without the sun, not for long. Already our crops have been cut by half, and what little food grows is hardly enough to feed a hungry people. My king, something must be done, and soon, for I fear rebels will rise and bring chaos to the land. Letter from Admiral Leand to King Brion, Year 2 of the Curse. During the ensuing days, Harlow barely glanced my way, only acknowledging me if delivering an order. Or a threat. I'd been surprised I hadn't been removed from the inner sanctum and tossed to the guard, but I wasn't about to open my mouth and question it. Instead, I performed Harlow's vigorous sets, from push-ups and sprints to broadsword training and archery. Where many struggled, I excelled. I'd been taken back to the forests of Sealer with Micah, gaining bruises and getting knocked off my feet beneath luminous moons and starry skies. There was something calming about returning to a routine. A week of training passed quickly, and while most nights I found sleep the moment my head hit the pillow, tonight it refused to find me. I missed my brother and my training sessions with Micah, and my aching heart was restless. What I needed was a distraction. Back home, when sleep evaded, I'd lie on my back and watch the sky dance, pretending the glittering stars were listening to my every prayer, ones where I'd fill the hole inside my chest with adventures and quests, where I'd be only myself, and people would stare at me in awe rather than in distaste or fear. Maybe then I wouldn't feel so hollow. Unfortunately, I couldn't escape the sanctum and lose myself beneath a cloak of stars. But I could try the next best thing. Swinging my legs over the side of the cot, I slipped from the room, sneaking through the silent corridor on soft feet. Thankfully, there wasn't a soul drifting through the halls, not at such a late hour, and I was left alone to wander the night's innermost sanctum in peace. After exploring the kitchens and peeking into a few of the private offices, I strayed into a restricted zone, a winding hallway reeking of salt and rot. The corridor, lined with several locked doors, much to my dismay, narrowed the farther I ventured, but I didn't stop until I'd reached a dead end. An arched entryway with intricate suns beckoned me to a gilded handle in the shape of a crescent moon. Unlike every other door I'd tried, this one was unlocked, the metal clicking loudly as I shoved my boot against the thick wood. My breath caught as a groaning creak echoed down the curving corridor. Bathed in white-hot adrenaline, I slipped into what appeared to be a library. A lone sunfire captured within a sconce saturating the large room with a buttery sheen. Leather-bound books weighed down tall shelves, and haphazard stacks were piled on every available surface. And in the centre, surrounded by the towering shelves, wooden tables and chairs were covered in blank pages and splattered ink. Occasionally I'd been known to pick up a book, but I found knives far more entertaining. When the tips of my gloved fingers brushed against the spine of a muted emerald tome, my heart immediately fluttered at the contact. A low call, the muffled sound of a drumbeat, heavy and sacred, echoed in my mind, the pounding growing wild as I pulled the book from the shelf. Gripping the tome, which lacked a title and author, I flipped open the dense cover and turned to a random page. I read the first passage my eyes landed upon. The goddess Rayna was born the day the earth was created. The world, one that had been cast in darkness, was now glowing and brimming with colour. Rayna brought joy to the inhabitants of the earth, her light giving birth to new foods and crops and lush verdant trees and shrubs. Flowers blossomed, blooms of bright red and blue and yellow. The people were well fed and content, and the god Arlo was pleased. I paused my reading, wondering what such vibrant flora might look like. Our land cultivated a few species of flowers, though most were dull in appearance. The closest to colourful was the infamous midnight bloom. Its velvety petals only opened for 1 hour each day, exposing its greyish lilac hue, the centre a silvery blue that shimmered beneath the moon. I imagined that Lorien, god of beasts and prey, had been just as enraged by the goddess's absence, as his creatures suffered nearly as much as the humans. The lack of edible flora killed far too many innocent animals. No one had seen Lorien in many years. The last appearance the god made had been atop his temple 30 years ago, surrounded by the small animals and vicious predators of his own creation. Apparently, Arlo had shown up and chased him back to wherever he'd been hiding for all these decades. I continued reading. Rayna brought many years of peace and prosperity to the people, and they began to worship her unlike any other god before. Arlo, whose vanity was immense, grew jealous of the sun goddess. He attempted to pluck her from the sky, but she always danced out of his reach. It wasn't until Rayna had set her sights on one mortal man that Arlo's plans changed. This mortal— "There you are!" The book slipped from my grasp, tumbling to the stones, a single page breaking free. Twisting at the sound of the voice, I glimpsed the intruder's sadistic smile as he stepped into the light. The bruises I'd given him back in Sealer had faded, much to my disappointment. "Adam." I spoke his name like a curse. "What do you—" I never got to finish my question, not when all the air had been sucked from my lungs. My knees gave out as pain radiated across my body. Sinking to the floor, I clutched my tender stomach with both hands, my eyes flickering to where Adam's shadow stalked, his hand at his side, a wooden club held tightly in his grasp. That bastard! My vision swirled, taunting grey-black smoke lining the edges of my eyes. Adam had struck me with a damned club. "Still sore about Sealer, are you?" I panted. "I'm sure the Knight's got a kick out of me putting you in your place." He'd gone too far and accosted my brother. No one messed with Liam, and I didn't care that my entire village had watched as I disgraced myself in front of the Knights. It had brought me here in Liam's stead, so I was thankful. While Adam seethed, I curled my hands into loose fists. He struck again before I could act, pummeling me with all his strength, sending my body flailing backward and into a bookcase. "You don't belong here," he bellowed as books rained down on my head. I hissed as each one fell, my skull stinging. "You always acted as though you were better than the rest of us, better than me, but you don't look so high and mighty now. Maybe I can finally see what you hide beneath those gloves of yours." "I'm going to kill you," my mind retorted, even as panic had my body slumping down the bookcase. He couldn't see. He couldn't! Weakly, I lifted my head and glowered, refusing to let Adam believe he'd won. "Is this because I denied your advances all those years?" I gave a scoff. Even with the label of pariah hanging over my head back home, Adam had still tried to corner me, using what he believed to be charm. When that hadn't worked, he'd resorted to taunts and threats. "You're nothing but a bully, Adam, and one who can't even throw a decent punch." "Let's see if this," he held up his club, giving it a skillful spin, "is better than one of my punches." I couldn't breathe properly, and I was sure he'd managed to bruise a rib. The voice in my head screamed for me to stand, to do anything but accept defeat. But I was so very tired. I exhaled, preparing for the pain that would surely follow. But the blow never came. My lids peeled open, boisterous grunts filling the room as two solid bodies collided. The shock of the crash echoed like irate thunder, the silhouettes wraith-like in the quivering light of the sunfire. I was suddenly a spectator in a battle between shadows, my eyes wide as I watched them move like billowing plumes of smoke. A resounding thud sent one of the assailants down hard. Flashes of silver and swinging fists whirled, and then there was no movement at all. It ended just as suddenly as it had begun. I automatically pushed back, my instincts urging me to get as far away from here as possible. If Adam succeeded... The victor materialized, the sunfire casting ghoulish shadows across his scarred face. In the dimness, his injured eye glowed, an insidious blue and silver that sent shivers down my spine. Jude. I raised my chin to meet his imperfectly handsome face as he closed the gap between us. For once, my mouth didn't open and spill whatever nonsense came to mind. I was stunned into silence. Beyond his frame, I made out Adam's unmoving body, his chest rising and falling slowly. He'd been knocked out cold. Jude bent before me, his hands resting on his knees. The sunfire played across the severe features of his face, sharpening the angles of his jaw and cutting cheekbones. His hair shone a brilliant blue-black, and my fingers had the odd need to brush through the strands. "You seem to attract trouble, recruit." His voice sent a fluttering of tingles into my stomach, and I cursed the peculiar warmth that followed. I couldn't sleep, I stammered, which brought a touch of heat to my cheeks. Realizing I was still slouched in a defensive position, I straightened my shoulders. Jude cocked his head to the side, his hair sliding out of his mismatched eyes. The faded red scars seemed to glow. My chest was rising and falling rapidly, and his attention shifted, momentarily pausing on my gloved hands. I shoved them behind me, the hasty movement earning me a twinge of pain. I barely noticed it. "You're not allowed in here," he scolded. His voice lilted at the end, and a sliver of amusement sparkled in his right eye. This close to Jude, with my heart thumping and my thoughts scattered, I ignored his words and asked him what I'd wondered from that first day, the morning when they'd taken me. "Why me?" My voice broke. "Why did you take me instead of my brother?" I shivered against my will. the chill in the air freezing my heated blood. Jude seemed to consider, his lips turning down in a grimace. Gone was the playfulness, however subtle, replaced with his usual rigidness. "Why?" I probed when he didn't reply, sitting up straighter and bringing my face inches from his. He reared back as though I were a venomous snake set to strike. "Because you're a fighter," he gritted out, his jaw clenching. He was uncomfortable around me, though the reason why was not yet clear. "But I'm a girl," I said derisively, raising an arched brow. "Women don't fight. We're docile creatures, don't you know?" I recoiled as Jude let out a riotous laugh. The sound was so out of place with his features, and yet it had the power to bring a smile to my lips. "He smiles," I teased, knowing I was poking the beast. I didn't care. And here I thought you would crack if you smiled. Shame. Jude caught his breath, eyeing me from beneath thick lashes. "You'd have liked that, wouldn't you?" "Immensely," I answered, unable to keep the smile from widening on my own face. "I've never seen someone shattered by a smile before, but I assume it would be a rather interesting spectacle." He shook his head, and my smile dipped. "As someone who has seen a person break and shatter to nothing but dust, I can tell you it is far from interesting." The lone survivor of the mist. What terrors had he seen? What atrocities had he committed to simply survive? I hadn't asked about his scars, but I suspected he'd received them in the cursed lands. Shame warmed my cheeks. I wanted to ask more, but he cut me off, a crease forming between his brow. "Would you have rather I had taken your brother?" "No." It was said without hesitation, without a doubt. "My brother has problems breathing. He wouldn't have lasted the trek to the capital." Jude nodded, his left eye twitching. "I saw that." He looked at his boots. He was hyperventilating after that prick. He glanced at Adam's motionless body. "Pushed him." Gods. Liam would be dead if not for Jude selecting me. Truly dead. Bile crept up my throat, and my eyes prickled with tears I wouldn't allow to fall. I didn't want to think about Liam or how close I'd gotten to losing him. "I always assumed girls weren't permitted into the ranks of the knights," I said, changing topics. "I'm surprised they allowed it." If Jude sensed me deflecting, he mercifully didn't show it. "There's nothing that says you can't. Our king just so happens to believe that females are too delicate to be warriors." I made a face, and Jude hastily added, "But obviously he's misguided and ignorant. Besides, the decision is ultimately mine." And I saw potential. He tacked on the last part almost shyly. But that couldn't be possible. Men like Jude weren't shy. Instead, I grinned wide and said, "I'm elated to see you're not the misogynist pig I pegged you as. I'm not a—" He stopped when he glimpsed the smile on my lips. "Oh, another joke? See, you do get sarcasm and humour." The corners of his lips fought to jerk upward, like he'd been out of practice and was just now relearning how to show joy. "I only get humour when it's actually funny." "Then why are you trying not to smile?" I pressed, my pulse beginning to race. He let out a noise somewhere between a groan and a sigh. "You make me regret my decision every day." "Liar," I whispered, realizing I'd leaned forward. His hot breath tickled my cheeks, my lips. My pounding heart seemed to stop beating entirely, as if eagerly waiting for his reaction. His eyes once again fell to my lips.
"Some lies should be believed," he said cryptically.
His nostrils flared as he pushed back into his feet.
"And some rules should be followed as well."
Jude glanced around the library, as if remembering where we were, as if remembering who he was there with.
"But you really shouldn't be in here, Kiara."
His tone turned grave once more, the spell broken. I silently mourned its loss.
"Yes, sir."
I gave a mock salute.
"Thank you for—"
My head tilted to a still unconscious Adam, who was a heap of muscle in the corner.
"I don't take that kind of behaviour lightly, recruit."
"Good. He's an honourless cretin." Jude nodded as though he understood. His silence prompted me to rise on my trembling limbs, my hands resting on the shelves behind me. I felt like I would fall over if not for the support.
"I'd try to get some rest," he whispered. "Tomorrow, you're training with me."
It sounded like a threat. I met his mismatched eyes as I said, "Good night, Jude." His glare had me pausing, holding back a curse at my familiarity.
"I mean, Commander Maddox," I corrected,
and he nodded in approval. I'd started to walk away when his broad hand wrapped around my wrist, stilling me. His calloused fingers touched the sensitive skin under the band of my glove, sending delicious heat shooting up and down the length of my arm. I lifted my chin, peering at him from beneath my lashes. Hells, the way he stared right into my soul.
"Oh, and recruit?"
My roaring heartbeat muffled his voice. Yes? Jude reached behind him, his eyes never once leaving mine. They pulled me in and demanded my devotion. It was like staring at the moon, at the endless sky, feeling nothing but possibilities and the promise of adventure. A heavy tone pressed into my side, forcing me to lower my head, to break away from that penetrating stare that had my toes curling in my boots. The book I'd been reading.
"Don't let anyone know you have that," he said,
whisper soft, his voice gravelly. His focus fell to where he grasped my wrist. Tortuously, he peeled one finger away at a time, watching as he released me. A muscle in his jaw feathered. "Thank you," I murmured, grateful I could form a coherent word at all. He'd gotten so close to my scars, and yet I hadn't recoiled, hadn't shoved him away. I'd not even allowed Liam to get so close. Jude's stare lingered on me for a moment longer, a moment where I could read the indecision in his eyes, or the disbelief in them. Tucking my new treasure against my chest, I quickly said, "Good night, Commander," before racing off on unsteady feet toward the dorms. I was out of breath by the time I slipped the tome beneath my pillow, right next to my jar of healing ointment. I lay back, crossing my arms below my head, nowhere near falling asleep. I wasn't sure what had transpired in the library, but it had been better than the adrenaline that had come with the fight, and I wasn't sure what terrified me more, that I would soon journey into the mist, or that I felt anything but hatred for Commander Jude Maddox.
Chapter 12. Jude. No one knows why Rayna's absence cursed us, but there is one account by a lowly palace guard. His claims are unproven, but I hesitate to discuss the details with you in a letter. I request to speak with you in person when time permits. Letter from Commander Wilton to King Brian, Year 1 of the Curse. My mother had given me that book. It was one of two things I had of hers, and I'd been so pissed at her for abandoning me as a child that I'd shoved her book into the shared library. No one ever read it. If it didn't contain stories of war or the art of battle, not many of the knights would touch it. And, of course, it had been the first book Kiara had selected. I flipped over in bed, sleep not finding me. Not even my usual nightmares beckoned. An hour earlier, I'd been thinking about the mother I'd never had. Wanting to torture myself, I journeyed to the library to seek her final farewell gift. When I had heard Kiara's muffled screams from behind the door, I'd sprinted without thought, only to come upon that spineless bastard beating her senseless. Something had snapped inside me, and it had taken everything not to deliver the blow that would ensure he never opened his eyes again. I'd wanted to murder him, wanted to... A knock sounded, interrupting my deadly thoughts. At this hour, it could only be one thing. Seconds later, a single piece of paper slipped through the crack of my door. Kiara and how soft her skin had felt beneath my calloused fingers died away, replaced by the numbness I'd grown all too accustomed to. It flooded into my chest like poison, wiping away any of the warmth I'd felt back there in the library. I felt nothing at all as I lit the candle beside my bed. Rising, I padded over to the piece of paper left behind by one of the king's messengers. One name had been scrawled upon the parchment. Folding the note, I walked to the candle and allowed the flames to eat away at the evidence. Once it was nothing but ash, I turned toward my wardrobe. Shoving aside my knight's uniform, I found what I searched for and began changing. Lord Maurice Landon slept soundly in his king-sized bed, only his snores echoing in the too-big room. Tonight wasn't about sending a message, which meant less mess. Stealing across the Lord's chamber, I hovered above him, watching as he took his last breaths. The blade in my hand seemed to shudder in anticipation, eager to spill blood. I'd make this quick, and then... I spotted a pair of small feet poking out from beneath the covers, a child-sized lump positioned at the bottom of the bed. Shit. Landon had one son. He'd never remarried after his wife died, despite being nearly as rich as the king himself and the subject of many of the court ladies' attentions. I paused, my hand beginning to tremble. If the child woke... No. I'd told Syrian long ago that I drew the line at harming children. But even if he didn't wake during the act, the bustling of the new morning would rouse him eventually, and he would forever be traumatized by the memory of waking up in a bed full of blood. I didn't have time for this, to hesitate, to grow a conscience. My hand constricted around the hilt, inching closer to the slumbering lord, a man who'd likely pissed off Syrian by simply speaking up. Many of the nobility wanted to overthrow a king more focused on self-image than on his own people, and they certainly weren't thrilled he hadn't lifted Assyria's curse. But they should know better than to fight a monster. They should know that the monster would send me. The blankets shifted, the child's form moving under the covers. I aimed for the Lord's throat with precision. I forced my eyes to stay open and watch as Lord Landon's eyes widened, as he choked and gasped on his own blood. I forced myself to watch all of it. The shock, the pain, the fear. 1,000 stones weighed in my chest, a stone for every murder I'd committed in the name of the king. I stepped back from the bed and the dying man in it. The child hadn't stirred. He'd slept through the whole thing. I was about to turn from the bed when a sharp pang of guilt stilled my feet. Before I realized what I was doing, I was slowly moving the covers back, exposing a child no more than 5. Curly black hair clung to his temples, a thin sheen of sweat lining his brow. He must have had a nightmare. If only he knew that the real nightmare had just occurred. After sheathing my blade, I slipped my arms beneath his tiny frame and brought him close to my chest. He felt so light and fragile in my arms, so easily breakable. I'd never held something so gently, as if he were made of glass. His soft snores were the only sound as I crept out of the bedroom and down the hall. An open door on the left revealed a blue-painted room filled with bright wooden toys, a single bed shoved into the far corner. Moving beyond the threshold, I placed the boy on the mattress. He stirred when I brought the thick comforter up to his chin, but sleep was too potent a lure, and his eyes remained shut. I wondered if he had loved his father. He must have if he'd sought comfort in his room. My own father would have tossed me out with a curse and a slap. Shame sent my pulse hammering in my ears, and my eyes prickled and burned. What was done, and I couldn't do a damn thing to change it now. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. If Syrian wanted Landon dead, he'd just send another assassin. Twisting away from the child, I moved back to the Lord's room and to the open window letting in the frigid air of Siona. With one final glance toward the hall, I climbed over the window ledge. My feet hit the ground without a sound, and I took off into a sprint. I might have spared his life, but he'd still wake without a father. Tonight, there would be no dreaming of light. I deserved the darkness.
Chapter 13. Kiara. He suspects nothing, though I can see the connection between them grow. Wait for my orders. Letter sent from Siona via messenger to unknown recipient. Adam had been sent to the patrol. We'd been informed of his absence the following morning by Jude himself, and many recruits didn't bother hiding their gasps. The patrol, a group comprised of the worst, men whom society eagerly sent away to safeguard the forests that bordered the mist. Essentially, it was a death sentence. Jude made certain to avoid my eyes when he delivered the news. I should have felt a twinge of sympathy, but I didn't. Adam would never change his ways. Now, after relaying Adam's fate, Jude set out for the same corridor I followed last night, the recruits trailing in his wake. We will weed out the true knights from the lot of you, those who have what it takes to survive out there. An involuntary shudder worked its way down my spine at how Jude's stare sharpened, the beast he was rumoured to be replacing the man I'd only begun to know. Patrick pushed into my bruised side, a reminder of Adam's cruelty, making the already stifling corridor seem even more smothering. I shoved my gloved hands into my pockets, needing them to be far from his warmth. You will be separated into groups of 5, Jude bellowed. You will line up right before each of these doors, and when I give the order, you will open them at the same time. I will not do you the favour of telling you what is expected. Harlow, Carter, and a handsome man I learned to be Isaiah, whose godlike stature had to be well over 7 feet, wrangled the closest 5 into groups, ushering us before each plain wooden door. Carter grumbled the entire time, complaining about the mess they'd have to clean up afterward. Isaiah scolded him, and the older knight fell silent. The word mess kept repeating in my head. Find another group, eh? I turned to find a russet-skinned boy standing to my right. He shooed away a stocky recruit who made for my side. Go on, then. I'm on her team. My lips parted at the brazen display. I had to make sure I was in your group, the newcomer hissed, forcing my eyes to drift to his. They were a dazzling pale blue, ringed in a deeper shade of sapphire. You've been kicking my ass all week, he added with a wink. I arched a brow, my guard immediately up. Does that bother you? He lifted both hands placatingly in the air. It was a compliment, though it does bruise my tender ego, if only slightly. I'm Jake, if you care to know, which you might, because I plan on making you my new best friend. Patrick raised his gaze at that bold claim, but didn't utter a word in reproach. My lips twitched upward. And pray tell, Jake, why is that? His lean shoulders lifted carelessly, his entire persona a mix of untroubled cunning. "Because you're a mystery and, quite frankly, intimidating. Maybe it's the whole leather-gloved, always scowling thing you got going on." His eyes flickered to my hands. "But I suppose I've always been a sucker for a good mystery, and attracted to trouble." My mouth opened to scold him, to say I wasn't some puzzle to be solved, but he cut me off. "Plus, you look like someone with a few tricks up their sleeve, and God no, we need all the tricks to get ourselves out of the trenches." He shuddered dramatically, the blue in his irises sparking. "So, what do you say?" "Kiara, or Key," I answered, shaking my head. I hate it that I found this new recruit charming, but don't get too comfortable, I warned. "Friends or not, I'll still kick your ass." Jake beamed, twin dimples making an appearance. "Ah, I knew I'd like you. You two ready, or are you going to talk through this entire thing? Some of us would prefer not to die out there." I jerked at Patrick's uncharacteristically gruff tone, his jaw set and eyes hard. He glared daggers at Jake before he seemed to regain his senses and soften his gaze. "Oh, don't be such a—" "On my order!" Jude's voice echoed like the clang of a sword against stone. It was time. We weren't the strongest of the bunch, but I had a suspicion that brute strength might not be the only attribute we'd need. Besides, I wasn't about to kick anyone out now. I attempted to inch closer to a sulking Patrick, but Jude barked his next command. A frenzy of hustling boots and frantic roars sounded through the corridor, all the doors banging at once. I didn't know what to expect beyond, but complete darkness was not it. Not a single sunfire or torch was lit. Feigning bravery, I took a step into the vacuum of night, half expecting a shadow beast to jump out and devour me whole. Before I could turn around for the hallway, the doors thudded closed, a bolt sliding into place. Not a hint of light filtered beneath the thick door. "That's not ominous or anything." "Shh, Jake," I scolded, narrowing my eyes in the pitch black. Thankfully, he complied, his silence accompanied by Patrick's ragged exhales a few feet away. This was a test to see how we would react when one of our other senses was torn from us in the great blankness of the cursed lands. I forced my breathing to calm, ears straining for any sound, my tongue licking at my chapped lips. Salt. I tasted salt, and the aroma of damp rock. But what I heard... a coaxing hiss of water, the low murmur of a flowing stream, and the faint, grating sound of a growl. My eyes fluttered open, my heart skipping with excitement. There's something in here with us. Maybe I should have been more worried about shadow beasts than I thought. I automatically reached for my blade, but we hadn't been instructed to carry them today, and my hands came away empty. I cursed. "It's some type of cavern," Jake remarked, still pressed against me. While I would have shoved him away, his solid frame kept me from drifting, from losing the sensation of my body rooted to the slick rock below my boots. "We need to follow the sound of the stream, find our way out of here." I bit into the side of my cheek as I forced myself to take Jake's hand firmly. He gave a surprised jolt, and I shuddered, knowing there'd be no way around not touching. It took everything in me not to yank my hand away, the skin beneath the leather burning and itching. "Everyone form a chain and hold hands so we don't lose one another," I instructed, leaving no room for defiance. "Ah, we're already holding hands," a new voice snickered to my right. "Shut up, Nick," Jake snapped, though there was no bite to his tone. "This can't be worse than when we got lost in the mines back home." So they knew one another. I wished I'd paid more attention to my group before, but it was too late now. As the tenuous seconds ticked by, a breeze of winter wind whipped at my face. "Anyone else feel cold?" I'm sweating through my damned clothes. Probably looks like I just jumped into a lake, which isn't a terrible look on me, might I add. The wet look really shows off my abs, as well as my best feature, according to Blake, that is. "Oh, and Noah," Jake said, his fingers squeezing me. "One-track mind," Nick snickered. "I bet you're more pissed no one can see you in all your glory than the fact we're lost in the dark." "Quiet!" Patrick snapped. Instantly, they complied, though I made out a snort from my right. I grew lost in the rhythm of the trickling water and rush of a stream, though I should have known better than to relax. A minute later, I collided painfully with a solid stretch of unyielding rock, and the others bumped into one another with a chorus of groans. My hands searched the wall, blocking our path, my heart sinking as I realized we were facing a dead end. My mouth had just opened to suggest we go back the way we'd come and find another route when a great rumble shook the walls. Spiked rocks tumbled from the roof, a sharp cascade of stinging rain. They pierced my scalp, arms and shoulders. Heat swelled before the pain surfaced, my temples slick with my blood. Jake let go of my hand, yelping alongside the others. The pattering of stone continued for a good many seconds, my bloodied arms protectively raised above my head as the cavern crumbled. Silence reigned, all except for the ragged breaths that mingled with hearts pounding so fast I swore I heard them through their chests. "Everyone all right?" I asked evenly, my jaw rigid from sustaining my air of control. A wave of yeses came at once, though they hardly sounded confident, and because of my earlier feeling that there was more to this trial than it appeared, I suspected the falling stones were all a part of the plan. Being here, trapped in this dank place, brought back unpleasant memories. For a second I was back in the Pastoria forest, screaming in pain, my hands ruined. I heard the phantom calls of my father as he scooped me in his arms, blood dripping onto the ground and vanishing into the dark soil of Sealer. My knees wobbled, and unwanted tears burned my eyes. I had to get out of here. Now! Sweat trickled down my spine as my inner panic reared its head, my anxiety churning viciously. I was about to start frantically pressing on the wall, hoping to find some miraculous way out of this nightmare, when I blinked, and everything changed. And by everything, I meant that I could see. Fear immediately outweighed wonder. It was as though the walls glimmered with crushed diamonds, and a yellowish hue highlighted the stones, though the light blurred every time I tried to focus on one particular spot. I can see in the dark. Or I was suffering from hallucinations. Yes, that felt more likely. Swivelling around, I made out the path we'd taken, along with the pile of rocks blocking the exit. That yellowish glow continued to waver, and I rubbed at my eyes, wondering if something had gotten into them. "What's wrong?" Jake asked at my side. How he sensed the sudden shift in my mood, I wasn't sure. "Has it... You can't see anything, can you?" I whispered, yanking on his hand. "Nope," came his reply. "I see only black. That's the entire point." Patrick, Nick, and the unknown recruit agreed. I twisted around, taking in Jake's exasperated expression, his dark brows pinched together. The sharp angles of his face were illuminated, though his eyes were cast in shadows. I could make out Patrick's broad figure hunched over, his hands moving over the loose rocks and seeking purchase. And the long-haired boy I assumed to be Jake's friend, Nick, gazed stoically ahead, ghoulish shadows dancing beneath his eyes. The last recruit, skinny and short of stature, bowed his head, his mouth moving inaudibly, likely uttering some misbegotten prayer that wouldn't be answered. So many questions danced across my mind, but I knew better than to waste this opportunity. Hallucination or gift from the gods, I'd take it. Follow my lead. I jerked on Jake's hand, ignoring the surge of unease causing my breath to stutter. Each time my fear pulsed, so did the light. They seemed to be connected. "By all means, lead the way," he said, his lips quirking. Heat spread down my arms and legs as I followed the path, which was lined with the same light leading the way forward. Unfortunately, that path brought us to a dead end. Focusing on the wall in front of me, I dropped to my knees and inspected the rock, noting just the barest hint of an opening. "We dig here," I instructed the others. I feel an opening," I lied. It wasn't as if I could explain why I'd been granted such otherworldly vision. All of it should have been impossible. "We have to move some debris. I think that stream we heard lies on the other side." I brought Jake's hands to the stones, and he assisted Nick, who continued guiding the rest. Their faces remained blank masks as we clawed at the dirt and jagged rocks, moving the debris behind us as we cleared the path. It took longer than I thought, but time was a fleeting thing in such a place. It could have been minutes or hours. Wintry air rushed from the fissure, and the sweat on my brow grew cold. My heart skipped a beat as my vision wavered, the distorted light seeming to dim along with my adrenaline. Whatever miracle I'd been given waned. We had to hurry. "We're almost there!" I cried merrily, ready to bathe the grime from my skin and feel the comfort of the torch and sunfire lights from above. Jake dug earnestly, grunts echoing as the wall of stacked stone gave way to a passageway. It was narrow, barely large enough to fit through, but it would have to do. With an elated smile, I stepped through the void, pulling the chain of recruits behind me. We were going down rather than up, but the rushing sound of water grew louder the farther down we travelled, and my hands grazed the cavern's wall to steady myself. The opening brought us to a thin ledge, no more than 2 feet in width, the icy waters spraying my clothes as they churned against the jutting rock. I tapped my foot on the uneven landing, making sure it wouldn't crumble beneath my weight. It didn't. To the others, I said, "Keep close to the wall. There's a ledge." Not waiting for their assent, I pressed my back against the coarse stone, the cave's craggy surface biting through my thin shirt. We shuffled together, still linked, our heavy breathing drowned out by the whooshing waters. If anyone questioned how I'd brought us this far, no one voiced it, though I'd likely be harassed the moment we passed this loathsome trial. 5 minutes came and went, and my pulse was hammering in my neck. I wasn't going to be able to last much longer. I needed more light, more air. The sensation of being trapped crept into my bones and settled like a hive of bees beneath my flesh. "All right, we're almost—" A jerk on my hand sent me stumbling, swaying from side to side, my knees bending as my balance became nothing but a dream. There was a loud splash, the sound of a body striking the roaring waters. A cry, shrill and garbled. Someone had fallen in. "Help!" The forlorn plea was choked as water entered the boy's mouth. My mind raced. There was something in those waters, something whose growls I'd first heard upon entry. It was massive, and knowing the Knights, it would be deadly. "What do we do?" Patrick cried from down the line. Our trembling link of hands shook, the boys fighting to regain balance, composure. I felt guilty that I was thankful it wasn't him who'd fallen. In a fit of terror, I realised the cavern was dimming. The more I struggled to hold on to the light and clutch it with both hands, the weaker it became. I let out a pained noise when a blanket of pure black cloaked the world. The fallen recruit howled, his voice carried farther down the stream. The current wasn't strong, but it would rush him to where we couldn't reach. "Hurry!" I roared, stepping briskly along the precipitous ledge, spiked adrenaline coursing through my icy veins. There was resistance, but the rest of the boys followed, allowing me to lead just as they had before. They trusted me, but now that I didn't have the advantage of sight, the sudden weight of their trust was crushing. Our pace was graceless and frantic, but we hurried as quickly as we dared, jagged bits of stone scraping at the torn shirts on our backs. I could smell the tang of blood in the air, the bitterness of panic. When the recruit let out a pain-filled scream, this one brimming with unbridled agony, two things happened. First, I dropped Jake's hand. Second, I made a run for it. "Kay!" Jake called out. They were slowing me down, and I understood that the recruit, whose name we hadn't had the decency to learn, was either drowning or being sucked under by something. The icy heat lit up my limbs, fire and resolve powering my motions. Someone's life was in the balance, and I'd been the one to lead us this far. It was all I could think about. The blackness was an afterthought as I scraped my exposed skin, my shirt clinging to my back in tatters. I slowed as riotous splashing and mangled shouts sounded not far from me. "Where are you?" I screamed into the void. I called 3 more times before I got my reply, though it was hardly an answer. It's got me! My leg!" I possessed no weapons, nothing to use against a creature I couldn't even see, and yet I didn't waste a second. I dove into the water. The surface hit me like bricks, the freezing temperature stifling any remaining warmth until only cold remained, numbness. When I came up for air, my gasps echoed, mingling with the recruit's frantic splashing and the beast who wished to make him his meal. His cries were coming just ahead, the current carrying me swiftly to the unlucky recruit, to whatever I was soon to fight. My limbs were already growing weak, useless. The water was too cold, and it burned. Help! A great wave splashed into my face, filling my mouth, my nostrils with water. I could feel the movements, the recruit's thrusts and kicks as he fought. "I'm here!" I choked, not sure if he could hear me over the roar, over his struggle to live. With one powerful kick, I was upon the beast, my fingers digging into scaled, snake-like skin. The thing hissed, and a snap of teeth sounded next to my ears. From the feel of it, I was grabbing its thick middle, its raised bumps pressing into my hands. With a guttural roar, I thrust myself upon its flailing back, a mighty tail clubbing my leg, spikes slicing through the cotton of my trousers. In the crushing dark, rushing water on either side, I climbed up its body, struggling to grip the slicked skin. The recruit gasped for air, and there was more splashing. A minute later, I made out a stifled grunt, and then I heard dripping water striking stone. He'd made it to the bank. "Help! She needs help!" I could have sighed in relief. The recruit was safely on the ledge, but now I was the one stuck weaponless, straddling an underground river beast I couldn't even see. Just my luck. The damned thing let out a hiss, and this time its teeth scraped my ear as it thrashed. I wound my hands around its neck, both holding on and attempting to choke the life from it. The creature dove suddenly, its scaly body forcing me below the frigid waters. I hung on like a fool, my grip tightening, numbed fingers jabbing into the hollow of its throat. The beast jerked from side to side, frantic to dislodge me. If I let go, it would merely drag me back under, and the upper hand would be lost. It was either stay and fight or turn my back and get a row of teeth imprinted on my leg as the creature hauled me to the depths. The last bubble of air escaped my lips. I didn't have much time before I would drown, all my energy having been spent merely holding on. The creature wasn't dying, wasn't losing consciousness, and that meant I was failing. I could feel my limbs losing their grip, my heartbeat slowing painfully. It was happening so quickly, and yet I could swear I'd been here, in the dark, fighting all my life. Right before death took me in its arms, an image came to me. Maybe it was what everyone experienced right before they died, flashbacks of their lives. But I relished it, softening at the sweet memory. It was a year before Grandmother had died. She sat me down, her elbows propped on our worn kitchen table, her back slumped like the weight of the world lay upon her shoulders. She'd taken both my hands in her weathered ones, the wrinkly flesh comforting as it enveloped me. I'd felt safe, happy, loved. "I won't always be here, my girl," she'd said, her voice thin, weary. "But I need you to always fight, even when they tell you that you've already lost. If you don't, then none of us stand a chance." I'd assumed old age was ruining the sharpness of her mind, and I'd patted her hand, plastering a reassuring smile on my face. But it wasn't what she'd said that day that filled me with warmth. For just a second I'd seen myself through the reflection of her eyes. Pure gold brilliance wavered around my face, snuffed out before it had time to truly bloom. It was that spark, that flash that I saw now as I was losing consciousness, deep beneath the surface, clinging to a beast. And it was this memory of the woman who owned my heart that had my eyes bursting open, my fingertips blazing with electricity and the ferociousness of life. I wouldn't lose, not here, and not in a tomb of black. Grabbing the creature with renewed strength, I dug my fingers into its throat, my muscles burning with the effort. The thing writhed and squirmed in my hold, trying frantically to free itself. Something was different this time around. My grip stronger, my pulse quicker. Hard skin gave way, my fingers thrusting beneath scales, poking into muscle and then deeper into bone. I could sense the beast's light fading, its life force leaving its body. Gods, I could taste it, hear its thrumming energy departing this world. It emboldened me, gave me that final push I needed to end it all. And then there was nothing. No movement, its limbs heavy and stiff. I yanked my fingers from its insides, shoving off its back. Kicking to the surface, I broke free a moment later, gasping and gulping in air. The fresh air seared my insides and burned my lungs, but I kicked and swam, struggling to breathe, to claw my way back to life. Several voices called my name, their shouts of encouragement, all urging me closer. I followed those cries, Patrick's despairing wails, my arms swinging and my legs moving to bring me to them. A strong hand grabbed my arm, and then there were more hands, all clutching different parts of me, tugging me to the ledge, hoisting me up out of the waters that had nearly been my grave. "Key!" Patrick pressed me painfully to his chest, gripping the back of my neck to hold me in place. "I almost lost you!" His arms slung around my hip, keeping me from toppling over and right back into the stream. "We need to get her out of here!" Jake must have beckoned the others into motion. For the next moment I was being gently dragged down the length of the ledge, my limbs shivering from the cold, my teeth chattering noisily. It was more than the icy temperature of the stream that had sent me drifting in and out of consciousness. Something had happened down there, in those mercilessly dark depths, and it had viciously sucked the life from my very bones. Someone was talking about getting me into a hot bath, warming me up, but I was too lost to make out who it was. There was only Patrick's too tight grip on me, the lone thing securing me to this plane. I swam in and out of reality until the tunnel brightened, the wavering flames of torches a promise, a beacon. "Almost there, Key," Patrick whispered in my ear. "Just hold tight."
Chapter 14. Jude.
Salandans were bred for one purpose only: to kill. Silas, the water god, crafted them out of silt and the bones of the dead, of those unlucky sailors who had drowned beneath his waters. The god abandoned them once he learned they needed air in their lungs and could be easily drowned. It is said that he gifted them to Lorien. Excerpt from Assyrian Law, A Tale of the Gods. A group of recruits emerged from the end of the tunnel, a limp body carried in the arms of a gangly, dark-haired boy. His blue eyes were wide as he adjusted to the torches forming a semicircle around the exit, but he never ceased his relentless pace. I immediately tensed beside Isaiah, Harlow, and Carter. A pale face turned away from the boy's chest, her lids fluttering. Kiara. She looked nearly dead, hardly able to move, to open her eyes.
"She saved me," shouted a lad trailing behind. "I fell in, and she fought whatever was down there."
His voice shook as violently as he did.
"She was down there for too long,"
he added, and I recognized the guilt shrouding his features. My feet were moving before I could stop myself, and I should have stopped myself. Harlow was watching, always watching. He certainly didn't miss me as I ran for the boy carrying Kiara and scooped her into my arms before tucking her head against my heart. She was so cold, her body lifeless in my arms. I caught the lieutenant's steely gaze from across the room, 1,000 questions swirling in those pools of green. The damage was already done. "Move aside," I shouted, shouldering past the other boys just arriving from the tunnel. They were screaming about some monster attacking, and the one who'd claimed she had saved him sported a gruesome gash in his thigh. Harlow could deal with him. Kiara shook, her teeth chattering, her eyes closed. She needed to get to the bathing suite, had to get warm. Instinctively, I pressed her deeper into the planes of my chest, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. She trembled even harder. Shit. Barreling past a gaping and confused Isaiah, who I was sure would ask me unwanted questions later, I stormed down the corridor and to the bath. I couldn't look down, too afraid of what I'd find. Another death, another body, lifeless and forever frozen. I kicked open the bathing suite's door and marched down the steps leading to the pool. I didn't waste time undressing or even pulling off my boots. Kiara jerked when the warm water touched her skin, and she began mumbling something, her lips a shocking blue. Panicked, I submerged her, wetting her head, making sure her nose and mouth remained above the surface. "Wake the hells up," I ordered silently, gritting my teeth. I'd picked her in Sealer, and because of that choice, my choice, her death would be my fault. I'd killed so many others, but for some reason I knew her death would be my final undoing. Kiara, although hard-headed and stubborn, reminded me of all that was light and good. I'd killed men before, too many men, but their hands had been dirty, at least to some degree. All Kiara was guilty of was protecting her brother and getting chosen by me. If I robbed the world of her light, there'd be no going back from that. Like she'd heard my silent pleading, her lashes fluttered against her cheeks. I cursed, and her eyes opened into slits. "There you are," I rasped, relief flooding me. If it had been any other recruit, I'd have brought them here to warm up, but I sure as shit wouldn't have held them, rocking them back and forth beneath the heated water. And my pulse wouldn't be racing, panic flaring in my blood, causing fire to simmer inside me. For the briefest of seconds, she turned her head to me, those bright, almost yellow eyes cast in shadows. She blinked, unsure of where she was, but her body had settled, if only slightly. "We need to get you warm, Kiara," I murmured, and one corner of her mouth lifted at the sound of my voice. It almost made me smile. Her small hand grasped my biceps, her eyes lacking their typical shimmer. "Your arms feel good," she muttered, the words coming out as nothing but a choked whisper. Judging from her expression, She was clearly dazed and possibly delirious. I released a bitter laugh and then said, "Stop flirting with me, recruit. Not when you nearly killed yourself." The recruit with the gaping thigh wound said Kiara had saved him, that she'd jumped into the water where the sharp-toothed salandans roamed, the king's monstrous pets. I'd been on edge all morning, knowing what they'd face. Yes, in the past, some of them had died in those murky depths, but never had I been as fearful as I'd been today. Surprising, because after last night's mission, I didn't think I'd be able to feel anything at all. Kiara shifted in my arms, her mouth falling open in fear when she realized she was nearly submerged. The water. She'd almost drowned no more than 5 minutes ago. "I've got you. I won't let you go." At my promise, her body relaxed, but the arms she'd wound around my neck tightened. The weight there felt nice. Too nice. I didn't deserve it. I noticed she still wore those damned gloves, so I reached around to grasp her hand, about to pull off the material and allow her hands to warm. That's when she froze again, all the tension back. "No," she whispered, digging her fingers deeper into my neck. Don't touch them." She lifted her head, her eyelids struggling to stay open, as I took in the severe edges of her face, the sunfires casting moving shadows below her eyes. "Shh, I won't," I promised, shifting my hand to rest beneath her back. I wasn't sure why she never took off those gloves, but there'd been genuine fear in her eyes when I prepared to remove them. It made me all the more curious to know the secret she hid. I thought you didn't like to share your bath time," she chattered after many long moments. She loosened her grip on my neck, but her fierce stare left me no room to breathe. "I made an exception, Kiara. Don't get used to it." I made my voice harder than it should have been, but she still smiled, gazing at me like I was her savior, a man worthy of her adoration. "What happened down there?" My arms constricted, my fingers digging into her exposed flesh. The salandan had left her shirt in tatters, the scraps of it floating to the surface. I wanted to yell at her all of a sudden, to curse her selflessness. My nostrils flared, and my damned eye twitched. "A recruit fell in," she managed to get out, her chattering easing. "Something attacked. I killed it." My eyes briefly shut in frustration. Careless, careless girl. Now I was angry. Genuinely angry. Reaching for her chin, I held her firmly in place so she'd understand my every word. "Never do that again, Kiara," I said, my tone hard, biting. "Never risk yourself like that, especially when you couldn't fucking see. When you didn't even know what the hells you were fighting." My voice rose, turning furious. What little calm I'd employed vanished. "He would have died, and I could save him." "You can't save everyone," I snapped. "In this world, you have to look out for yourself." She shook her head weakly. "That's such a sad way of looking at things." Every muscle in my body went rigid. I felt only my hands on her bare skin now, felt her hopeful stare pierce into my own, and cursed the undeniable hold this girl had on me. I wanted to argue and say that my words were simply the truth, but my lips remained in a thin line. The darkness hadn't tainted her yet, but it soon would. "Besides," she continued, and I sucked in air through my teeth when one gloved hand fell to my chest, right above my thundering heart. "Knights take an oath to protect the people of the realm. How could I have let him die?" "Some people aren't worth saving," I murmured. The yellow of her irises sparked, and she narrowed in on me in a way that was all too telling. My teeth ground together, and I fought not to turn away first. That hand of hers remained over my heart as she said, "I think I'm a good judge of character." A brittle laugh left me, and she flinched. Wait until you've entered the mist, and then tell me if people are still worth saving. They'll do anything to save themselves. They'll stab you in the back even if they aren't in the mist. She'd be naive to think otherwise.
You're wrong,
she snapped, dropping her hand from my chest altogether. I felt like she'd slapped me.
Yes, people are cruel, but if I did nothing, then I'd be just as bad as them.
Suddenly, I couldn't stand being in this pool, trapped with her in my arms. I couldn't handle how she stared at me. I shattered the moment in the only way I knew how. Don't disobey me again, Frey. Your only words should be, yes, sir, when I give you an order. Kiara flinched again. Even in her feverish state, she bristled at the command. Why did her defiance cause my blood to boil, and not in a way that often led to death? No, this time it simmered beneath my skin, a delicious heat settling into my chest. I needed her to get angry, to fight, and show me that life in her eyes, even if her anger was directed at me. It was how she'd stay alive. Kiara growled as she shoved against my chest. I forced myself to drop my arms and step back before fixing my face into a mask of apathy. She swayed on her feet, but a rosy blush had finally colored her wan cheeks.
You may be the commander, she said, but you're a fool to think I'd let someone die if I could save them, order or not. You don't know me at all.
She gave me her back, dismissing me. My teeth ground together as my temper flared, and I curled my hands into fists. Minutes passed, but she refused to turn, to give me the satisfaction of her gaze. So I stayed, fixed in place, my eyes eating holes in the walls. My anger didn't dissipate. Why couldn't she understand that she'd almost died? Images of a field of white haze filled my thoughts, of lifeless eyes and broken bodies. My brothers, all dead, all lost, because they dared to hope they might make a difference. You're a foolish child who knows nothing of the world, I snarled, breaking the eerie quiet that had befallen. And you will die because of it. I wanted to take back the words the second they stained the stifling air dividing us. They tasted acrid and vile on my tongue. Her shoulders stiffened. She didn't face me, but she did reply, her tone colder than the frozen mountains in the north. And you are an unfeeling, miserable bastard, and when you die, it will be alone. I might as well have been punched in the gut. How many times had people told me I was a prick? A cold-hearted shell of a man, only good at bloodying his hands for a corrupt king? I've been called every name in the book for the past 5 years, ever since I officially joined the Knights, and yet... Why did it sting more when the jab came from her? I didn't know her. I shouldn't care. Ripples of water rocked against my shoulders as I moved toward the steps and climbed out of the pool. I didn't pause before opening the double doors and slamming them shut behind me. Something foreign twisted my gut, but I ignored it. If I didn't get myself in check, I would die alone, as she'd so vehemently put it. But my death would occur out there in the cursed dark, where the mist would swallow me up whole. Another soldier who dared to fight against the impossible.
Chapter 15. Kiara.
The commander is hesitant when it comes to the girl. I fear his attachment might become a problem.
Letter from Lieutenant Harlow to King Syrian, year 50 of the curse.
Key, you there?
Patrick was waving his hand in front of my face, his dark brows furrowed. He'd apologized multiple times for being short with me yesterday, and I was quick to forgive. "I'm here," I said finally, shaking off the residual fog. After nearly drowning, I'd been living beneath a perpetual haze, wondering why I'd been able to see in a void of pure darkness. So far, I had no good answer.
Harlow is staring at you with a look I can only describe as annoyed.
I lifted my head across the dining hall and toward the thin-lipped lieutenant, finding his auburn hair tousled as though he'd spent hours running his hand through it. I could sense the immense displeasure radiating from his every pore. He's probably just angry I didn't drown, I remarked dryly, gulping down the last of my water. I slammed the empty cup on the table just as the gong sounded. More training awaited.
So,
Jake knocked my shoulder, his tone suggesting mischief. You ever going to tell us what happened after the damned Commander of the Knights lifted you in his arms and personally brought you to the bath? Patrick choked on his water, and Nick snickered. Inwardly, I groaned. I'd known this question was coming.
He had to get her warm,
Patrick offered, coming to my rescue. I gave him a grateful smile, and he winked. Under the table, his hand squeezed mine in reassurance. Yeah, totally normal behaviour coming from our superior. You sure you don't want to tell us something, Key? Jake asked, waggling his dark brows suggestively. What can I say? I can't help the fact that I'm his favourite. I smiled, as if I weren't inwardly panicking and my hands weren't growing slick with sweat. Maybe if you trained harder, he'd pay you the same attention. Jake held a hand to his chest in mock affront, and Pat rolled his eyes. Regardless, the man looked livid when he left the bath, Jake added, shoving the last of his meal in his already full mouth. So maybe you aren't a favourite anymore. Nick elbowed his friend, and they exchanged knowing grins.
You're just pissed he didn't carry you out of there in those muscular arms of his, he teased.
Damn right I am, Jake scoffed, all smiles. The gong sounded once more, and I used it as an excuse to drop all the talk of Jude and his oh-so-muscular arms. We better get to it then, I said quickly, shoving off from the table and following the other recruits. There was some residual teasing, which I expected, but I shut it out. Once they saw they'd get no rise out of me, they hurried along as Isaiah led us above the knight's sanctum into an open field. Today we would be practicing archery. Once the targets were set up, Carter assisted the less skilled recruits, demonstrating the proper stance and adjusting their fingers on the bow to perfection. He grumbled every so often when they failed to strike the mark, but when they did hit the bullseye, the man's eyes gleamed with pride. When I knocked my arrow and aimed at the target, my thoughts ventured back to the topic at lunch. Nick had been right about one thing. The commander had been pissed, his face distorting into something unrecognisable. Of course, that image made me think about the harsh words we'd exchanged. I released my arrow, missing the bullseye by a half-inch. Great. Now Jude was screwing up my aim. It was only after dinner, when I shuffled after Patrick to the dorms, that I saw him. Jude leaned into the shadows of the corridor, a wavering sunfire illuminating his scarred face. Both arms were crossed, his bare forearms rippling with muscle and painted with old wounds. I paused there, in the middle of the hallway, ignoring the curses of the recruits who nearly stumbled into my back. Jude had been livid because of one thing, my safety. I'd been equally as angry, but then again, no one had ever really cared about my safety before. Certainly not to that extent. Instantly, I softened. Maybe we both didn't know how to communicate properly. We were cut from the same cloth, and being friends, or whatever we were, was brand new. We locked eyes. I didn't mean what I said. I wondered if the sincerity of my gaze relayed such truth, if he could decipher what I couldn't say aloud. Perhaps he grasped the coarse regret eating away at me, because Jude lifted his chin ever so slightly, and then he gave me a barely perceptible nod, as if he too wished to apologise, his throat bobbing with the effort. In our frozen moment of apology, where all else faded to dust, I recognized the pain etched into every crease, every taut muscle, and each scar he wore. I saw through the mask of apathy, a sliver of pure light shining through. Maybe there was hope for us after all. The following week was full of training exercises designed to assess our abilities. Since the first test, 15 recruits had been sent to the guard. A few had surrendered to the darkness of the cave, giving in to their devastating fear. And the others? 3 recruits had died, devoured by those water-dwelling beasts that lived below the caverns of the palace. Salandons, I believe they were called. The 5th recruit I'd saved was one of those dismissed, and he seemed rather thankful for it. The poor boy Lucas had embraced me in a tight hug, uttering his gratitude 10 times over before he'd been sent packing. Harlow continued to appraise me as though I were the grit between his toes, a persistent scowl hardening his gaze. I wasn't bothered, not after so many years of training with Micah. Yet there was something besides annoyance lingering behind his stare, and if I caught his eyes for too long, the intensity of that unnameable emotion had me hastily turning away, the hair on the back of my neck rising. Carter and Isaiah, on the other hand, were patient to a fault. Whenever Isaiah smiled my way, I felt as if the very gods had blessed me. It was even rarer when Carter bestowed me with a look of pride, though his approval felt well earned when received. And the commander? I didn't see him much, other than at dinner, and occasionally when he led the knights into the meeting room. But he'd shut the grand mahogany doors behind him without a glance. I wondered endlessly what they discussed in that room, if it had to do with the mist and the curse of Assidia, and all the other secrets the king kept close to his chest. My new friends and I speculated, but we knew nothing useful. The king had kept the realm's curse and the true nature of the mist under wraps. He liked his people scared and compliant. Jake, Nick, and Patrick were good distractions. They'd only asked about my gloves once, and when I'd shot them a menacing glower and delivered threats of violence, they'd shut up. Maybe they'd done so because, deep down, they knew it wasn't their place. Or they were truly terrified I'd knock them all on their asses. Either way, the subject hadn't been brought up again. I was grateful they kept my mind busy, diverting my focus from Jude and thoughts of home. I'd learned that Jake and Nick hailed from a village about 20 miles away from Sealer. They claimed they were basically brothers, having grown up in and out of one another's household since they were 5. Nick was the quieter of the two, but I had a feeling his silence had to do with leaving his girlfriend behind during the calling. I sensed that the distance broke his heart, but a fraction of me envied him for what he shared with another, even if he'd been made to say goodbye. My romantic life back home had been comprised of clandestine meetings, none of my partners willing to be seen with me when the town was awake. Lila had been the only one to suggest meeting in public, but when the time came, she'd grown fearful and broken it off. I'll never forget how hopeful I'd felt, nor would I forget the crushing weight of betrayal when she'd all but thrust a dagger into my heart over a year ago, walking by me as if she didn't know me, her gaggle of friends in tow snickering behind their open palms. After that, I'd decided it was better to be alone, even if I knew that to be a lie. Many times, when I'd been struck by the suffocating loneliness, when I'd lie awake in bed and toss and turn, I'd wonder what it would be like to gift someone a piece of yourself and own a part of them in return. And when my plaguing thoughts grew too much, I'd sneak out of the dorms, my borrowed book tucked under my arm. As I couldn't risk lighting a candle in the dorms, the bathing suite was where I'd curl up and read. I'd only sifted through half of the handwritten text, and most of it reiterated what we'd already been taught in school. the 5 central gods and goddesses, the kingdom's humble beginnings, and King Syrian's bloody rise to power just years after the curse had begun. But it was tonight, after a particularly grueling session with Harlow and an exquisitely crafted longsword, that I opened to the next chapter. The Breaking of the Sun. A mortal man captured the eye of the sun goddess during her midday rise. Young and ambitious, he prayed to the goddess from atop the tallest mountain in the kingdom. Presenting his last coin as an offering, he pleaded for a more influential life. The goddess answered. But when he saw her in her true form, luminous and ethereal before him, the young man tumbled to his knees, awestruck and reverent. The goddess was ravishing. Cascading hair of fire fell to her waist, her heart-shaped face featuring full lips and eyes that matched the rays of light she radiated. Captivated, the man retracted his wish, claiming he only desired to remain in her presence for a little longer. Rayna, entranced by the mortal's adoration, urged him to stand. She decided to grant the man his wish, choosing to stay in her current form and dwell at his side. Days turned to weeks, weeks to months, the goddess and the mortal consumed with one another's company. It didn't take long before they fell in love. One day, while journeying to the southernmost region of the realm, the goddess fell from her horse, slicing open her leg. Light escaped from the wound, nearly blinding her lover, and yet he raced over to her, shielding her light with a blanket. Rayna realized she was weakened and could no longer stay with the man during the day, a time when she was sorely missed in the heavens. She couldn't maintain the light and walk the earth, and a decision had to be made. Devoted to the people she watched over, Rayna made up her mind, much to her lover's dismay. She would depart from the world during the hours of light, returning when the moon graced the skies. This way she could stay with the man she loved while still bringing life to the people who worshipped her below. I paused here, a sudden pang of warning shooting across my chest. I could predict how this tale would end, in heartbreak or death. The scars hidden by my gloves throbbed as if in agreement. Rayna's love abided by her decision for many years, and she granted him the rare gift of everlasting life in return. This way he would never grow old and die, and they could live out eternity together. But as the years progressed, the mortal grew discontent. He grew greedy. By this time he had made a name for himself among the people. Quickly rising through the ranks of the guard, he found himself in the company of the king. As he was clever and sharp, the king used his abilities, keeping him as an advisor. Rayna watched with a heavy heart as her lover grew more and more power-hungry with each passing sunset. One night, as she drifted down to earth, her lover was waiting for her.
"What are you doing in here this late?"
Just as it had in the library, the tome went flying out of my hands, tumbling to the stones inches away from the pool's edge. Turning my head, I found the commander, his face unreadable, an extra change of clothes swaddled under his arm. He must have been late for his bath. I hadn't even heard his footsteps. "I was reading." Scrambling to recover the fallen tome, my gloved fingers wrapped around the wrinkled spine, yanking it protectively to my chest. "I couldn't light a candle in the dorms," I added softly, the commander taking a cautious step in my direction. We hadn't spoken since that day in the pool, our words cutting and teeming with frustration and insecurity. With feline grace, Jude placed his clothes beside the pool and glided over to where I rested, my back pressed against the damp chamber wall. He didn't stop until he was hovering over me, forcing me to crane my neck to meet him. There was no emotion in his depthless eyes, nothing to give away what thoughts consumed him. I held my breath in wait, for once choosing silence over my forked tongue. Ironic how the very man I once thought I despised now rendered me speechless. Crouching, his elbows digging into his muscled thighs, Jude cocked his head, his attention drifting to the moss-green book still tucked to my chest like a newborn babe. His trenchant stare wholly unnerved me. Unable to hold it for much longer, I glanced down. That's when I noticed the speckles of red covering his hands. Blood. "Are you hurt?" I asked, about to reach for him. But Jude shoved his hands away, inching back on his heels. "I'm fine," he ground out, his biting tone relaying that he was anything but fine. Jude was shutting down before my very eyes, his features glazing over, his stare cooling to ice. I had to stop it. "Well, you interrupted me right when it was getting good." I lifted the book. Though I'm surprised such a serious man as yourself owns a book of gods and myths. I'd have assumed you'd prefer texts about combat strategies or how to properly brood while staring off into the distance. The tautness of his face relaxed ever so slightly, and a gentle grin spread across his lips, shocking me. I would have fallen over had I not seen him smile before. Serious Jude was handsome, but smiling Jude. He was absolutely mind-numbing. Our petty fight fell to the back of my thoughts. I imagined he ignored the lingering awkwardness as well. "Is that so?" he inquired, his right eye shining a brilliant honey. I couldn't stop looking at it, the way it changed hue with every blink. "Though, according to Isaiah, I have mastered brooding already." The tall knight he was always seen with. Were they actually friends? Clearing my throat, I adopted a visage of nonchalance, ignoring Jude and what his ever-changing eyes did to me. "How long have you known him?" Jude settled against the wall, only a foot separating us. "Since I was 14. He's more like an older brother at this point. An annoying older brother." Something soft flickered across his face. It had me leaning closer, even though my heart twinged in my chest. I missed my own brother fiercely. He, too, was my only friend. "I'd keep reading if I were you." He angled his chin to the book, changing topics before I could ask more about his life. "Sometimes the best part is the middle, before the ending can ruin it for you, that is." "Was this yours?" My focus rested on what my hands clutched so dearly, a finger lovingly tracing the spine. I asked because his eyes sparked with interest whenever he saw it in my hands. "It still is mine." His uninjured eye glinted roguishly in the torchlight. "I never said you could keep it." "Too bad." I shrugged, meeting his stare, which was growing more and more heated. "I think I've grown rather attached over the past few days. Foolish children like me love lore such as this." I'd meant the words to sound light and teasing. Instead, they came out soft and uncertain. "You know I didn't mean that," he said on a sigh, muscles rippling in his taut jaw. "Those creatures, Salandons, are deadly. The king trapped them below the palace years ago as his pets." Jude practically spit out the word, his disgust evident. "Diving in and wrestling with one wasn't your best idea. I thought you would have heard the growls and stayed as far from the water as possible." One could only guess what the cruel king used his pets for, and I had a feeling it involved painful deaths for those who'd displeased him. "Would you have preferred me to let that recruit die?" I crossed my arms defensively. We were so close, his knee touching mine. I could feel the heat emanating from his lean body, his warmth seeping through the thin cotton of my shirt.
"No, I suppose not," he said at last, his lips curling down. "You wouldn't be you if you'd allowed him to perish. If anything, I admire you for it, even if it has me questioning your sanity."
I startled. "Admire me?" I let out a snort, completely ignoring the last part. "I'm stunned you'd say such a thing." Jude shook his head, tangles of black falling into his eyes.
"While I am still, let's say, irritated that you did it, I find myself unable to stay angry with you, especially since your selflessness is an admirable trait for a knight. And that's the entire purpose of those tests, to see who stands out among the lot as possible defenders for Assidia."
"Would you have been angry had it been anyone else?" My question was a whisper. Seconds ticked by before he answered, his voice equally as soft.
"No, I don't think I would have been."
But before I could ask him why I was different in his eyes, Jude said,
"I expect you to return that to me when you're finished. Take care of it in the meantime, and try not to toss it into the bath."
His gaze drifted toward the whirring pool, where the tome almost had met its end minutes before. "I wouldn't want to invite the wrath of the most feared man in the kingdom all because of a book," I replied cheekily, the pressure on my chest dissipating.
"Most feared man, eh?"
Jude repeated, one corner of his mouth curled up in delight. He liked that, didn't he? A man and his ego. "Well, perhaps Harlow is the most feared. After training with you both, I'd say he might outdo you on the whole dangerous and brooding thing the two of you have going on." I waved my hand about his face as if to make my point. This time, Jude laughed outright, pronounced dimples playfully dotting both cheeks. My heart fluttered like a trapped bird.
"If those traits are the deciding factors, then yes, Harlow definitely has me beat. But he's been around a decade longer than I have. The king rarely allows him to leave the palace walls, claiming he needs one high-ranking knight in Siona at all times. I imagine being kept behind the walls doesn't help with his disposition."
That explained why Harlow hadn't gone into the mist with Jude a year ago. From the way Jude described it, Harlow didn't have much choice in the matter. "Was Isaiah with you when—" I trailed off, wincing. Now would be the time to ask about his scars and if he'd gotten them in the mist, but I held my tongue and glanced at my own gloved hands. If anyone understood that some secrets were harder to share than others, it was me.
"No, Isaiah and Harlow were the only high-ranking knights to stay back," Jude said, seeming to understand what I'd been about to ask.
I watched the column of his throat as he swallowed hard.
"Harlow couldn't run the sanctum alone, and I'm thankful every day he chose Isaiah to stay as his second-in-command."
His blood-speckled hands twitched, and he glanced down to them, his brow wrinkling. Before he could snatch them away again, I reached out and grabbed his hand. He jolted at the contact, his eyes turning wide.
"What are you doing?"
he choked out, his breaths uneven. "What happened here?" I asked, inspecting his fingers while wiping away the dried flakes where I could. Jude tensed.
"Nothing you should concern yourself with."
I shouldn't push, but... Hells, I always pushed. "Tell me." I averted my gaze, focusing solely on rubbing away the red. He surprised me by allowing it. When time stretched on and he didn't answer, I garnered the courage and lifted my chin. Jude was staring at my hands, at my gloves.
"Tell me why you wear those, and I'll tell you what happened tonight." The offer hung in the air between us, both a lifeline and an anchor. If I told him about my past, about what happened that fateful day, he might look at me differently. Or maybe I'd just grown so accustomed to the wicked gossip of the villagers in Sealer, all claiming I was some kind of abomination behind the safety of their cupped hands. A part of me agreed with them. "I thought so," he said, but there wasn't any bite in his tone. Just an easy acceptance, like he understood. "We all have our secrets, Kiara." My toes curled in my boots at the way he said my name, soft and slow and deep. Realizing I still held on to it, I dropped his hand. He brought it to rest beside his other one on his knee. It was a miracle I could speak at all when I asked, "Tell me a secret, then. One you can part with." Jude considered, dipping his chin and allowing his dishevelled hair to tumble back into his eyes. He didn't look at me as he spoke. "Well, it's not a secret. I should tell you, but I've broken all the rules as it is." Jude gave me a knowing look before he continued and said, "The king wants the knights to take the recruits into the mist. Soon." My heart stopped. "You can't be serious. There's no way any of those boys are ready for that." "And you are?" A lone raven brow rose in question. "More so than the rest," I answered without hesitation, lifting my chin. Jude continued his unnerving assessment, and I suddenly wished for the ability to read minds, especially his. The commander was not at all how I expected him to be. Cruel? Inhumane? Ruthless? Yes. But now, and all the other times fate had brought us together, he was almost too human, and only with me. That was the question I couldn't seem to find an answer to. What made me so unlike the others? I didn't think it had anything to do with me being a girl. From the gossip I'd heard, the knights got plenty of attention, all adored by Siona's ladies and men for their bravery. My throat constricted at the thought of Jude with another, but I swallowed down the petty jealousy. He could be with anyone he wanted. I had no claim on him. That thought didn't help stop the heat from reaching my ears, likely turning them an obscene red. I brushed my hair over them, hiding the evidence. Jude broke the hush first, his voice turning hard, grim. "I'm to put together a troop of 4 recruits," he said, lifting his eyes to me. Thoughts of Jude with another vanished. "There will be 3 groups sent out, all entering the mist at various points from the kingdom's borders. The king is hoping to speed up the process, to reunite Assidia with its lost son, even if that means sending in helpless recruits in order to do so." "Why? What good would poorly trained soldiers do him? Wouldn't it be best to wait until we'd all completed our training?" "Because time is running out. Apparently our food reserves are running out, and we have mere months before nothing is left." "Time has been running out for years," I argued, subconsciously curving my body toward his, my arm grazing his knee. A bolt of electricity shot through me from the contact. Jude let out a hiss, one so faint I could have imagined it. "That it has. But the king has been extra frantic as of late. I imagine he knows more than he lets on," he ground out, his focus lingering on his knee, where I'd touched him. His jaw clenched. "But don't worry. I will only bring a handful of those I believe have the best chance at survival." His eyes slowly rose to meet mine. "So you admit it?" I embraced the adrenaline flourishing in my chest. "I am the best recruit." While I hoped for humour to grace my tone, my voice came out all breathy and unrecognisable. I cursed all the gods for it. The moment I saw you in that poor excuse for a square, I opened my mouth to defend my village when his barbed glare shut me up. He continued, the second you leapt in without hesitation to protect your brother, someone who wouldn't have had a chance in such a fight, I knew. Adam was twice your size and you didn't care. You didn't stop and think about it. You acted. Jude peered off into the shadows. There was no fear on your face, only hunger. Hunger for the battle, the adrenaline, the victory. I gulped, suddenly feeling raw, vulnerable. And yet, while I would have bristled at such words and deflected in the past, now my silence admitted what my mouth could not. He was right. I recognized something in you that day, and the Knights need someone with that hunger to fight what prowls beyond. Believe me, I would know. I couldn't hold myself back anymore. I suddenly felt too exposed, and my selfish mind demanded payment in return. Will you ever tell me about what happened out there a year ago? My voice was a whisper of a thing, barely audible to my own ears. Jude returned that calculating stare to my face, my eyes, my mouth, seeming to inhale each quivering exhale from my lips. That same rawness I'd felt moments before doubled until each inhale burned. One day I might. A biting disappointment sat heavily upon my chest. But, he began, and cool fingers touched my skin, lifting my chin. My rampant pulse quickened at the contact. Never had something as simple as a touch brought about such a chaotic reaction. What happened to my face took place many, many years before I joined the Knights. I couldn't look away if I wanted to. I'd barely heard the words he'd spoken when he was touching me. The sensation was akin to the aftermath of a well-fought round in the ring, addicting in the most devastating way possible. You wear your scars well. I spoke without thought. If anything, they draw me to you. And they did. If only he knew the reason why. Jude abruptly dropped his fingers from my chin, clearing his throat as he placed distance between us. Why couldn't I simply stop speaking? My admission had broken the comfortable peace that had befallen us. I should go. As should you. My chest constricted at the dismissal. Jude rose to his feet in a single fluid motion, a blur of black cloth and melancholy silver. Avoiding my eyes entirely, he didn't offer me a hand as I hoisted myself up. The room lost all of the warmth that had bathed me seconds ago. Jude? Yes, recruit. Great, we were back to that. Thank you for telling me. And for the book. I offered the heavy volume, but his focus strayed to the wall instead, as if the mouldy stones were the most fascinating things in the world. Yes, well, I figured it would be beneficial, though you should finish the story. His throat worked as he swallowed hard, the muscles in his shoulders visibly tensing beneath his taut shirt. I wondered what he wasn't saying. Our easy conversation had turned into something awkward and frigid, and I detested that most of all. Just when I felt like I was getting him to open up to me, he shut down, walled himself inside whatever fortress guarded his secrets. Good night, Kiara. Without another furtive glance, Jude bolted from the chamber, his heavy steps thundering across the cracked stones. Good night, I whispered to his back. My arms encircled his book as though it held the answer to our kingdom's curse, though I knew my protectiveness had everything to do with who it belonged to. A boy who made my heart thud wildly in his presence,
the stone-faced commander with a broken heart, whose past was teeming with dark secrets, and a mystery I was now determined to unravel.
Chapter 16. Jude. A good man is often the one who has known the most evil. A Syrian proverb. The next morning, King Syrian sprawled across the arms of his high-backed chair, his two long limbs splayed leisurely in front of him as if we weren't discussing Assyria's future or possible demise. The king was arrogant, always had been. The walls of Syrian's grand war room were painted obsidian, darker than a moonless night. No pictures lined the windowless space, and the only pieces of furniture were the long black table and crimson velvet chairs, all now filled with the kingdom's leading officials and most trusted generals. It reminded me of the inside of a deep cave, all sharp edges with no discernible way out. Even the air tasted foul, like rotten flesh masked by the floral scent of too many lit candles. The king had already decided my mission, and only fools argued with a man devoid of reason and gifted with too much power. My appearance here today was, for all purposes, a formality. I leaned back in my chair, the palest of blue eyes gazing back at me from the head of the table. They were almost silver in certain lighting, unnatural and unnerving. But his peculiar eyes and strong jaw were the only visible parts of the king, who wore his usual silver mask, crafted of the finest polished metal and etched with intricate whorls and curving lines. No one had seen him without his mask for decades. The last man who'd dare question it found his head decorating a spike, put there by me.
I wonder what it is that's occupying that head of yours, dear Commander.
A dozen faces whirled in my direction, and a dozen chairs creaked as the bodies that occupied them shifted. I could feel invisible flames lick at my skin. How I longed to lunge across the table, to wrap my hands around his neck and squeeze. My king. I stood, straining to appear nothing less than calm, indifferent, loyal. I am aware you know of my concerns about sending in the young recruits. All I am asking of you is to wait until their training is complete.
I, too, agree, my king. If time is running out, as you say, we should make sure our final attempt leaves no room for error.
I glanced to Lord Beredin, a once wealthy landowner from the south. He'd pledged his allegiance to Syrian 30 years ago, but since then his lands had withered in the night, along with his riches. Syrian shoved out of his chair, his nearly luminescent skin a striking whitish grey in the yellow candlelight. He ignored Beredin entirely as he sauntered my way. I held my ground, hands clasped behind my back, shoulders tall, as the merciless ruler of Assyria stopped inches from my frame. He could do his best to intimidate me, but I had long ago ceased to fear this man. I'd seen enough cruelty in this lifetime to fill 1,000 more. A man who no longer feared death did not wither beneath its gaze.
I thought I made myself very clear, Commander Maddox,
the king snapped, cocking his head to the side. My reflection played across the smooth expanse of his mask, my expression stoic and expertly apathetic. If the king only knew what I truly thought of him. You did, sire, but this batch of recruits is far from prepared, and I want nothing but the best for your efforts. Syrian clucked his tongue.
Ah, see. I know you're hardly afraid of a little sacrifice, and we've exhausted the other routes entirely. Soon, the few crops we've been able to harvest will wither away, and our people will have nothing. I'm sure you don't want that.
He flashed a sneer in the direction of his adviser, a slimy man with a protruding gut who quivered beneath his master's penetrating gaze.
Call it intuition. Call it a vision from the gods.
Syrian paused to tilt his head mockingly to the ceiling, aiming for the heavens.
"But I've been assured that this is finally the right path, that we will find the keys to break the curse out there, our salvation taking the form of 3 objects, that, once united, will bring back the day. And you would do well to not question my judgment. Understood?"
There wasn't any other response I could give but, "Yes, sire." He didn't elaborate on these mystical objects, the keys to break the curse. When Syrian had briefed me earlier, all he'd mentioned was that the gods themselves would aid us in our plight. But that couldn't be true. The gods didn't care.
"Very well, then."
Syrian swiveled in his boots, his long black robes fluttering about his lean frame, as he moved back in the direction of his seat. But before he reached it, he grabbed hold of Lord Beriden's greying hair and yanked back. A silver dagger, hidden in the king's sleeves, slipped out and into his gloved hand. Beriden didn't have a chance to scream, as his throat was cut. Blood gushed from the wound, a spray of red wetting the papers he clutched in his still twitching hands. Syrian shoved the dying lord onto the table, his head striking the surface with brutal force. Gurgling noises sounded as Beriden bled out beside the refreshments. The tension in the room became a thing of pain, though I felt hardly anything at all. The sight should have bothered me much more than it did.
"If anyone else wishes to voice their concerns about my plan, now would be the time."
Syrian sighed, wiping his bloody dagger on his long robes. No one spoke. No one dared breathe.
"Perfect. Now, I am well aware of what needs to be done, and you all should move forward with your instructions."
Syrian smiled at his advisers, and the High Lords all blanched. Many shook their heads. I'd yet to settle back into my chair, my muscles taut and on alert. That could have been you, I thought, my nails digging into the fleshy parts of my palms. One wrong word, and you're dead. I'd carelessly forgotten Syrian's ruthlessness. It was the reason he'd maintained the throne for so long. Many had tried usurping him, and all had failed. He was a man who'd become a monster, and too few were willing to battle a living nightmare.
"Good, then it's settled."
King Syrian waved a careless hand in the air, dismissing the room. It erupted in shuffling footsteps and fluttering papers. The advisers all but ran from the chamber, none willing to give the king an excuse to make them his next victim.
"Commander Maddox,"
Syrian called, and I halted, halfway to the doorway and to safety. I bit back a curse, whirling around. My nails dug into the flesh of my palms, no doubt hard enough to draw blood. Lord Beriden's body lay halfway on the table, his head face down. A growing pool of red spread across the polished surface, wetting some of the papers left behind. I lifted my eyes. "Yes, my king?"
"A word, if you will. I have something very important to discuss with you, something that might clear some things up, ease your wayward thoughts."
It was only us now in his war chambers, and being this close, this alone, with a man deemed bloodthirsty and heartless, had a slick crown of sweat banding across my brow. I might not fear the man, but his words still held consequences, and not simply for me. "What is it, sire?" The king merely grinned, his canines poking into his full bottom lip. My fists clenched at the sight. Whatever he planned to ask would likely end with more blood on my hands. I was his chosen weapon to quench his bloodlust.
"I've been given information claiming a girl has been added to your ranks, one hailing from the village of Sela."
I nodded, my stomach churning. Instantly my mind held one image, a face I'd sworn to keep far from my thoughts. It had proven to be a useless feat.
"I want you to keep a very close eye on that one. Add her to your group, and bring her with you into the mist. One of my little birds has deemed her rather important to the cause."
"But, sire—"
"Silence!"
he bellowed, losing the playful edge that had lined his words. Carefully, he tilted his head to the lifeless Beredin, as if in warning.
"I want her beside you at all times. She might very well help us in our endeavors. Find what we have searched decades for. I am sure that is what you want as well, for our kingdom to be free of the night."
He stepped another inch closer, his breath hot on my cheek. My brows furrowed. How would one girl be of any significance? I tried desperately to sound bored, unaffected by the decree, but the thought of Syrian knowing about Kiara, hoping to somehow use her, sent my hackles rising. I loathed how protective I felt.
"That's not for you to worry about, Maddox. But when her use reveals itself to you, I need you to follow through."
When I opened my mouth to ask what he meant, Syrian merely shoved a folded piece of parchment into my hands.
"Read it, then burn it,"
he instructed, tapping a lean finger on my chest.
"If everything happens as it should, then you will be rewarded richly."
As if I cared at all for riches, for station or promotion. What I desired was the impossible. A dream I'd long ago placed away, nearly forgotten, until that day in Sealer's Square, when Kiara had awakened what I'd believed dead. "The girl is not qualified," I lied. "She can hardly keep up with the rest of the recruits, and I refuse to send in someone who might hold us back." King Syrian paused, an eerie calm settling in the too small room. My heart was pounding, louder and stronger than during any fight I'd yet to encounter. Never had I spoken so brazenly to the king. I expected him to scold me, to raise his voice and deem me a fool. But instead, he snapped his fingers, his lips curled in sinful triumph. Seconds later, the double doors to the council room burst open, and 3 burly bastards, each the size of 2 men, came barreling in, 6 smiles brightening their rugged faces.
"Help remind our beloved commander of his duties,"
Syrian ordered, nodding to the men at my back.
"And do not stop until he has fully remembered."
And with that, the king sauntered from the room, 2 guards closing the doors behind him. I assessed the men before me, who began to circle me like vultures. I saw 2 options: fight back, or take it and live another day. I shut my eyes, just as the first punch landed.
Chapter 17. Kiara. I had a dream of Grandmother last night and immediately thought of you. There was always a bond between the 2 of you I never understood. I think I was always envious of it. You're like her in many ways, stubborn, self-righteous, and certainly quick to anger. But like her, you attract the little good in this world, and people, whether they love or hate you, can't help but be drawn to you. Hells, I think I'm envious of that as well. Unmailed letter from Liam Frey to his sister Kiara Frey, year 50 of the curse. The morning began like every other one before it, and that was the problem. Jude didn't make an appearance during the meet-up in the rotunda, and he was noticeably absent from dinner. Days passed. I constantly peered into corridors and alcoves, expecting to glimpse his shadowy form hiding in the gloom, his broad arms crossed against his chest as raven hair tumbled into his depthless eyes, always observing, forever guarding. But he was never there. He simply vanished like the shadow I likened him to, and not a single knight spoke of him. As it wasn't a topic I could very well broach, I kept my mouth shut, choosing to keep a vigilant eye out for his scowling face, a face that undid me in more ways than I liked. On the fourth morning of Jude's absence, Pat, Nick, Jake and I practiced drills in the rotunda. Since the trial in the caverns, the four of us had become inseparable. Perhaps our ordeal had bonded us, made us form a ragtag team, but whatever the reason, I was grateful, if begrudgingly so. On that particularly brisk morning, I'd just instructed Nick on how to complete an exceptionally complex combo. Carter had grimaced at my deviation from his training, but a second later, he was mimicking my motions, grumbling beneath his breath as he tried to perfect the intricate series of motions.
"Not bad,"
he admitted in that roughened way of his.
"You could use some more force behind it, but decent enough."
He grabbed at his greying beard, the corner of his eyes crinkling with what I could mistake for amusement. He moved on to the next group of trainees, ruffling one of the lads' heads before he showed them the new moves. I smiled at the sight.
"Such a suck-up, Key," Nick said with a smirk.
"Not a suck-up, Nick. It's not my fault Carter took notice of my impeccable form." I batted my lashes playfully. "Maybe if you didn't hesitate before striking, you'd catch his eye too." Jake snorted, and Nick shot him a warning look. The boys had just resumed their stances when the hair on the back of my neck tingled, a pleasant rush of air wafting through the dampened strands of my loose braid. Even as I turned, I knew it was him. Jude. I froze where I stood, shocked, speechless by the battered mess that was Commander Maddox's face. Ghastly purple bruises blossomed beneath both eyes, and a nasty cut sliced across his unscarred cheek. The once straight bridge of his nose was crooked and slightly swollen, leading me to believe it had been broken. But it was the utter lifelessness in his eyes that did me in. A pain so tangible it crashed into my body, ripping the air from my lungs. A slight gasp accompanied the tremor that worked its way up my spine. My eyes burned with a foreign rage as I rediscovered my voice. "Commander Maddox!" I yelled across the room, his name tumbling out of my mouth in a flustered rush. "Can I have a word?" Jude staggered into the light of the sunfires, the soft blaze illuminating each grisly blow he'd been dealt. I envisioned every last one of them, every strike, each bone-shattering punch, and my mouth soured. He regarded me coldly, both his hands clasped austerely behind his back. Painfully long seconds ticked by, and just when I believed Jude would ignore me, that he'd leave me breathless and questioning, he rigidly jerked his head toward the privacy of the corridor. He slipped away without a word. "I'll be right back, guys," I called over my shoulder, not bothering to spare them a glance. They'd likely tease me about the commander again. They certainly hadn't held back since the day he'd carried me to the bath, especially Jake. He was the worst of them. I barreled into the curving corridor, the pale sunfire sconces providing just enough of a glow so I didn't stumble. A lithe silhouette lingered beneath an empty sconce, Jude's black clothes and hair doing well to camouflage him. Commander," I corrected, closing the gap between us. His eyes used to flicker in amusement when he spoke with me, but this time they were as dull as unpolished silver. "Yes, recruit. How can I help you?" Gods, his tone could cut through stone. I was wondering, I began, off to a stuttering start, where you've been all this time. I didn't see you once shadowing Harlow or at dinner. "Where I go is none of your concern, recruit." His jaw ticked, but I noted how his brown eye flared, amber flooding his iris. He crossed his arms against his chest, his breaths uneven and strained. "I'm sorry, I was just worried?" I said it like a question, and maybe it was one. I hadn't been entirely truthful as to why I'd sought him out over the last few days. Obviously something horrific had taken place, or his face wouldn't be painted with bruises and cuts. My fists clenched and ice pooled in my belly. I wanted to lash out, wanted to strike something, anything. The overwhelming surge of rage should have startled me, but I simply drank it in, swallowing it down like sweet wine. Jude took a step closer, the torchlight casting macabre shadows beneath his already dark eyes. "Why on earth would you be worried?" he taunted with an acidic bite, his full lips stretched thin. "I am your commander, not your friend." The words stung more than I would have liked. Sure, I didn't think we would exchange chocolates and braid one another's hair, but still, I thought we had an understanding, a unique relationship, one he didn't share with the others. Had I been so foolishly wrong? "My apologies, Commander," I ground out, venom wrapped around every syllable. "I will leave you to your duties, then." Gods, why did I even care? Why had I spent my nights thinking about the well-being of a boy who clearly didn't deserve it? My nostrils flared, and with a look that would have had any man cowering, I turned on my heel, setting off for my friends. I wasn't prepared for the hand that encircled my wrist, for the shock of those warm fingers wrapping around me, holding me back. "Kiara." I turned, my name as coarse as sandpaper coming from his lips. The hand that secured me pulled, and I allowed it, permitting him to guide me farther into the gloom, farther from prying eyes. In a whirl of temper I turned, that familiar rush of icy heat racing down my arms and prickling the tips of my fingers. This man brought out the fire I often failed to smother, stoking the flames until the chaos within could not be contained. "What do you want, Commander?" I asked derisively. "I thought I was dismissed." Jude's stare flickered to where his hand grasped mine, a peculiar expression replacing his earlier apathy. I almost relented, nearly softened, but I held firm, meeting him head-on. When he finally spoke, his voice was lined with gravel, with glass, and with a tinge of what I believed to be bitterness. "That group I told you about," the one he'd been entrusted to take into the mist. "We're to set out tomorrow." "I thought we were departing last week, and then you just disappeared." "Well." He snaked a hand through his tangled hair, the colour taking on a bluish-yellow tint in the light. "I wasn't fond of the idea of sending untrained men into battle, especially as I know firsthand what lies beyond. But it seems as if I don't have a choice in the matter. Not that I ever did." The bitterness swelled, stinging my ears. "I relayed my thoughts to my superiors, but they are determined to explore every possible route. For a reason beyond my understanding, it has been decided that 3 groups of recruits will be led into the cursed lands to seek a cure, without proper training, without time to prepare, without a damned hope of survival." It was the starkness of a cutting pain that replaced the burning resentment in his eyes. "Is that why your face—" I couldn't finish the thought, was unable to form coherent words, but Jude, understanding what I meant, nodded. My jaw clenched. I wanted to kill the men who'd harmed Jude, who'd made him bleed. Is this how he'd felt when I'd nearly died in the tunnels? This annoying sense of protectiveness. It made me feel sick in a way I hadn't experienced before. Black shadows prickled the edges of my vision as my hand rose of its own accord. When my leather-clad fingers made contact with the gruesome gash marring his cheekbone, he flinched, but I didn't pull away. I expected Jude to shove my hand down and retreat, to put the proper distance befitting those in our positions. But when his unusually scruffy cheek pressed into my hand, both eyes momentarily shutting as he loosed an exhale, my traitorous heart fluttered. Jude's lids blinked open a heartbeat later, his stare unflinching as his gaze dove into mine and soothed a piece of my soul I'd only recently discovered. He didn't look at me like most people did, not with loathing or indifference or even doubt. Jude stared at me like he saw the fighter hidden beneath my skin, the powerful woman I could become. And in the reflection of his eyes, I saw the truest version of myself. Maybe that's why I couldn't look into them for too long. The stagnant air was sucked from the room, an overwhelming feeling of floating and drowning threatening to weaken my knees. It was a moment captured in a bubble, one that would inevitably burst. Jude pulled away first, rising to his full height. Not sure what to say, I shifted nervously on my feet, peering at him from beneath my lashes. What the hell's had just happened? He took a step back, his jaw growing tense once more, the serenity he'd experienced at my touch dispersing into the shadows that pressed at our backs.
We leave in the morning.
I watched his Adam's apple bob.
I've selected 4 recruits to accompany me and 2 other knights. The remaining 2 groups will depart the day after.
I felt myself nod, the words not yet sinking in.
You're supposed to be on my list.
I see. The mood was so heavy that I didn't even make a quip about being the best recruit in the bunch, which was true, but now didn't seem the time to rub that fact in. Jude's unkempt hair tumbled into his face. He was a mess, and not just physically. Are you going to tell me what to expect? I asked hesitantly.
We will make camp right before the mist. There, I will explain everything. It's not safe to do so here.
He scanned the empty corridor warily. Perhaps the knight's sanctum wasn't as secure as I'd been led to believe. I see, I repeated, though I didn't understand at all. Not the mission, and certainly not whatever was growing between me and my superior. Jude lifted his hand as if to touch my cheek, but likely thought better of it, lowering it to his side and balling it into a tight fist. He gave me one final lingering look before abandoning me in the hall. Tomorrow was the beginning of the end.
Chapter 18. Jude. She is what we've suspected. A little nudging on my part, and the commander will select her all on his own. No one will be the wiser. Letter from unknown sender to King Syrian, year 50 of the curse. The recruits were all lined up before Harlow, Carter, and Isaiah before I stepped into the rotunda. Today was the day lives would be changed forever. Today, I would deliver a sentence worse than death. My stomach was lead as I marched into the center and took my place alongside my men. Harlow nodded, but Isaiah met my eyes and held them, a knowing look passing between us. He silently conveyed everything swirling in my head. That these boys weren't ready to die. That fate was cruel, and we had no other choice but to follow orders. I twisted away from my oldest friend. I wouldn't be able to get through today if I stared any longer. Isaiah had a gift of worming his way under my skin and almost making me forget that I was a servant to the crown. The recruits' faces were sober, not one of them daring to speak.
You must be wondering why you are all gathered here before us.
Lieutenant Harlow circled the room like a caged beast, his deep green eyes sharpening on every lad he passed.
Today, a small number of you, personally selected by our commander, will be tasked to carry out a dangerous mission. But Commander Maddox has been gracious enough to allow those chosen the option to accept or deny. Seeing as you haven't completed your training yet, he added with a grimace.
Harlow hadn't liked that stipulation. Neither had Isaiah, who argued that it wasn't wise to go against the king's wishes. Truthfully, I shouldn't be allowing choice, but it was my own way of rebelling against Syrian. I never had that option, and I'd be damned if I sent the recruits into the cursed lands without their consent.
I stepped forward as Harlow fell in line with the other knights. He shot me a scowl before facing ahead. "Today, I am asking a select few to journey with me and my men into the mist," I said, gasps echoing in reply. "You have the choice to turn down this assignment, but just so you know, the king has decreed it vital for the kingdom's safety. You may also know that we lost many knights on the last mission, and that is why we had to make the calling mandatory this year for all eligible initiates." I briefly found Kiara across the room, her rich copper hair glowing beneath the chandelier. At her side were the 3 boys who followed her everywhere. Patrick, the one with freckles and pale green eyes, sidled closer, but when he made to reach for her gloved hand, she pulled away. Interesting. I looked away from her, already anticipating the hellfire that would soon rain down on me once she discovered what I'd done. Or rather, the final decision I'd made. "When I call your name, please step into the ring." Every one of them straightened, probably holding their breaths. 4 names, 4 lives lost. Nick Danick. Kiara's attention shot to her new friend, whose skin paled visibly. He recovered quickly enough, squaring his shoulders and striding into the center. He gave me a respectful nod before twisting back to his friends, hands clasped behind his back. "Jake Carlton." Another of her friends. Jake fell in line next to Nick, the 2 gazing blankly ahead. Kiara had unknowingly surrounded herself with the best of the lot. Jake excelled at archery and hand-to-hand combat, and Nick was an exceptional swordsman. Alec Evans. Another good soldier, and quick on his feet. I noted how he'd received excellent marks from Harlow, which was impressive in itself. 4 names, 4 recruits. Kiara lifted her chin expectantly, awaiting her turn. She was prepared for me to call her name, to condemn her. "Patrick Parsons." She was too stunned to issue a protest, and I watched soundlessly as Patrick ambled into the center of the chamber, his skin a sickly white. He was well versed in lore and botany, both useful attributes for where we were headed. Regardless of his fighting abilities, he'd make a decent addition. "Commander Maddox." It appeared as though Kiara had found her voice after all. "Recruit." I fixed my face into an expression of indifference. "You have a question?" She seethed, her hands clenching. "I am just as qualified, if not more so, than the appointed recruits. I would like to take the last recruit's place." Patrick's face turned a deep crimson, his eyes widening in shock as he urged her to shut her mouth. "The decision is final," I barked, turning away from her and giving her my back. "However, if the recruits selected would like to decline, now is their chance." I hadn't been lying when I'd offered them that one small mercy. Sure, turning down this offer would relegate them to the guard, but at least they'd have a better chance of living. My heart thundered as Kiara begged them to reconsider, her tone comprised of ice and fury. No one spoke up. No one answered her pleas. Secretly, I was thankful. I'd pay for this later, though, when the king discovered I'd knowingly disobeyed a direct order, but I'd be too far into the mist by then to feel his wrath. Besides, I didn't expect to return back home to Siona this time. Not breathing, at least. "Recruits," I probed, turning to each of them in turn. "Do any of you wish to return to the ranks?" The recruits steeled their spines and bit their tongues. "But, Commander, you can't possibly expect—"
"Quiet!"
The thundering command reverberated throughout the chamber, Kiara's protests freezing on the tip of her tongue. I cursed all the gods, wishing to wipe away that look on her face, the one that had my insides twisting and my pulse soaring. She hated me. I could see it clearly enough. Looking away from her, I began conveying orders to the recruits, telling them to head to the stables once they finished packing. Thankfully, Isaiah and Carter started rattling off a list of preparations, though deep lines formed across Isaiah's forehead, my friend shooting me a curious glance. Throughout, I felt her stare on my back like a red-hot brand. "Leave," I begged. Be smart and fucking walk away. She didn't. Stubborn woman. Harlow shouted an order, and those not selected scrambled away to the upper training fields. I didn't move to join them. Not yet. I merely turned, knowing full well what awaited me. Kiara's stare could cut through metal. With her chin lifted and her eyes clouded with shadows, she looked nothing short of a lethal warrior. "I told you to leave, recruit," I growled, stepping into her space. Even though I was a good foot taller than her, it still felt like she was looking down on me. It had to be a gift. "What did I just say?" I hissed, my voice low enough that the others across the room didn't hear. "I told you to leave." "And I was told I would be on that list of yours," she answered boldly. I moved until my chest pressed against hers. "You're wearing on my last nerve, Frey," I snapped, losing what little patience I retained. If she didn't leave now, I'd be forced to make a scene and punish her for disobeying an order from a superior. And I simply don't care. Inhaling a jagged breath at the insolent words, I clenched my fists and swallowed every curse I wanted to release. "You will die if you go out there. Don't you understand that?" My voice softened, if only slightly. "This mission of the King's is a fool's errand, a suicide mission. One I've carefully deliberated on and decided not to put you through, especially when you have the potential to be great." I'd debated all through the night, and sometime around 3 a.m, I'd made a decision. Call it impulsive, but for once in my life, I refused to be a puppet, a pawn, a harbinger of death. "I'm coming, Jude," she snarled, pressing a finger into my chest. Her eyes turned even darker, narrowing into cat-like slits. "No, you're not coming. I will not be the cause of your death." "If you think for one moment that I will let them go and die in that cursed fog without me, then you don't know me at all." I knew her, and that was the problem. Once Kiara had claimed those boys as her own, she would do everything in her power to protect them, just as she had defended her brother during the calling. Too damn bad. I bared my teeth in challenge, and a muscle in my jaw feathered. "You're going to regret that," she threatened, a twisted smile curving her sensuous lips. The certainty of that promise stole my air. Without bothering to utter one more word, Kiara turned on her heel and bolted, her boots thundering like a storm of wrath and ruin. I watched every step she took, knowing full well I'd done nothing but poke at the beast lurking within. But my beast matched hers, and we'd only tear one another to pieces in the end.
Chapter 19. Kiara. The time is approaching, and I grow weaker by the day. This will be my final letter to you, as my previous queries have all gone unanswered. I worry that your relationship with Syrian has changed, and I fear your closeness. I pray you have not forgotten the mission at hand. If we do not succeed, then Assidia will pay the price. Letter from Aurora Adair to unknown recipient, year 49 of the curse. Uncle Micah had taught me many useful things over the years. Among them was that anger and fear had no place on the battlefield. You left those emotions behind you. Any emotion had no place in your mind when facing a mission, a fight. Thus far I was utterly failing Micah. My temper flared, burning brighter than any man-made flame. It was my greatest weakness, my inability to tame my fury, to place it inside a box and face the world with clear eyes, not when my vision was glazed in red. He'd all but promised I'd be on that list, and then he'd turned around and chosen the recruits closest to me? No! I wouldn't stand for that! Anger didn't even begin to cover what slithered in my veins. It was my life in Sealer all over again, being told what I could and could not do. If it hadn't been for Uncle Micah and some particularly contentious training sessions, I'd have loosed an arrow into the eye of some deserving man back home. Sure, I understood he was trying to protect me, but Jude should have realised there wouldn't be anything he could do to stop me from going once he'd called those names. Secretly, I suspected he knew this too. Right after my confrontation with the commander, I'd crept back to the dorms, snagging my only extra set of fresh clothes and a hooded cloak that would provide some warmth against the chill outside these walls. Timepieces were rare, meant only for the wealthy or those in power, but I remembered seeing one of the boys hiding an older model beneath his mattress, and I took that as well. The next stop was the kitchens, where I loaded up on supplies, and a canteen full of vodka. I'd expected water, but the vodka was a lovely surprise I couldn't turn down. The mission at hand was simple. I'd stay hidden as my fellow recruits ventured beyond the gates and into the thick of the Pastoria forest. The trick was to allow them just enough distance to believe they were in the clear before I pursued. Now, crouching in the unlit corner of the stables, I observed Pat and my friends mounting their prepared steeds, their bags bulging at the seams. They'd been outfitted in leather jackets and coarse black cloaks, their boots replaced with those the knights wore. None of them sported the grins I'd gotten to know and memorize over the past few days, and all the good-natured camaraderie was absent. Commander Maddox escorted them through the wrought-iron gates, riding ahead with his head encased in that menacing steel helmet, the obsidian spikes particularly ominous today. While he didn't wear armour, likely due to the added burden, he was undoubtedly on his way to battle. The hilt of the jewelled dagger I'd borrowed from the training room poked into my side. It would be a good bribe for a greedy stable hand. "Psst!" I hissed from the shadows, spotting my prey. The young stable hand's brown eyes rose suspiciously to where I lurked in the dim. He glanced both ways before ambling over, his tawny brow thoroughly furrowed. "I need a horse that is quick and won't be noticed missing," I barked, not granted the time for a smooth introduction. And sure, it was a tall order, but I prayed the jewels embedded in the dagger would persuade him to take the risk. The boy gave a derisive scoff, holding back a chuckle. "Get lost!" He waved me off, turning to grab a rusted shovel from a hook on the wall. I slid from the shadows. "So this," I extracted the polished weapon from its hiding place, "wouldn't interest you then?" I made sure to twist the blade so that the seductive gleam of the gems caught the light of the torches. Hells, even I would be tempted to accept the offer if our roles were reversed. As I'd suspected, the stable boy's features brightened in awareness, the sneer he'd worn wiped clean off his gaunt face. "Where did you get that?" "Does it matter?" I raised a brow, shrugging. I took a bold step closer. "You either want it or not, and it is well worth the price of a horse. Look at the quality of these sapphires surrounding the ruby." I sounded like some of the travelling merchants that frequented our village every March, pushing their wares onto busy shoppers. The boy didn't even pretend to think it over. With a displeased grumble, he relented, shooting me a crude gesture before vanishing into the farthest stall. The smile that lifted the corners of my mouth was triumphant. It had been almost too easy. My smug grin plummeted upon seeing the horse he'd secured for me. The chocolate mare had some age on her, that much was apparent. She seemed as ready for a strenuous trek as a three-legged donkey, and that was me being generous. "Are you trying to pull one over on me, boy? That horse has to be older than I am." "You want her or not? This is the only mare that will go unnoticed, and it's my only offer." He defiantly crossed his reedy arms at his chest, raising a thin brow as if to ask, "What are you going to do about it?" What a cocky little asshole. "Fine," I growled, snagging the reins before tossing him the sheathed blade. His hands fumbled as he caught it, and he admired it briefly before tucking it beneath his threadbare wool jacket. "But just so you're warned." I paused at his foreboding tone, about to unhook a worn saddle hanging across from the stalls. "Starlight is much feistier than she looks." I doubted it. The mare looked like she would rear back in fright at the sight of a cockroach. "Thanks for the advice," I sneered, fitting the saddle over her back. Starlight. Yeah, with a name like that she would be a real hellion. "Come on, old broad, let's see what you got." The mare grunted in reply, shaking her muzzle at me in reproach. "Fine, no need to get sassy with me." I patted her neck, which only seemed to irritate her further. Perhaps the ancient horse had more life in her than I thought. Grabbing the reins, I led Starlight through the side exit of the courtyard, my hooded head lowered but my steps confident. You would have thought being the only girl in the heart of the knight's sanctum would have made me stick out like the only girl in the knight's sanctum, but not one of the grumbling stable hands nor any of the scurrying servants paid me any mind. Maybe the oversized hood of my cloak helped disguise me. Red hair still poked out at the sides, but with my head bent to the packed earth, I might very well pass as one of the many errand boys coming in and out of the palace. This thought bolstered my conviction, and my shoulders lost some of their rigidness. When I was beyond the main gates of the palace, a bored soldier in desperate need of coffee having waved me through, I mounted my grumbly horse. Starlight nickered as I hoisted myself onto her back, settling only when I scolded her in my most reproachful tone. She might be feisty, but she had just met her match. This early, the neatly paved streets were quiet, and the plentiful torches and lanterns raised above the boulevards cast an eerie glow. With no curious eyes to gawk at me, I lifted my head and took in the skeletal city of grey and black. "Come on, Starlight," I mocked, kicking her flank to urge her forward. Shaking her mane, the tangled black tresses flicking at her sides, she shot ahead, nearly jostling me right out of the worn saddle. "You don't like that name either, eh, girl?" I could relate. Kiara wasn't a name I would have chosen for myself. "Well, if you're nice to me, then perhaps I'll help you out. We can always change it to something more fitting, like Thorn or Smartass." Starlight brought us to the edge of the city of torches and bones, and right before the imposing gates of Siona. The half-awake guard who signalled me through barely spared me a glance, more worried about who was venturing into the capital. I smiled inside. Past the stone gates and the decaying heads of the king's enemies, I paused at the last flaming torch. The moon itself wouldn't do, as the sky was particularly overcast with leaden clouds. Reaching into the saddlebag, I doused my unlit torch in oil and dipped it into the fluttering blaze, comforted as a warm glow highlighted the mahogany in Starlight's coat. "All right, girl. Now for the fun part," I whispered into her ear. She snorted in response. Time to catch up with the commander and my new friends. I couldn't wait to see the look on Jude's face when I finally caught them. God, it was too damn easy. Or maybe I was just too damn good. In less than an hour, I'd not only tracked down the assemblage of knights and recruits, but I'd somehow tamed the beast that was Starlight. Apparently, the mare appreciated a bit of sarcasm and some good old-fashioned head rubs. Just like Uncle taught me, I maintained a safe distance from my prey, trailing behind the modest group, whose faces were impassive as they likely contemplated what unknown terrors lay in wait. I, too, felt the pressure of foreboding in my chest. The night was fearful, the air too still, the glacial chill punishing. And yet I could have sworn I heard my name whispered from the trees. The night could speak all it wished. Didn't mean I was obliged to listen. I rolled my shoulders back and did my best to mentally will away the goosebumps dotting my arms. Above my head, The steel clouds framed the moon, which had become tinged with an ominous red hue the farther I journeyed into the Pastoria forest. At the sight, my goosebumps grew more pronounced, my skin prickling painfully. The branches sprouting from the charred trunks were all graced with onyx leaves that shimmered as though crusted in diamonds. It was a hauntingly beautiful sight, all those gleaming bits of fractured light, but I knew it merely disguised all the evil that rested among the roots. Beyond the copse of blackened trees were the trembling lights of the night's torches. I maintained my distance, only extinguishing my flame when they slowed for the evening. Sure enough, Commander Maddox signalled the unit to halt, the recruits dismounting their steeds to unpack. I sighed in relief. I wasn't sure how much time had passed, but my aching limbs thanked him. Slipping from Starlight, my bones crunching as I struck the hard earth, I led her to a nearby tree, tying her reins around its rugged trunk. She shot me an exasperated look before grazing on the prickly grass. I could just make out the muffled voices of the others as they shared a quick meal by a hastily constructed fire, Jude's voice absent from the chaotic chorus. I was well aware I'd have to join them at some point, but prolonging the inevitable, even for one more evening, felt like a safer bet. Lying on the damp ground, I fashioned my cloak into a makeshift pillow, tilting my gaze toward the stars. While they were always out, the sight of them never ceased to rob my breath. Liam often teased me, claiming that I belonged in the sky alongside them, as my head was forever in the clouds. He wasn't entirely wrong. There were many restless evenings at home where I'd sneak off and spread a thick woven blanket out beneath the twinkling lights. Sometimes I would bring a mug of Mother's famous hot chocolate, angling my head to watch the fiery gems I could see but never hold. I thought I preferred it that way. Nothing of beauty and substance should be kept by one person alone, and in their own way the stars soothed me more than any dagger or adrenaline-filled fight ever could. They coaxed out a side of me that few had ever seen before, a calm one. Tonight the stars were especially radiant, and after the day I'd had, I welcomed the sight. A part of me feared it would be one of the last times I would ever glimpse them, and my heart ached at the melancholy thought. Sleep must have taken me at some point, because the crunching of a tree branch jerked me awake. My hand shot to the dagger strapped to my thigh. I knew there were many thieves and rogues that preyed on the vulnerable in this forest. It was near enough to the capital and the surrounding villages to be a temptation to lowlifes looking for easy coin. Scanning the thicket through narrowed eyes, I searched for signs of life, for anything amiss. The shadows were deeper than before, a thick fog of grey creeping through the underbrush. It hugged the surrounding trees, the air tasting of smoke. It's just fog, I chastised myself. This forest was known to play tricks on the mind. It was the reason why most, with any semblance of self-preservation, steered clear of it. I was paranoid. After all, I was a fleeing recruit who would be sent to the patrol if found. I was a damn fugitive, and that was enough to instill fear in the heart of any rational individual. Rational being the key word. I might have towed that line one too many times. Lowering myself back to the earth, I hesitantly shut my eyes, willing the brimming anxiety to ease. When minutes passed and silence reigned over the stagnant evening air, my weary muscles loosened once again, sleep opening its arms wide to receive me. I felt the cold metal of the blade before I saw it. My eyes shot open, lowering to where the sharpened point pressed against the hollow of my throat. Damn it! I should have listened to my gut. A deep voice made of pure velvet and ice whispered into the shell of my ear, fiery breath tickling my flesh as the hair on the back of my neck rose in alarm. And here I thought you might have actually listened.
Chapter 20. Jude. There have been whisperings of a prophecy among my fellow priestesses. It claims the day will be restored when the darkness falls for the light. I cannot make sense of these words, but I do know hope is a powerful thing to have, and hope rarely comes during times of sense. Found in the diary of Juniper Marchant, Sun Priestess, Year 3 of the Curse. The first word that escaped her lips was a curse, a crude one at that. I resisted the urge to smile. I had to remind myself that I was livid. "Is that any way to speak in front of your commander?" I still held the blade to her throat, the tip just barely piercing the skin. A thin line of blood rose to the surface, the coppery scent wafting to my flaring nostrils. My thighs rested on either side of her lithe frame, and every ragged inhale she took had her chest rising to meet mine. My anger at her being here was quickly being replaced with another feeling. Wicked heat curled in my stomach as her breath tickled my cheeks. My gaze fell, taking in the sight of her face beneath the moon's precious light, memorizing the curve of her full bottom lip. How enticing it looked. I wondered what she'd taste like if— "I told you to bring me," she panted. I forced myself to look into her eyes, abandoning her lips. "You knew I'd follow." I did. Really, I did. Kiara was nothing if not stubborn, a trait I could almost admire. On anyone else, I'd have found it utterly irritating. "Kiara," I rumbled. A tremor shook her body, and my palms grew clammy. The hand holding the knife trembled. "This is my choice, Jude," she whispered. Slowly she brought her hand to my wrist, curling her fingers around it. She made no move to shove me away, to try and free herself. She just held me. Choice. King Syrian had never given me a choice, not in all my years of serving him. Why the hells did she have to use that word? Kiara took in a deep breath, and the blade at her throat dug deeper. "Do you put blades to all of your recruits' throats, or am I just special?" A raspy chuckle left me. I wasn't sure who was more surprised by the sound. "I think we both know you're not like the other recruits, Kiara." I said the words before I could think better of it. I lost all rational thought around her. Since the beginning, before she'd even known I was her commander, it had been easy to talk with her. But now with her under me, it was a damned miracle I could form any coherent thought at all. "I'm flattered, Jude," she sneered, though I noted how her voice wavered. "If only I could return the favor." I smirked as the silver of the blade flashed in the soft moonlight. Without breaking contact or losing my hold on her, I sheathed the weapon. I lowered my mouth to her ear, her hair tickling my cheek. "I'd imagine you would rather enjoy that. Perhaps too much." I had just raised my head when she struck. Her lips captured mine, the force of her kiss catching me off guard. I groaned into her mouth, stunned beyond belief, but not disappointed by the turn of events. Kiara let out a breathy sound, and my entire world tilted on its axis. Gods, her lips were just as soft as I'd imagined, just as plush. Kiara tasted like adventure itself, like a wine I'd happily grow drunk off. I brought my hand to cup her cheek, the other winding around to the nape of her neck. My fingers fisted her silken hair, gripping the strands and pulling her impossibly close. A soft sigh escaped her, and I felt her melt into the kiss, into me, as her hands travelled to my chest, her fingers clutching the thin fabric of my shirt, her grip unrelenting and desperate. For a moment we were suspended in time, where the only reality that existed was the sensation of our lips moving as one. Gods, we fit together so perfectly, like we'd been created solely for the other. This time, when my world tilted, it wasn't because of her kiss. Before I even knew what had happened, I was flung onto my back, into the same position I'd had her in moments before. Cold steel pressed against my throat. Much better, don't you think? She cocked her head, a daring smile gracing the lips I just tasted. I wanted to laugh, to curse, to lift up and kiss her again. That wasn't very nice, I tusked, and she squeezed her thighs against me. The heat in my core grew. Such a devilish deception. Though secretly, I wondered if that was all it had been. A lie. So easily distracted, she drawled, bringing her face mere inches from mine. I saw the indecision there, the doubt that had crept into her eyes. The annoying, logical side of me hated that look. She was too close. It was muddling my mind, any cutting remark I could muster dying a swift death on my tongue. And yet, the masochistic part of me wished to see what she was going to do next. I didn't want you here for a reason, I finally whispered, when the weight of the moment grew too much, the air too thick with her scent. The memory of her lips haunted me. You may think you're unstoppable, but you have no idea what awaits you out there. Why do you care so much? You wouldn't treat any other recruit like this. Why me? She had every right to ask. It's a question I'd asked myself many times, trying to pinpoint the exact moment things had shifted, or if they'd always been this way. The fight calls to you, Kiara, same as me. The hand holding the blade dropped, the weapon resting at her side. Most people just survive for themselves, but not you. You don't allow anyone to control you. That's what I envied about her, what I saw whenever I looked into her eyes. Kiara was a wild creature that couldn't be tamed, and I'd been on my leash for far too long. My voice came soft as I said, "In you, I recognized something I long ago believed I'd forgotten. In you, I saw who I used to be. Free." So you saw yourself in me?" She stuttered, a rosy blush creeping up her neck. "I mean—" "I know what you meant," I said, enjoying how that blush turned a deeper shade of red. She might be straddling me, but I was the one undoing her. And I've cursed picking you every moment of every day. Because certain lines could never be crossed, especially by someone like me. Kiara flinched. I could feel the confusion radiating off her, could see the battle raging as her heated stare breached my defenses, leaving me exposed. "Curse me all you want, Jude, but if I'm your reflection, you can't escape me." I was floating and drowning again, a sensation I now associated with her. "And I have a feeling you don't want to." My eyes fell to her lips once more, to where the truth had been released. I didn't deny her words, and my silence drew her closer, her head lowering as if she were equally as bewitched as I. So close, just an inch separating us now. All I desired was to close the gap and lose myself to the flames she ignited, to burn so deliciously until we were remade, like a blade forged in steel. Powerful. Kissing Kiara Frey made me feel powerful. Untouchable, and a branch snapped in the distance, and Kiara jerked away from my lips, shoving off from my chest and to her feet. She moved like smoke on a breeze, fluid and light. I'd just risen to my own feet when the glow of a torch bloomed, pale orange flames highlighting the diamond crystals clinging to every leaf. "There you are, Commander." Isaiah's voice reached my ears seconds before he appeared from the corner of my eye. Kiara and I remained frozen, our eyes locked as the unspoken words hovered between us. "Isaiah, I thought I told you to stay at the camp." I had the sudden urge to wring his neck. "You did, but you were gone for a long time. I came to make sure you were all right." "Everything is fine," I growled, and Isaiah chuckled in reply, making my irritation grow. I had no doubt he knew exactly what had transpired, or at least he had some idea. Twisting to Kiara, I found that blush still heating her cheeks, the sight visible even in the gloom. I just happened to find a recruit who wouldn't listen to the word no. She huffed at that. Apparently, she decided all on her own that she was ready to face the mist. "Lovely," Isaiah murmured under his breath, "as if we needed another body to look after." He peered over his shoulder. "But maybe she can knock the others out of their stupor. Not one of the bastards has spoken since we left the palace, especially the one with the freckles. He looks pissed." At the mention of her friends, Kiara's dark gaze softened. "I'll bring her to camp. We'll be with you shortly, Isaiah." "You need a light," he offered. But I shook my head, and without another word, he swiftly retreated into the woods from where he'd come. Kiara and I were alone once more, but now we basked in the same darkness that had cast its spell. I motioned to where Isaiah had vanished. "Well, if you insist on dying, you might as well do it with your friends." My tone was biting. "Why is Patrick here?" she asked, crossing her arms. "Because his education in law is valuable. I told you as much." "Seriously? If a fight broke out, that boy couldn't even throw a decent punch. He'd probably break his hand," she argued back. Her lips thinned, and of course I thought back to her kiss. Such a dirty trick, one I wouldn't mind being deceived with again. I heaved an impatient sigh. Some strengths do not lie in the physical, Recruit. "So, we're back to Recruit. What happened to Kiara? Which, by the way, I hate. Usually my friends call me Key." "Yes, I'm aware," I interrupted. "But I would hardly call myself your friend. Not after the heat I'd felt between us. I was still burning. Besides, I didn't want to be her friend. I didn't know what I wanted. Or maybe I did, and that was the problem." She scoffed. "I'm not entirely sure you're simply my commander, either." Her hand flew to her mouth as the words tumbled out. "I only mean that I'm not a knight yet, that's all," she babbled, a quivering voice giving her away. I said nothing of her fumbling, but I couldn't stop a smirk from forming. "Whatever I am, you are Kiara to me," I affirmed, my voice deepening. Tension built once again, but I didn't allow it to overflow. I marched over to where her mare was tied and took hold of the reins. "Come on, then, before I send you to the patrol." "You've got bigger balls on you than I do." Those were the first words spoken to Kiara the following day. "Seriously, Jake," Kiara groused, rolling onto her side as she peeled open a sleep-encrusted eye. "While I take immense pleasure in your warmly thought-out compliment, I must say, having you hovering over me is not how I wish to wake. That and your morning breath could slay a horse. I'll have to keep my horse far away." By the time we'd snuck into camp, the other recruits were all passed out around the fire, so the surprise of her arrival had to wait until now. I watched from across the dying flames, pretending to sharpen my blade, while studying them all from the corner of my eye. Jake shoved at Kiara's shoulder before running a hand through his dark curls, his lips not yet deciding whether to smile or frown. "But really, Ki," he began, lowering his voice, "what were you thinking?" She'd done very little thinking. My mind drifted back to when she'd kissed me. Reckless indeed. I absent-mindedly brought my hand to my face, about to touch where her lips had met mine, when I caught myself. It had been nothing, a tactic to disarm me, one that had worked too well. "Jake, you should know I never follow the rules." He grunted. "Well, if we run into anything gruesome out there, I'm going to use you as bait so I can get away." "You're so chivalrous." "Key!" Two arms flew around her neck, choking off her words. "Patrick." "I can't decide whether I want to smack you or hug you," he said, and she smiled up at the lad, not bothering to hide her joy. I growled softly at the sight. "Patrick, hate to break it to you, but you're currently hugging me." "Oh." Patrick's grip loosened and his hands fell away. "I can still be angry at you while glad to see you," he said with a frown. Kiara reached out to brush aside a fallen strand of hair from his eyes. "Is that who I think it is?" The incredulous voice belonged to Jake's friend, Nick, who scrambled from the ground and over to where Pat and Jake crowded her. "Afraid so, Nick,"
she said on a sigh. "As I was telling the boys over here, I couldn't very well let you all go into the mist by yourselves. You wouldn't last a minute without me." Nick chortled. "There's the humble girl we all know and love." "You've known me for like 3 weeks. Love is such a strong word for a lady of my wistful disposition." She made a show of fanning her face, her eyelashes fluttering. I nearly chuckled, but I continued wiping the whetstone against my dagger. "Definitely going to use you as bait." Jake gave her shoulder a good-natured shove. She pretended to fall over from its force, eliciting a few chuckles from the others. Even Alec smiled from across the fire, his eyes cast to the knife he twirled in his nimble hands. From what I'd learned, he hailed from a village up north, and I hadn't seen him grin at anything besides a sword. It appeared that Kiara was slowly worming her way under his skin as well. I tracked Isaiah and Carter speaking in hushed tones a decent distance away. Carter had been stationed on the outskirts of the mist before, but had never gone deep within. He'd been injured last year when the king sent me into the mist. A week before our orders came through, he'd saved a recruit from the Salandans, just as Kiara had, and the creature managed to break his right leg. Carter never spoke of the incident, and whenever someone asked, he'd say, "Wouldn't want to waste good soldiers." In truth, I just thought the man had a soft spot for the boys, looking after them like the fathers and mothers they'd been taken from. From the rumors I'd heard about him, Carter once had a child of his own before joining us, but he didn't speak about his past life. I often wondered what became of his child, but I had the feeling his story ended in heartbreak, like so many others in this wicked kingdom. I glanced to Carter now, watching nerves spread across his weathered face. He was raising his hands at Isaiah, whose face remained neutral and calm. Isaiah understood what they faced. He'd been the one to take care of me after I'd returned, my mind a torn mess. At the time, I hadn't known what was real and what wasn't. Only he had been able to get me to eat and drink, and at night he'd slept on a pallet beside my bed. For weeks. I owed Isaiah much more than a life debt. At the memory, something in me snapped. These recruits shouldn't be laughing and joking around as if this were some game. Were they really so naive not to consider the horrors that awaited them? I rose abruptly and stormed their way, not stopping until I stood above them. All their chatter ceased. "Now that you're all caught up, maybe you'll be able to focus on the mission to save your kingdom. I expect you all to take this seriously, and if you don't, I won't bother burying your body when you eventually die out there." Fear. It was a tactic that had been used on me many times, but now I found it a necessary tool. Sorry, sir," Patrick stumbled. "We were just happy to see Key." He jerked his head timidly her way. Kiara gave me a small grin, clearly unaffected by my speech. I glowered. "Well, hurry and get reacquainted. We have much to discuss." Turning on a booted heel, I passed a brooding Carter and made my way to where Isaiah leaned against a tree, overseeing all of the chaos with a gleam in his grey eyes. In his hands was a steaming cup of coffee. "I take it they're thrilled," he remarked dryly once I was in hearing distance. I grunted and settled against the trunk, my shoulder hitting the abrasive black wood. The forests surrounding the kingdom were covered in them, the black trees, all the deepest shade of onyx. I hadn't been alive when there had been colour in the leaves, but from what the elders claimed, it had been a sight to behold. I fixed Isaiah with a menacing glower before turning back to the recruits, the weak fire barely lighting their faces. Clouds had washed across the moon, leaving the shadows of the realm to roam freely. Even I shivered at the thought of the famed shadow beasts, supposedly creatures crafted by the moon god. Mortals didn't see them coming, before arms of night wrapped around them, engulfing them whole, bones and all. I was surprised I hadn't seen any when I'd last been in the mist. If there was ever a place for them to roam, it'd be there. Isaiah and I watched from the edge of the camp as the recruits readied for the day. When Kiara passed us, likely on her way to relieve herself,
Isaiah waited all of 5 seconds before hounding me.
"So,"
he whistled,
"how's that going?"
I snorted. How's what going? Isaiah rolled his eyes before handing over his cup. I took it, not one to pass up on coffee.
"How long have I known you, Maddox?"
I didn't answer.
"Then you should know better. I might be the silent type, but I still have eyes."
Then close them.
"Jude,"
Isaiah warned.
"you know better than to start something with a recruit. You could have any woman in the palace. As one of Syrian's favourites."
As one of his assassins, you mean? I amended. Isaiah ignored that.
"What I'm trying to say is, you have to stay away. Not only is it dangerous for you, but it'd be dangerous for her."
That stopped the retort I'd planned on delivering.
"I know the king has an interest in her,"
Isaiah said.
"I happened upon a letter sent to Harlow, and by happened, I mean I read it before I delivered it to him."
I shook my head at his audacity.
"Apparently, Syrian asked the lieutenant to keep tabs not only on her, but on you as well. You need to stay focused, or it'll be your head that decorates the gate next."
"Shit." I ran a hand through my hair. I thought Harlow was a bastard, but the good kind. Had I been wrong? My instincts were typically correct, a trait that had benefited me many times in the past.
"Shit indeed,"
Isaiah agreed.
"I know you hate emotional crap, but I care about you."
I gritted my teeth, unable to look him in the eyes.
"I just don't want to see you hurt. Or worse. You still have time to be your own man, a good one too. But you've got to figure out what's truly important, and Syrian, he's not going to let you go until you complete this mission."
Isaiah pushed off from the tree and sauntered to the camp, leaving me to ruminate over his words. His warning. Until the world was rid of Syrian, I couldn't become who Isaiah thought I could be. Even though he knew full well what I did for the king, he believed I was meant for more. He didn't know that while I typically waved off his words in the past, I'd secretly collected them like seeds, hoping one day his hopes would take root.
"Gather around,"
Isaiah bellowed at the recruits from beside the fire. I groaned as I followed him, taking a seat on a gnarled stump. The others fell into place around the flames, Isaiah dropping to the ground at my side. Since sunfires died out once we hit the cursed lands, we didn't bring any. Whatever magic powered the yellow gems was no match against the mist. I shoved another log into the fire, watching as it caught and sputtered. Kiara took a seat between Patrick and Jake, Nick and Alec beside them. I noted how her dainty face contorted into a scowl when her eyes landed on the cup in my hands.
"Morning, recruits,"
I said, pausing only to stare each and every one of them down. I eyed Kiara last, lifting the mug to my lips with a shrewd smirk. She huffed in envy. She had a weakness after all. Coffee. "You know little about the mist, don't you?" I rested my arms on my knees. "Most know nothing about it other than to stay away. That there are beasts and creatures in the cursed lands who crave human blood." I took another sip, a rogue breeze wafting the delectable aroma across the fire. Again I tipped my head in Kiara's direction before I hardened my features and got down to business. "But what you don't know is that beasts are not the only things you will face out there. There are things much, much worse than claws and teeth." A few murmurs were silenced by my raised hand. "Yes, there are bears the size of 5 men, and snakes that can swallow you whole. But the mist itself is just as deadly a foe. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes. At first you might see a former friend or neighbor, someone who isn't there. It begins as flickers and images that last but a second, gone so fast you fear you're losing your mind." I snapped my fingers for emphasis. "But eventually, these visions become more intense." I squeezed my hands into fists to stop their shaking. Even talking about it brought back those horrific final moments when I'd slaughtered my brothers. Bile burned my throat. You relive your worst memories. See the ghosts that haunt your dreams. Act out your deepest desires and most depraved wishes. And then you lose control. There is only the hallucination that becomes your reality. And after a while, you can no longer tell what is true and what is the nightmare. No one had words. The crackling of the fire was the only sound besides the roar of blood in my ears. Broken limbs, unseeing eyes, bloodied hands. Grisly images of my former nights flashed through my head. Ashton's severed and flayed legs, Jeremiah's gutted torso, Will's dripping eye sockets, obscene amounts of blood decorating torn and shredded skin. I cleared my throat, digging my nails into my palms until the stinging brought me back to the present. This is why many of our brothers succumbed to the mist. Why so many never returned. And because our food reserves are all but gone and the dark winter approaches, time is running out to bring back the sun. Meaning we have no choice but to send out you recruits. You're being tested by the king. An experiment. How so? Kiara blurted out, and I was shocked by the gravity of her voice. I met her gaze, holding it. Because never before have we entered from this side of the kingdom. We've made a point to avoid the labyrinth of caves we are headed for now. No one has been foolish enough to explore them. Then what changed? This time I was stunned as Patrick raised his voice. It wavered, but he held firm. Did he come across new information? Syrian never shares his secrets, claiming he is in tune with the gods themselves. I gritted my teeth, sucking in a forceful inhale. The more likely explanation was that he'd run out of options, and the rebel uprising in the south and north was growing. Syrian is under the impression that there is something divine to be found out there, specifically in the northwest lands, something sacred that could be used to restore the sun to the skies. The 3 keys he spoke of. Syrian said we'd recognize them the moment we saw them, that they weren't from the mortal plane. Even his best advisors warned him against this route, saying we should try the flatlands one more time. Send in our most skilled men all at once. A last attempt to return to normalcy, I ground out. But as usual, Syrian got his way and settled on a few knights and recruits. If the recruits were scandalized by the way I spoke of the king, they didn't show it. In fact, I caught sight of Jake nodding in agreement. He might act the joker, but he had a good head on his shoulders. So, now you know why you were sent here, without the proper training you should have received. But, I gripped the mug so hard my knuckles shone white. Just know that I've ventured here before, and I'll do everything in my power to see you back home. I am not prepared to see you all die because of an obsessed king's rantings. Patrick and Nick let out audible gasps. Alec lifted his blonde head for the first time, angling it at me as I openly admonished our feared ruler. One who would surely have my head if these traitorous words reached his ears. I no longer care to hold my tongue, I said, answering every unspoken question. For too long I have remained silent in my protest, and now I have nothing to lose except the end of our realm if we should fail. If we do manage to live, our king will not be my concern. Silence descended heavily, a thick winter blanket weighing upon all of our shoulders. It was suffocating. I could taste the fear in the stagnant air, the alarm racing through the veins of my companions. It coated my insides like sticky char, bubbling up my throat. I'd said too much, frightened them before they'd even set foot into the cursed lands. My plan had been to be truthful, but instead, all I'd done was make everything worse. I opened my mouth, trying to think of something uplifting to say, some bullshit a commander might utter to encourage his men. but nothing but a sputter came out. All I'd known was fear, and that particular tool wasn't working.
So, from what I'm gathering, you assembled us here, telling us that we will die in the mist, and that our attempt to save our kingdom will be futile. And you didn't even bring enough coffee to share with everyone.
Stunned faces swiveled to Kiara, mouths agape. Isaiah's lips twitched before he let out a riotous laugh, the sound so genuine that, one by one, the others chuckled as well.
"She's right," Jake acquiesced, cocking his head as he stared me down. "You could let us indulge a little before we meet our untimely end." "You'd better have some wine, then," Nick added, provoking more snickers.
Suddenly the air didn't seem quite as suffocating as it had moments before. Nodding to Kiara, whose lips twitched as she suppressed a smile, I shot her a knowing look. One she returned. As the other boys began arguing about who would secure the first cup, I caught Kiara's attention once more and mouthed 2 words. "Thank you."
Chapter 21. Kiara. There are things I find myself needing to warn you of, though I doubt you would heed my caution, as you never have in the past. Whether or not you listen, know this. When you go into the cursed lands, do not send only warriors. Bring scholars, healers, those of strong will and fortitude of mind. They will not only have a better chance of survival, but they will help the chosen reach the beginning of their destinies. Letter from Aurora Adair to unknown recipient, year 47 of the curse. I told you I could be of some use. After Jude had been guilted into sharing his stash of coffee with the others, the recruits and the commander's fellow knights groomed their steeds for the trek ahead. Unable to help myself, I held back, ambling over to where Jude perched in front of the dying flames. Even the fresh bruises that painted his face made him more striking, more dangerous. I liked it far too much. "I suppose that cheeky mouth of yours is good for some things," he smirked, handing over his mug without meeting my eyes. It was half full, and my greedy hands lunged for it. Bringing the cup to my lips, I swallowed the rest in 3 gulps, not even savouring it as I should have. With my belly warm and the blessed caffeine coursing through my veins, I regretted nothing. "Thanks." I handed back the now empty mug, wiping at my mouth with my sleeve. Jude stared at it in awe, the flame's glow casting shadows beneath his eyes. "You truly do enjoy your coffee, recruit." I waved him off with a hand. "It's the best way to get on my good side. My brother would hand me a cup whenever I was in a foul mood. He claimed it was the only way to tame the beast." Liam was always one for dramatics. Jude scoffed. "I feel for your brother. You must have been a fearsome sibling to have." "Ah, I was perfect." I grinned wide, waggling my brows. He would have been incredibly bored in our small village without me. Always had his nose in a book, that boy. Never would have left his bed if I hadn't pulled him out of it. My smile dipped at the corners. Would I ever see Liam again? I hoped I would, but after Jude's less than inspiring speech, I highly doubted it. Well, he is lucky to have such a lively and captivating sister, then. My smile returned. Captivating, eh? Jude's chin angled down to his lap, but I still caught sight of the twin dimples dotting his cheeks before he quickly wiped them away. His voice lowered as he said, "You're incorrigible, aren't you?" "Always," I replied, my voice lilting. Bending to my knees, I dropped to his eye level, feeling all sorts of brazen. "But I have a suspicion that's a quality you very much like, among other things." This time, I didn't have the urge to swallow my tongue. Hells, if we were going to be dead soon, what was the harm in a little flirting? I knew Jude understood the meaning behind my words, because he looked anywhere but my lips. When I'd kissed him, I'd just gone for it without thought or hesitation. I could lie and tell myself it had been to catch him unawares and gain the upper hand, but that hadn't been the entire reason. I'd thought about that kiss well into the early morning hours. I was so screwed.
"Don't make me regret letting you stay, Kiara," Jude bristled, but I sensed it was a front. There was something different about him today, like he was holding back, trying hard to keep up his walls. That simply wouldn't do. "When I save your ass from the mist, you won't be spewing such blasphemous things, Commander." Jude rolled his eyes, his scars dazzling beneath the moon's caress. I had the urge to reach out and touch them. They reminded me of my own, of the wounds that would never heal. The difference was that he wore his for the world to see.
"I've learned there is much I don't know of the world, much that I can't explain or control, especially after last year." He trailed off, jerking his head in the direction we would soon head in. "I've just always hated the unknown." A muscle in his jaw feathered as he took me in, the intensity of his gaze electrifying my every nerve. "The unknown is dangerous, and not being in control can get you killed." We certainly weren't only talking about the mist. "I don't think life was meant to be lived that way, Jude," I said. "Control is an illusion, something to make us feel grounded and in charge of our destinies." My hand landed on Jude's knee, and his eyes tracked the movement. "Don't overthink everything. You might be surprised by how much you'd like being out of control. Being alive is chaos, and living in it is half the fun." I saw his throat bob, a question forming on the tip of his tongue as he stared at where my hand rested. I wasn't a complete fool. I'd heard the rumours of what Jude did for Syrian, what Syrian made him do, and I suspected it destroyed him. When was the last time he'd done something for himself? When was the last time he'd truly given in to his own desires? Before Jude could voice his thoughts and likely deny my words, I said, "I'm going to tend to my horse. Maybe I'll even get another cup of coffee." I lifted to my feet, slowly backing away, indulging him with my most impish of smirks, one I seemed to reserve solely for him. Jude's lips stretched into a thin line, but his brown eye gleamed with pure gold. Leaving him and his lingering eyes behind, I scurried off to my mare, who was glaring at me as if to scold. "Oh, hush, Starlight," I chided, petting her mane. "Nothing will come of it anyway. But a girl's got to live a little before she kicks the bucket." Starlight nickered and leaned into my touch, savouring the affection I was showing her tangled midnight tresses. Once she was saddled and packed, I mounted and led her in line with the rest of the knights, falling in beside Patrick and his snow-white steed. The lucky bastard had procured a fine horse that wasn't as crotchety as mine. As if she sensed me thinking of her, Starlight shook her thick mane, jerking me roughly up and down in my saddle. "Did you steal the geriatric horse on purpose?" Patrick snickered, studying Starlight. His head lifted from his lap, those green eyes of his made soft and mellow by the torch Carter carried. "For your information, I didn't steal her. I bargained for her." "Not entirely a lie." "Ah, well, whatever you bargained, you got duped." Patrick tried to repress his snort and failed, miserably. "Starlight here," I gave her a sturdy pat on the back, "is a fine horse. Any knight would be lucky to ride her." At my words, Starlight's hooves picked up with a playful determination. She was growing on me. Patrick scrubbed a hand over his jaw, his features turning serious. "I wish I could say I'm glad you're here, but I'm not. What you did was care.
Let the music unwind the tension of the day, making space for the next chapter to arrive with clarity.
Key. I bristled. Again, it was my decision. Let it go, Pat. I was growing tired of everyone telling me how naive I'd been coming here. Nothing beyond the borders frightened me, but what did worry me was the possibility of Patrick or the others getting hurt without me by their side to protect them. I couldn't lose anything else. Regret was the harshest of punishments, not the mist and not death. Another life lesson from Uncle Micah. I'd learned that lesson the hard way on my 14th birthday. Liam had pleaded with me for weeks to come with him to the annual village fair. There'd been parades and revelry and tents selling wares from all across the realm. It was supposed to be a grand spectacle, but being my prickly, anti-social self, I told Liam no. I hadn't wanted to be surrounded by all the people I knew pretending that their stares didn't bother me, that the way they stole peeks at my gloved hands didn't make me secretly want to hide away and cry. Liam had begged and begged, but still I'd said no, even though I was his closest friend. After the accident happened, and my life forever changed, not many had taken it upon themselves to get close to my family. So Liam had ended up venturing into the fair by himself. He'd had an attack only a week before, but he'd seemed fine, or at least I'd told myself he was. But truthfully, cowardice was at the heart of my decision. An hour into the fair, Liam had reportedly gone down, gasping and panting for air, all alone in that crowded square. He'd curled up in a ball as patrons had trampled him, their boots kicking into his ribs. By chance, Mother had taken a break from her stall of linens to walk through the tents, and that's when she'd spotted him. He'd been so battered and bruised, and his lungs rattled every time he inhaled. Liam had been in bed for the next few weeks afterward, and every time I'd seen his face, shame had filled me. Knowing how sick he'd been, I should have been there, should have protected him. But no, I'd been so fearful of petty gossip that I'd left him, abandoned him. I'd learned that day that sometimes we have to give away pieces of ourselves to others we love, even if it hurts at the time. Without sacrificing those parts, nothing new and possibly wonderful could grow in their stead. From then onward, I'd never said no to Liam again, at least to the things that meant something to him. Love was nothing if not sacrifice, and for him I'd willingly give all of myself. "You know," Patrick began after many minutes of silence, "you remind me a lot of someone I used to know." I shook off memories of the past and of Liam. It was far easier than I would have liked. "A friend?" I asked, winking. I couldn't picture Patrick with a love interest. Not that he wasn't attractive, with his strong jaw and surprisingly impressive build giving his lack of physical prowess. He was simply shy, sometimes painfully so. "Something like that," he murmured, his tone turning grim. "She died many, many years ago." My chest constricted as I watched Patrick's face contort with the kind of pain that lay deep below the flesh. I'm so sorry." "Yeah, me too," he scoffed, swallowing hard. "She was spirited and stubborn, and got into all the trouble she could manage. If it wasn't dangerous, she wouldn't be interested." The corners of his lips turned up at the thought. "I didn't think I started living until I met her, and when she left, nothing was ever the same again." "What was her name?" I didn't push, but I also wanted to know more about Patrick and his past life before the nights. Patrick visibly gulped, his eyes flickering to the side before he answered. "Rosie." "Rosie. That is a beautiful name." "And she was beautiful, but where it mattered." He patted his chest. "She may have been reckless, but she never ignored the evil in this world, not if she could do anything about it." Patrick shook his head. "Sometimes it annoyed me, her constant desire to help. I think it was mainly because I didn't want to share her with the rest of the world." "What happened to her?" His dreamy smile vanished. "She was the victim of a mugging. On the way to the capital, some thieves attacked, and she was stabbed." I noticed his grip on the reins tightened, his knuckles turning white. I didn't know what to say. "Maybe that's why I like you." Patrick twisted my way, his eyes glimmering. "You're just as brave and hard-headed as she was, if not more so, and definitely just as defiant. Me? Defiant? I arched my brows in mock affront, eager to bring back his smile. Good sir, I am the pinnacle of obedience and respect. I'm sorry, did Key just say she was obedient and respectful? Nick trotted in between us, his long brown hair poking out every which way. But of course, I protested, a hand held to my chest. I would never lie. Yeah, right, Jake called on the breeze, just behind us all. I peered over my shoulder, staring him down. His russet skin glowed with amusement, the look on his face challenging me to argue. I didn't. Fine, I'm impossible, I relented, swivelling back to the front, my eyes finding Jude. He rode beside Isaiah, the pair seeming to be deep in conversation. What I would give to hear their hushed exchange. And that's why we tolerate you. Nick leaned across his dappled mare to playfully poke at my ribs. You're certainly never boring. Don't poke me unless you want me to cut off that pretty hair of yours while you sleep, I threatened, and you definitely can't rely on your sparkling personality. He brushes it every night. Shut up, Jake, Nick hissed, absent-mindedly tucking a loose strand behind his ears. My girlfriend loves it, and I gotta keep the girl happy. But you wouldn't know anything about relationships, would you? Jake scoffed. It wouldn't be fair to the world if I settled down with one man. People would get jealous, and I am forever aiming to please. Yeah, Jake, I'm sure the boys were just dying to get their hands on you back home. Well, more specifically, their hands around your neck. Nick snorted, a mischievous glint illuminating his eyes. She's not wrong, brother. Evan tried to throttle you a week before the calling, and before him there was Michael. I'm definitely cutting off your hair, Jake threatened. Jealousy doesn't suit you, Nick scoffed, but I noticed how he angled away from Jake. I was sure he'd keep an eye on his friend's blade. The boys continued to tease and goad one another for the next 4 hours. It was an easy conversation, one that didn't include the mist and the threat of death. It was apparent that they took considerable pleasure in the art of insults, a pastime I found to be immensely entertaining. Sometimes I would join in on their fun, but mostly I kept my focus trained ahead. For all my boasting, I was terrified. Not that I regretted my decision to follow Jude and my friends on this suicide mission, but my confidence, which was usually genuine, was now forced. Every smile and eye roll took great effort. For the first time in my life, I doubted my ability to survive. The mist wasn't a living entity I could fight with shiny blades and closed fists. And that was the problem. I'd been gazing at the back of a certain commander's head, obsessing over my doubts and all things doom, when the man in question turned around. It was as though he'd felt my eyes upon him, his fiery gaze as penetrating as it was raw. Bringing 2 fingers to his lips, Jude let out a high-pitched whistle, his onyx steed slowing. Carter and Isaiah came to a halt, the rest of us pulling on our reins. So lost in my own dour thoughts, I hadn't realized where we were. Looming 100 or so feet ahead was a monstrous cave, its gaping mouth framed by spindly branches and coal-coloured ivy. The fine hairs on the back of my neck rose in warning, a hint of bile rising in my throat. We were about to enter the cursed lands, and there would be no turning back.
Chapter 22. Jude. Arlo crafted the world with his own 2 hands. Every bloom, cave, and mountain peak he fashioned with care, delighting in the simple act of creating. While at times he is known to be a benevolent god, Arlo does not design anything without purpose, even if that purpose is chaos. Excerpt from Assyrian Law,
A Tale of the Gods. My steed's hooves dragged in the dirt, the horse rightfully apprehensive to enter the cave that must have inspired the gates to the underworld. It was a vacuous pit of nothingness, the slender branches of the trees twining wickedly about its giant maw. I couldn't say with certainty that once I entered, I would ever return. Carter relinquished his torch to me. "Keep your wits about you," I warned the group, kicking into the side of my steed with the heel of my polished boot. The black stallion jerked ahead, fearless in the face of the beckoning emptiness. My head swam with doubts, but I forced myself to move forward, passing beneath the rocky mouth of the cave. One after the other, the group followed me into the obscurity, the narrow pathway just wide enough to accommodate one rider at a time. If I balanced on my horse's back, I'd be able to graze the jagged ceiling, which dipped and rose like a midnight wave. We'd all been born and raised in darkness, but this was an entirely new level of black. Even with the few torches we carried, the voracious shadows ate away at my skin, my resolve. The air was thick in my lungs, a mouldy and putrid stench clogging my nostrils, the smell akin to a decomposing animal. But it was more than the smell and the churning of my stomach that had my hands trembling. It was what I felt awaken inside my core. A vicious heat sparked across the expanse of my chest, a flutter of something old and foreign and wholly destructive. It was gone with a shaky exhale, the familiar icy dread settling back into my veins. I swallowed the rising bile. Nerves. It had to be nerves at coming back to this wretched place. I repeated it over and over again like a twisted mantra, but it was still there, that feeling, as we progressed further past the point of no return. I reached into my pocket and peeked at the silver timepiece Isaiah had gifted me 2 seasons ago. The words, "Trust in the stars," etched into the back. It wasn't too late in the day, which meant we had hours of travelling yet to do. Shivers racked my frame at the thought, as enclosed spaces often sent my pulse hammering. Knives and blood did nothing to rile me, but trap me in a small space and cold sweat would line my brow. I wished for a distraction, any distraction, but there wasn't much to look at but the vacant darkness ahead. Before the panic could overcome me, I forced myself to inspect the tunnel, focusing on every minuscule detail. Lifting my torch, I took in the roughened walls embracing us, observing them to be a shade of ash and scorched earth, the uneven surface jagged and spiked. Tipping my head back, I followed the path of the swirling, vein-like designs decorating the ceiling like wilted flowers, the inky hue shimmering a blue-black color as the lights passed beneath. They were dazzling in a ghoulish way, some of the swirls and curving lines bringing to mind the intricate roots of a midnight bloom. I passed the time this way, silently observing and trying not to overthink everything, as Kiara had playfully instructed, when a fork in the path appeared a few hours later. I raised my hand, indicating the rest to slow. 2 tunnels. Reaching into my pockets, I retrieved the tattered map Syrian had provided. It was ancient, the ink faded on the page. With care, I unfolded it and brought it inches from the torch I carried in my other hand. Shit. Both tunnels led to less than ideal routes. One would take us to a wide river, but the journey beyond it looked easy enough. However, I wasn't sure how deep the river went, and it would cost us time if we had to abandon our horses. Gods knew I wanted to get in and out as quickly as possible. We had to make it to the encircled portion of the map, the crude X Syrian had drawn with his feathered pen. I remembered when he'd done it, a wicked smile on his thin lips like he was privy to something I wasn't. The second option, and the more dangerous of the two, held no wide rivers, but the path included thick underbrush where beasts or enemies alike could easily hide. "Jude," Isaiah whispered at my back. They were all waiting on me. "Right." I lifted a gloved finger, pointing in the direction of the smaller of the two passageways, praying to the gods I didn't believe in that I'd been right in my decision. I'd probably just screwed us all. "Yay," Jake growled derisively from the back of the line, his voice carrying in the tunnel. He seemed about as thrilled as I was about small spaces. Carter and Isaiah trotted behind, both silent and alert. We'd never dared to enter through the caves before. Too much risk of the unknown. Gods forbid we lose our torches, and we'd be lost in there. The tunnel provided 2 feet on either side of my steed, an impressive creature I'd never named. Horses died just as often as we did, so what was the point in growing attached? As the walls seemed to close in on all sides, and the hours passed without any sense of time, my mind faded into a dulled haze. I perceived only the blur of orange and yellow torchlight, and the warped designs carved onto the walls. Another hour and a half passed before the walls of the cave widened. I gripped the reins tight, jerking back. "Slow!" My heart jumped at the idea of finally getting out of this tunnel, to anywhere that offered even the tiniest bit more room to move, to breathe. When the passageway opened to reveal a spacious cavern, the sigh I released could be heard by all. Not that I was the only one. Isaiah practically groaned with relief. He'd appeared distressed ever since we left the open skies behind us. The cavern didn't hold my attention for long. About 50 feet away from the cave's mouth was a tangled mess of bone-white trees, sprouting deep blue leaves flecked with metallic silver. They hung sparingly from each branch, fluttering ominously in the foreign breeze and swirling fog. "We rest here for the evening," I barked from the front of the line, steering clear of the open forest. "Tomorrow we set off beyond the cave." Jumping from my steed, I thrust my shoulders back and briefly twisted toward the languid shadows and open sky. I had returned. I just wasn't so sure I'd survive the mist a second time. "Everyone dismount and water your horses. We have a big day ahead of us tomorrow." Isaiah shot me a knowing look before assuming command. He understood well enough where my thoughts had ventured. The flames of our torches danced across the moistened stones, highlighting the droplets of water that glistened like a million little stars. Those same inky swirls that had painted the cave reached up into the air, touching the top of the ceiling and coiling around the sharp edges. In a far corner was a bubbling azure pool, no larger than a bathtub. It gurgled in welcome, and my throat ached for a sip. I took its presence as a good sign. "Thank the gods," Jake said on a sigh, his face alight with unbridled joy, even with the mist mere feet away. Sweat dampened his white linen shirt, the cloth sticking to him like a second skin. I brought my steed over to the pool to drink and dismounted. Seconds later, Kiara joined me, her older mare nickering before leaning down to quench her thirst. She muttered the beast's name in reproach, and I swallowed down a snort. By the way Starlight whipped her head angrily in response, I sensed she didn't approve of the name either. Fixating upon the gurgling pool, I blocked out the chatter of the others as they stretched and attended to their horses. Everyone made a point to ignore the cave's mouth. "How do you know where we're going?" Kiara asked quietly, mindful to keep her voice down. I heaved a fatigued sigh, leaving the bubbling water with reluctance and meeting her eyes. The king gave me the only map in the kingdom detailing these parts. While I wish I could say it was accurate, that is yet to be determined. Supposedly, the land had been drawn before the curse. Kiara nodded. When she grabbed the torch from my grasp, I didn't resist. "I'm sure your arm is tired," she said as she found a slight gap between 2 jutting rocks nearby. With a grunt and a curse, she maneuvered the torch's crooked grip into the opening. It held. "So," she began, shoving herself a few inches closer and flashing me a toothy grin. "Was this tunnel on the map, or did you just choose the most claustrophobic one?" I glared, not falling for her poor attempt at humor. I shoved my trembling hands into the pockets of my black trousers before she could see. "I chose the one closest to the details on the map. Again, only time will tell if I was correct. Swiping a hand through my dishevelled hair, I ambled across from the pool, selecting a craggy rock to perch upon, my back to the swirling fog. It was far enough away from the others, who were all conversing in hushed tones. Let them find peace with each other. I suspected I wouldn't be a welcome sight. Of course, the girl I'd told myself I had to avoid trailed after me. Secretly, selfishly, I was thankful. As much as I'd grown accustomed to being alone, I found the idea of her company pleasing. Kiara plopped down beside me, even going so far as to copy my pose, bringing one knee to her chest. We both watched over our exhausted companions. Isaiah's deep voice echoed as he ordered the group to make camp, the recruits scrambling to fulfill the command. He knew what coming back here would mean to me, and I suspected he was doing everything in his power to take away some of the burden. I didn't want a repeat of last year. "Are you frightened?" Kiara asked quietly. I surprised myself by answering, "Yes." She didn't force me to elaborate. I brought my canteen to my lips, many more minutes of nothing passing between us. It was a silence that wasn't necessarily uncomfortable either. Another reason I didn't mind her company. Isaiah had produced a tattered deck of cards from his sack, and he laid out the worn cards before him and Carter, who motioned for the boys to gather round. Patrick, Nick, Alec, and Jake eagerly joined them, and a game of poker started. I noticed how Carter shot Nick a small wink before handing over a silver flask. The boy took a sip, grimacing when he realized it wasn't water. "On a positive note," Kiara said, "I don't have to deal with Harlow anymore. I swear that man hates me more than the curse." Isaiah might have felt the need to read Harlow's mail from the king, but I still trusted him. My instincts were all I had, even if they were leading me astray as of late. With the others busy with the game, no one would notice that I scooted closer, leaning over to whisper into the shell of her ear. "If you think he hates you, then you're not nearly as intelligent as I pegged you as." Kiara shivered, whether from my nearness or from my words, but she quickly composed herself. "Excuse me, but you've seen the way he looks at me, like he desires nothing more than to drown me in the lakes of Candor." Now that would be an awful death, I mused. The lakes were notorious for their frigid waters, and the scaled beasts lurking below the surface. You're an even worse judge of character than I thought. This time, when I whispered into her ear, my lips brushed against her warm skin. A full-body shudder racked my frame. Kiara swallowed audibly, composing herself enough to ask, "Is that why I find myself in your company?" "Perhaps," I said, smirking. "But if you enjoy my company, then you definitely can't trust your own mind." Her head cocked to the side. "I think it's the opposite," she replied cheekily, her voice lilting, turning playful. "What is?" "I think it is you who enjoys my company, and how could anyone blame you?" She sighed dramatically, flinging her loose braid over her shoulder. "It's my charming personality that lures them all in. I simply cannot help it." A deep chuckle rose from my throat. "Ah, yes, that's it. Although charming might not be the word I would use. Prick." She shoved her shoulder into my side, provoking a groan from me. If only she knew the half of it. I doubt she'd settle on just prick alone. Murderer, puppet, bastard, all applied. We couldn't be any more different. Kiara might act as if nothing fazed her, that she felt nothing. But I'd known people who truly were empty inside, and she wasn't one of them. You could tell by the light in her eyes, how they burned like fire, highlighting the gold flecks in her irises. Maybe that was why I was helpless but to seek her, just as flames greedily sought to set fire to the night. "How old are you?" she asked, the question catching me off guard. 19. She thrust her shoulder into me again, stunned by my response. "Seriously? You're only a year older than me.
How on earth did you become a commander?"
Lifeless eyes. Warm blood trickling down my throat. My brother's pleading.
"Jude,"
she pressed. I swallowed hard, focusing on her face as I found my way back from drowning beneath the weight of the past. "Let's just say I'm good at what I do," I said vaguely, hoping to leave it at that. Of course, she wouldn't let it go.
"And what is it that you do? Because I've yet to see the fearsome commander in action. I've observed Harlow and even Carter during training sessions, but never you, not really. You're always a shadow lurking in the corridors, watching. A ghost, more like. Even when you knocked Adam on his ass in the library, I couldn't see a damn thing."
Her thigh pressed against mine, her inviting heat dispelling the instinct to dodge the question. I wanted to answer. Maybe then she'd see the monster I was. "I'm good at killing the king's enemies." I held her eyes as they widened. To her credit, she didn't recoil. "I'm sure the rumors you've heard of me already paint a pretty accurate picture." The moment of shock passed quickly, and Kiara raised a single brow.
"Don't forget, you're also quite exceptional at shifting most of our conversations toward the horribly bleak. It's actually a skill."
I basically had just admitted that all the rumors of me torturing, maiming, and killing were correct, and the weapons with which she chose to respond? Sarcasm and a smile. "Is that so?"
"Absolutely,"
she affirmed, nodding emphatically.
"You're nearly as impressive as I am at turning serious situations around with pure wit and natural charm."
"For such a tiny person, you carry an obscene amount of confidence." She scoffed at my astute assessment.
"I suppose we're lucky we're both here to balance one another out."
That last part slipped out, but it held enough truth that she grinned, the pure genuineness of it devastating me. I dug my nails into the flesh of my palms. The bite of pain did nothing to break her hypnotic hold, so I pressed harder. I'd killed and tortured men, had their blood paint my face and hands. I could ignore their desperate begging, turn off my emotions as they screamed for the pain to end, for me to end it. But one spirited girl could send me to my knees. Kiara didn't seem to notice my struggle.
"Together, we make one almost stable individual," she replied, repressing a snort.
I wondered what her laughter would sound like if she truly allowed herself to be free. If the weight of this world wasn't so devastating. That magnetic lure I'd failed to fight pulled us together, and as if an invisible string was tethered between us, we drew closer. Kiara's face hovered but inches before my own, and a burst of adrenaline prickled at my insides, a fiery heat coiling in my stomach. The rest of the world could go screw itself. I hardly noticed the others playing their card game, hardly made out their voices. I forgot about all the reasons I shouldn't be talking with her, leaning into her body, allowing my baser desires free rein. I forgot myself, and therefore I lost control over my mouth. "You are what I imagine the sun to be like," I whispered so softly I wasn't sure she could hear the admission. "Fiery, beautiful, damning." She didn't reply, didn't move, but her eyes, they fell to my mouth, a rosy blush creeping up her chest and to her neck. The instinct to lean down and taste her heated skin had my hands twitching, my control slipping. I shouldn't have even said those words, but it was too late, so I hastily added, "Don't have anything to say now, Kiara?" She shivered as I spoke her name, which came out as a raspy plea. All the cockiness, the swagger, had been wiped from her features. I had the impulse to close the distance and see if she tasted as I remembered. It had been too brief, that kiss. If anything, it had been a tease of what might happen should we both give in, which was probably why I was acting against Isaiah's warning. I'd never wanted anyone as badly as I did her, and how she looked at me. Like I was a hero, a man worthy of her respect, had grown addicting. I wanted to drown in that look and never come back up for air. Kiara's breath tickled my lips. I hadn't realized she'd moved, but she had, and her eyes had darkened. "Ki!" She groaned as I jerked away, the grating sound of Patrick's voice, stopping us from whatever it was we had been about to do. My heart plummeted into my stomach, the warming sparks dissipating as if they'd been doused in water. I'm here, Patrick," she called out, her voice wavering and breathy. I bolted to my feet. "Better check on Isaiah," was all I said, before vaulting down from the raised rock. Kiara gave a jerky nod and rose. Her shoulders were stiff and her steps uneven as she walked into the circle of recruits and knights, a forced grin plastered on her face. She was far too good at faking it, nearly as skilled as myself. The glances exchanged among the boys weren't lost on me, and more than one of the recruits twisted their heads in my direction. "Now," she said, studying the card deck, her voice nothing but cool confidence. "Who wants to lose to me first?" Nick rolled his eyes, and Jake elbowed her gently in the side. Alec shook his head as if they were all beneath him, even if I could tell he wanted to join in. But Patrick? He turned to me, suspicion marring his face, his lips thinned in distaste. I'd seen many men glare at me, whether it was right before I slit their throats, or after I delivered the king's threats. But never before had such a look unsettled me as much as his did. "Patrick!" Kiara shoved his shoulder, and he reluctantly lowered his eyes from mine. I let out a breath through my teeth. "Stop scowling and play," she complained, scooting closer and into his side. He said something in response, his tone light, but I could still feel the intensity of the warning he delivered, as if he'd branded it upon my mind. Stay the hells away.
Chapter 23. Kiara. There have been reports surrounding the northern villages of Ardain and Rhine. 15 men and women have gone missing from their homes near the Pastoria forest. Only 2 bodies have been found, though what little remains of them offers no insight into the cause of death. The medics I've questioned have never seen anything quite like this before, and the decayed and mutilated bodies worry them to no end. I beg of you to send aid at once. Letter from Randall Thorne of the Guard to Commander Jude Maddox, year 49 of the curse. I woke to screams. A lone torch had been left burning, though it did little to illuminate the damp cave, let alone the trees belonging to the mist on our other side. I'd fallen asleep beside Patrick hours before, but at some point my arms had looped around his torso like a tied bow, my cheek pressed against his warm, broad chest. "What's going on?" Patrick startled, his entire body shaking me alert, his voice laden with fatigue and mounting alarm. "Screams," I rasped, pointing out the obvious. I shoved off Patrick's chest and bolted to my feet, my friend following suit. Alec rushed to light the other torches we'd rammed into the various crevices, his face a stoic mask of calm. I shot him a look of thanks, and he bestowed me with his signature curt nod, his hand gripping the hilt of his blade. Jake and Nick dashed to my side, both out of breath, their hair mussed by sleep. The latter stood protectively in front of his friend, his dark eyes alert. "Where is that coming from?" I shrieked, confirming that my dagger was in place at my hip. Isaiah and Jude were up and ready for an attack, their weapons out and gleaming in the muted orange and amber glow. Outfitted in head-to-toe leather that swathed him like a second skin, his scars flaming and angry across his stormy eye, Jude embodied death itself. Another shrill screech sliced through the air, the noise originating from deep within the tunnel from where we came. The blood-curdling wails were saturated in unimaginable anguish, so distorted they hardly sounded human, if they were human at all. "Stay here!" Jude barked over his shoulder, calmly motioning for Isaiah to follow as he took off in a sprint, his long legs carrying him toward the sounds of danger. The commander and his loyal knight were a whirl of shadows and steel, gone in the blink of an eye. A minute passed.
"Should we help them?" Alec asked, creeping into the light of one of the torches. He cocked his head toward the screams. They hadn't ceased. In fact, each shriek sounded louder and more tormented than the one before.
"The commander told us we need to stay put," Jake supplied.
"I agree. Whatever the hell's is causing that, I want no part of it," Nick agreed, a shiver racking his muscular frame. Even Patrick nodded. Only Alec looked conflicted. His shrewd eyes narrowed in on the tunnel Jude and Isaiah had stormed through.
"We shouldn't just sit here. It isn't right," he muttered beneath his breath.
Indecision had his body trembling, and a look that resembled shame turned down the corners of his mouth. I shifted in place, my heart rate a thunderous drum. What if they needed backup? Or what if Jude had been cornered by some beast, or... A weight settled on my shoulders, Patrick's hand anchoring me and my rampant thoughts, always at my side when I needed him.
"Key," he warned, "please don't do what I think you're about to do. You need to stay safe, please."
Patrick's pleading broke my heart, but my mind had already been made up 30 seconds ago. I was never crafted to sit and wait, to huddle in fear and wrap my arms about myself as others fought the monsters that thrived in the dark. I wouldn't have been able to stop myself if I tried. Without warning, I shook off Patrick's hold, disregarding Jake's begging and Nick's shouting of, "Don't you dare, Key!" Without a shred of hesitation, I raced gracefully across the uneven rocks, trailing after the distant light of Jude's torch, the glow shrinking the farther they advanced. I didn't think as I bolted, didn't consider what I ran toward. There was only instinct and a desperate need to act, to slay the darkness itself. Amid the screeches, I could make out my friends still yelling my name, pleading with me to come back. But as usual, I wasn't great at following the rules, or listening. Not when people might be in trouble. My grip stiffened on my dagger's handle as fear, apprehension and adrenaline pushed me forward and into the narrow tunnel. I was reminded of when Micah had praised me, right after I'd attempted to save the travellers who'd been set upon by those thieves. He'd been proud that I'd rushed into the fight, even if he later chastised my failure. His scolding hadn't mattered. It was one of the rare times I'd earned his genuine approval, and I had done so by following my instincts. Now my instincts were luring me into the heart of danger once more. As the light from Jude's torch grew brighter, my steps became quicker. I barreled down the tapered path, and my breath caught when Jude and Isaiah finally popped into view, right next to Carter, whose wails filled the tunnel. Shit! I hadn't even realized the older knight was missing. My legs pumped until I was but 10 feet away, and my mouth fell open when I saw what was making Carter cry out in torment. Spiders! Hundreds and hundreds of spiders flew across his clothes and exposed ashen skin, swirling like an onyx noose about his thick neck. Their black bodies glowed from within, chilling red and white threads radiating from their spindly legs, and they were biting Carter, eating him, devouring him alive. Jude and Isaiah waved their torches back and forth, endeavouring to frighten the ravenous creatures away, but the flames only seemed to excite them more. Carter feebly reached out, one foot stumbling over the other as he tumbled to the dusty earth. All he could manage to do was hoarsely scream for help, for someone to save him as his body failed him. "They're poisonous!" Jude bellowed, his injured eye shining an almost milky white. I'd never seen spiders look like that before. The poisonous ones I could identify didn't glow. "What do we do?" My voice didn't sound like my own. It was shrill and filled with glass shards. My fingertips started to buzz beneath the leather of my gloves, a prickling sensation that coursed up and down my arms. For a moment, darkness edged in on all sides,
and a coldness unlike anything I'd ever known chilled my blood. Jude twisted to me, an irate look gracing his severe features as he unexpectedly lunged, the broad palms of his hands roughly colliding with my shoulders. "You need to leave! Now!" he roared, inadvertently pushing me to the ground in his attempt to usher me away. I crashed onto the packed earth with a resounding thud, my attention drawn to the atrocity taking place in front of me. I couldn't look away, and I would have given anything to have been able to. Carter's shaved head was covered in black legs and moving bodies, his brawny form thrashing back and forth across the packed dirt. I might have screamed myself as I helplessly watched him curl into a ball, his arms and legs contorting, shrivelling, shrinking. Blood flowed across the packed dirt, the red appearing nearly black. The insects wove around his face, biting mercilessly into chunks of flesh as he wailed. No one was doing anything to help him. He was dying a horrible and painful death, and my commander wasn't doing a damn thing. The prickling in my fingers grew, as did the shadows, the black wisps of midnight gliding across my eyes, turning the dimly lit tunnel impossibly dark. Yet I could make out Carter, could hear his pitiful begging. "He's gone," Jude growled, reading my look of violent outrage. "One bite would kill him, and he's been bitten over 100 times." But he still screamed, still fought, crying through the sheer agony of being eaten alive. If Carter was already past saving, he needed to be put out of his misery. I might not have known him well, but I couldn't sit back and watch. My hand shot to my belt, and before I could think about it, I sent my dagger sailing through the air, straight through Carter's right eye. The shrieks instantly ceased, his flayed and mutilated body going motionless. I choked on an inhale, a biting shiver running down the length of my spine. Carter was dead, and I'd just killed him. Jude lowered his gaze to me for only the briefest of seconds, a flicker of sorrow darkening his brown eye to an impossible black. Before the spiders could finish their meal, Jude's torch landed on his fellow knight's lifeless shell, his black clothing catching the flames before the rest of the fire scorched him. It wasn't the sight of the spiders feasting on his mutilated body that propelled me to twist over and retch, but rather the smell of burning flesh, burning hair. I heaved my earlier meal of nuts and granola, my hands fisting the dirt as I emptied my stomach. The smell suffocated me, the ash and smoke and Carter's phantom wails. 2 powerful arms reached around my waist, hauling me up and away from the charred knight who had given his life to his kingdom, who'd died in the worst way imaginable. My head pressed against a broad chest, and an arm slipped around my waist, supporting me in case my knees gave way. I knew I was moving, but the putrid smell still clogged my nostrils, and my mind replayed the last few minutes over and over again until it was all that I could see. My rational side argued that Carter had already been gone, that I'd saved him from more misery. But I wasn't thinking rationally. I'd never killed before. Above the smouldering fumes and singed human flesh, I smelled a hint of pine and musk as my nose nuzzled into Jude's shirt. Patrick's voice sounded from far away, joined by Nick's and Jake's. Suddenly there were more hands touching me, rubbing at my skin. Comforting words were murmured into my hair, words I didn't catch. The blanket of night that had cloaked my vision began to wane, as did the stinging in my fingertips as reality settled in and robbed all else. I killed someone. I kept repeating the words and couldn't stop. I understood that I'd have to kill eventually if I ever became a true knight, but doing it? That was an entirely different story. Somewhere behind me I heard shouts to light the torches, another voice demanding something called nightshade. But the only thing I could feel were those firm arms holding me, clutching me securely, and all I could hear was that deep, velvety voice telling me that everything was going to be all right. Though I didn't believe a single word.
Chapter 24. Jude. Danger lurks on the outskirts of the mist. Travellers claim to have seen bears the size of 5 men, and wolves with red eyes and razor-sharp claws. The worst, they claimed, were the spiders. Their venom, like acid, burns through the skin, and one bite causes the victim unimaginable pain. There is no cure. Letter from Admiral Jarkon to King Syrian, Year 7 of the Curse. Kiara stared off in the direction of the cave where Carter had met his end. An hour had come and gone, and still I couldn't seem to shake her from her stupor. The first thing I'd done was to lead her away from prying eyes. Isaiah's gaze lingered on us for a second too long, before he nodded his understanding and barked orders for the recruits to settle within the curves of the torches, far from the mist's entrance. He had talked to them, trying to ease their fears. He'd probably shared a story from his youth, one of religion and of the gods he so revered. Stories I never believed. The most powerful of the gods were useless, and even the minor deities had rarely shown their faces since Rayna's disappearance. They deserved none of my reverence. Carter was dead, and faith was the furthest thing from my mind. He'd been a decent man, and the fact that I wasn't broken in two was a testament to my coarseness. Death had become my truth. I shook thoughts of my own callousness aside and shifted to where the recruits were huddled around Patrick, who spoke animatedly about his understanding of nightshade. The boy knew more than most about the deadly poison. He'd produced a sack of it and handed it to Isaiah as a precaution, should more spiders appear. Apparently they feared the scent. I'd noticed all the texts Patrick had kept beneath his cot back at the sanctum, and I was grateful I had. His knowledge might save us. Kiara? I tried again, hating that vacant look on her face. There was no spark, no anything, just a shell. I'd brought her to where we'd sat earlier, far from the light. She needed time to process, but that emptiness. Carefully, I wound my arms around her waist and hauled her into my lap, hoping my warmth might jolt her out of her daze. Gently, I positioned her to where her head rested against my chest, her ear above my heart. She didn't respond. "You're all right," I murmured in her ear, rocking us back and forth. I'd never comforted another, so I wasn't sure if I was doing it properly. I felt foolish even trying, my movements awkward. I began to take one of her gloved hands in mine when she flinched. She instantly jerked away and took her hand with her. Whenever I so much as looked at her hands, she tended to shut down. Slowly, so very slowly, she drew back, just enough to peer into my eyes. I wanted to thank all the gods I hated when I saw recognition shine within them. What happened?" she croaked, and fighting my urge to pull her closer, to clutch her tighter, I loosened my hold enough for her to sit up. "The spiders have been dealt with," I said, not sure what else to say. "I killed him." Her voice was small, not like the girl I knew who spoke with unwavering conviction and a grating amount of confidence. I shook my head. "You saved him from more pain. He was already gone, bitten by hundreds of them. You did what I would have done myself." Kiara shivered, her gaze once more following back to the tunnel. "But they're gone? The spiders?" "Yes," I assured. "The fire wiped out most of them, but the nightshade Patrick possessed acted like an acidic poison, killing the lingering few. They're all dead." Her nod was stiffer than my body. "Where are the others?" she asked, scanning the cavern. She relaxed slightly when she found them attempting sleep once more.
though I doubted they'd manage to even shut their eyes. "You did what you had to do," I murmured into her ear again, knowing my words meant shit. "The first kill is always the hardest." The first life you took marked you, branded you in ways you'd never recover from. After mine, I'd had no one to talk to about it. How the blood had stained my hands. How my dreams had been filled with his dying breaths. Desire had tried to coax answers from me a year later, but by then it had been too late. There would be no washing my hands or my thoughts of that kill. "I should have known I'd have to do that at some point," she said, turning her piercing stare to me. Water lined her lower lids, but she didn't allow those tears to fall. Kiara was stubborn, even in her grief. "I felt like this after my first kill." My throat constricted the second after I spoke. I shouldn't be discussing this with her, but the way her brow creased and her eyes shone with water was a torture unlike anything I'd ever known. I just wanted it to go away. "I was 13, I continued. Kiara went rigid in my arms, concern marring her delicate features. "My father, he wasn't a good man. He was a criminal who trained me from a young age to fight, to be useful to him and his band of rogues." I swallowed down my hatred, my searing hot loathing for the man who'd given me life. "One day, my father told me we were going to attack a carriage off the main road leading to the capital. I had been a part of a few assaults before, so I expected it to be some courtier or wealthy merchant. I was wrong. I lifted my head to the rocky ceiling, avoiding her eyes. The worry in them made my skin itch. This particular carriage was guarded by 15 or so trained soldiers. A few of my father's men were struck down immediately. My father, on the other hand, was caught in a fierce scuffle with a giant of a soldier. I'd been too frightened at the time to fully recognize the royal tunics the guards wore, but I understood that my father was on the losing end of the fight. The guard flipped him onto his back, and when he raised a silver blade high in the air, set to bring it down into his heart, I just reacted. Before my mind could catch up, I'd flung my dagger into the back of the man's head. The soldier died instantly, his body falling onto my father, who was drenched in his blood. Kiara's hand reached out to grasp mine, squeezing. I glanced down to where we were connected, my jaw twitching. There was no hesitation this time when she curved her fingers around mine. "What happened then?" she asked in a shaky whisper. I pulled my hand back. The look of hurt that crossed her face stung. Then the carriage door opened, and a masked man stepped out. I remember he wore the finest clothes I'd ever seen, his mask a pure silver that gleamed beneath the moonlight. He was stately and robust and carried himself as though he were above it all. It wasn't until later that I realized why he held himself in such a way. That man was the king. She gasped. "King Syrian?" I nodded. My father was subdued easily enough by one of his guards, held on his knees in the dirt. The king approached me, assessing me with each step he took. I thought he'd kill me on the spot, but then he handed me a jeweled dagger from his belt, a shining ruby on the hilt. He told me I had two choices, that I could either die alongside my father and his men, or I could execute him and live. Her mouth fell open. She likely wondered what type of man would make a child choose between killing their own blood or living. Syrian enjoyed his games, and I'd been just another toy for him to play with that day. "As you can see, I am before you now." I chuckled, the sound coming out strangled and pained. Now I just wanted to drop the entire conversation. Regret tore through me at even bringing it up. "But what happened after? Where did you go?" she pressed, and it took everything in me not to shove her away.
Every nerve became electrified, painful. I wanted to run and not look back at her sympathetic face. It tore me to pieces. The king was impressed with me, I ground out, my nostrils flaring. He was impressed with the way I didn't hesitate to take his blade and stab my father in the heart, and he decided he could use someone like me, one who didn't shy away from violence. I was with the guard for the next year, and shortly after, the knights recruited me.
"Do you regret what you did?"
Kiara asked, toying with the hem of one of her gloves. Gods, I wanted to know what they concealed, but she'd tell me when she was ready, if she ever was. No, I regretted nothing, I replied curtly, without pause. My father was a wicked man, a man who took great joy in using his fists and exploiting his only child for his own gains. There wasn't a drop of love inside of him, not for me at least.
"But he was still your father."
"He was no father of mine," I interjected. "A man who treats his kin like that is not a man at all. The world became a better place after he was gone. Though I can't blame you for not understanding," I grumbled, feeling as if her concern had shifted to judgment, just like everyone else's.
"I don't condemn you for what you did."
She held my stare, the conviction in her tone shocking me.
"You did what you had to in order to survive. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters."
"I highly doubt that," I growled, my upper lip twitching. "Most of my fellow knights look at me in disgust for slaying my own father. I cannot fathom how you could not feel revulsion as well." Her hand seized mine once more, this time her grip unrelenting.
"I thought you knew me better than that,"
she argued, bringing her other hand to cup the side of my face. I stiffened at the contact.
"I haven't known you for long, this is true, but I also know a decent man when I see him. And there are not many in this world. But—"
She paused, her fingers tracing the lines of my jaw, her touch feather-light.
"You are a decent man, no matter what you've done in your past. And I trust you."
I scanned the details of her face, seeking a hint of a lie. I detected none. Perhaps that was why I couldn't help myself when I brought our entwined hands to my lips, planting a warm kiss on the back of her hand. Her lips parted, her eyes growing clouded once more. "I wish you'd never followed me here, Kiara." Our hands dropped into my lap, although I didn't release her this time. "I wish you'd never come, because now I might have to watch you die, and that I would regret for the rest of my days, however many I have left." Kiara snored softly below me, the muscles in her face loose and relaxed. Last night, she'd eventually fallen asleep against me, and I'd shifted her into my lap and moved her head back to where it had rested right above my heart. My fingers had shaken when I allowed them to trail down her cheek, her smoothness like silk. After she'd heard the darkest tale of my sordid past, she hadn't looked at me as if I were a monster, a killer. The understanding in her golden eyes had somehow been worse. It had taken every ounce of willpower to lift her into my arms and bring her back to the others. It wouldn't do for them to see her nestled against my chest when the new day approached. I had placed her satchel beneath her head and brought a threadbare blanket up to her chin. I lingered over her far longer than necessary. Now, hours later, I loomed over her once more, itching to feel her in my hold and recreate the sensation she'd brought up the night before. I could have sworn the god of devotion had cursed me, for I had the idiotic urge to reach out and brush aside a wayward strand of silken copper hair that had fallen across her eye. I wanted to run the back of my hand across her cheek, waking her gently with a soft touch, a kiss to her brow. No. These thoughts had to cease. I never should have added her to the ranks. And while she'd been the obvious choice, my decision went much deeper than that. Gods above,
I knew if I gave in and allowed myself one selfish moment, it would surely be the ruin of me, and possibly the damnation of her soul. "Time to get up, Kiara," I whispered, lowering to my knees. When she didn't stir, I gently shook her shoulder, my teeth grinding together as I did so. Touching her weakened my resolve, and gods knew it was already a flimsy lie as it was. "Can I get 5 more minutes?" she grumbled. I almost laughed. "Not looking forward to today, are we?" Kiara peeled open her eyes, not looking amused in the least. "You haven't even told us what we're looking for. How am I supposed to be thrilled to risk my life when I don't even know why I'm doing it?" I considered her words, knowing full well how vague I'd been about the mission. That had been done purposely. The king wanted mindless grunts, not soldiers with opinions of their own. "Oh, just tell me," she groused, lifting herself onto an elbow. Her usually braided hair was undone and loose, and she tossed it over a shoulder. "We've already passed that point in our relationship." Gods, she was brazen. I seemed to have forgotten how cheeky that mouth is. Her ensuing glare had me heaving a sigh, relenting. "Fine, but you're not going to like it." When have I liked anything since joining the Knights? And by joining, I mean being forced to give my life to a power-hungry king and an unsolvable curse. If I recall, that was actually your fault. Fair enough. I hastily cut her off, rocking back on my boots. We weren't told what it looks like, but... I shot her a scowl when she opened her mouth to protest. She closed it. "We know there are 3 pieces. 3 objects that Syrian believes once belonged to the goddess of the sun. If we reunite all 3, then we break the curse. That's all Syrian would relinquish, at least." "Lovely," she snapped. "Another thrilling mystery to solve." I remembered she said her brother used to wake her with coffee some mornings, so I decided to employ my peace offering then. I could relate. I wasn't a morning person either. "Would you be happy to hear that I had just enough coffee left over for you to have a cup?" She shot up. I held her interest now. "You better not be toying with me now, Commander," she threatened, her hair sticking out every which way. My gaze flicked down to the fallen tresses before lifting back to her hopeful eyes. "What would you do if I were?" "If this is your attempt at being funny, then you don't know who you're messing with." I couldn't stop my grin from forming, and I really should have. "I wouldn't dare dream of it, Kiara." Stretching out a hand behind me, I produced a tin mug. Her eyes grew comically large at the sight of the steaming offering. "Gimme," she demanded, like an imprudent child. I chuckled as her fingers wrapped around the handle, jerking the cup away from me before I could change my mind. She immediately took a few mouthfuls and sighed contentedly. "This is how I wish to be awoken every morning." "Well, seeing as I smuggled this last cup to you before the others could see, you may have to do without for the rest of our journey." She paused mid-sip and said, "You giving me your last cup is basically like you proclaiming your love for me." Every muscle in my body stiffened at that. I leaned back on my heels, putting some distance between us. I had to focus. "I wouldn't go that far," I said uncomfortably. "And about the other evening—" Kiara gripped the mug hard, her breath audibly catching. The other evening, when I'd held her in my arms and told her my darkest secret. When I'd crossed yet another line. "I know what you're about to say, so I'll spare you the trouble," she said before I could get a word out. "It's fine, really. We should keep things professional." "You're right," I forced out. "I just don't want either of us to lose focus. I don't want to see you killed." Kiara fixed a fake smile on her face, the sight of it causing my left eye to twitch. "It's a good idea. The others were probably getting jealous." I lifted a brow, and she continued with a wave of her hand. "You know, seeing as I was your obvious favourite and all." So cocky. I shook my head, some of the tension leaving my shoulders. "It's a wonder you can walk with that inflated ego of yours."
And it's a miracle you can walk at all with that giant chip on your shoulder. My mouth gaped. This girl was going to be the death of me. Clearing my throat, I said, "Well, neither of us will be walking if you get caught with the last cup. The others would probably murder you for it." I shoved off from the ground with a grunt. "Yes, sir." She saluted, my heart pounding when she bestowed me with one last lingering look. There was so much inside those mysterious eyes of hers, but even though I couldn't name the emotion they contained, I felt it. When I approached Isaiah across the camp, he gave me an approving nod, though a crease had formed between his brows. "Time to get going," he said, before making his way to the still sleeping bodies sprawled around the torches. "Wake up, lads," he shouted, making the boys groan. Alec shot him a dirty look. "Time is of the essence." He lightly kicked Nick's still form. The boy was evidently able to sleep through anything. Kiara downed her cup before hiding it away in her bag. I looked away the second her head shifted in my direction. Some time later, when we'd all packed and ready to mount our steeds, I found Patrick approaching Kiara. His shoulders drooped with apprehension. He liked her, that much was clear, and gods above, I hated that. "Sleep all right?" Patrick asked. She chuckled, the sound like bells. "As best as could be expected, given that we slept on rocks. I miss that poor excuse of a cot back at the palace right about now." "Same." Patrick's eyes warily scanned the shadowed tree line. I pretended to be busy with fixing my saddlebags in place. My steed nickered, as if he knew what a fool I'd turned into. "Nervous?" Kiara inquired softly, lowering her voice. "Obviously," he snorted. "I'm terrified." "Me too, but I have your back." She would, too. That was why she'd snuck away from the sanctum to come here in the first place, to protect them. Either that, or she had a death wish. "And you better have mine," Jake called out as he lunged into her shoulder, causing her to stagger a few steps to the side. "You're too energized in the morning," she grumbled, but Jake merely smiled. "Better than being cranky. But as I was saying, we all have each other's backs out there, especially Key," he clarified, grabbing onto her shoulder. "You better protect us all." Patrick managed to chuckle as Jake ruffled her already disheveled hair. "Oh, and I like this look. You should let your hair down more often." She should. Kiara looked... No, none of that. "But it would be easier to kill you if it were out of my face," she replied, her smile turning sickly sweet. "This one over here." Jake jerked his thumb at Kiara. "Always with the jokes." He slung an arm around her shoulders, tugging her into his lanky frame. I bit down my growl, deciding it was the perfect time to interrupt. "Recruits!" I thundered, unable to wipe the scowl from my face as I took in Jake, his arm still slung casually over Kiara's shoulders. "We stick close together out there. No one wanders off alone. If you must relieve yourself, you bring someone with you," I said, my voice hard and unforgiving. "If you fall behind, we all fall behind. There are things in this place that even I do not know of. We fight by each other's sides. That is the only way we will make it out alive." Kiara glowered when I shot Jake another glare, but his arm dropped from her body, the lad taking a generous step back. "Now get mounted up, and remember, you should never be alone out there. The mist loves to play tricks on the mind, and you need someone to watch over you." I'd told them of the hallucinations earlier, that they might see things that weren't there. People that had long passed or monsters that haunted dreams. The recruits sobered as they mounted and brought their horses to the mouth of the cave. I positioned myself at the front, Isaiah at my side. We hadn't spoken about Carter, not yet. As a rule, we only talked about the dead once we weren't in danger of death ourselves. Unable to help myself, I stole a glance behind me. The boy's eyes were all brimming with fear, but when I took in Kiara, perched like a warrior queen atop her mare, none filled her stare. She looked excited. That expression would be wiped off her face soon enough. With a tisk of my tongue, my steed shot out from the cave's mouth, the rest of the recruits falling into line behind me. And as the rocky ceiling gave way to open charcoal skies, exposing us to the cursed haze, I felt a slight tremble rack my body. And I knew this time would be different, worse than before. This time, I felt like I had something to lose.
Chapter 25. Kiara. The few survivors of the mist assert that the use of torches isn't as needed in the cursed lands, that the moon shines bright enough to light your way, although they also claim that they felt watched, that the brightness of the sky gave them no place to hide when the shadows crept upon them. Camille Ashton, Assyrian historian, year 45 of the curse. The moon was bigger here, nearly double the size it appeared within the kingdom's borders. There wasn't an explanation for it, and I didn't have the energy to care. Not as it hovered in the overcast skies like a king on a throne of ash. Though for the first time in my life, I didn't need a flaming torch in order to see. That was a plus in my book. While the ice-blue wisps of fog coated the ground like a thick batch of fresh snow, they only rose to brush Starlight's underbelly. As with all good things, I had a nagging suspicion that would soon change. But it didn't mean I couldn't appreciate it now. It was stunning in an eerily macabre way, like a graveyard full of skeletal trees and electrifying blue. So far the mist had the quality of a dream realm, all the shades of ethereal white and blue in stark contrast to the anxious group of dark-clothed mortals that rode through it. Still I couldn't shake the sense of being watched. I half expected a shadow beast to appear, to unfurl itself from the branches and wrap around us like we were prey, sucking the flesh from our bones and swallowing our screams. I shivered at the thought. For the first time I desired the night to whisper into my ear, to offer reassurance, or a sweet lie, either would do. Anything was better than the eerie hush that had fallen. Patrick rode soundlessly to my left, his suspicious eyes scanning the reedy trees and their slender branches for signs of danger. We had yet to see another living soul in this realm of nightmares and chilling reality. Not one bird sang, and not a single forest creature scurried across the brush to catch its next meal. Even the gods' spies, the notorious starwings, kept away, the lack of their constant twittering leaving the air too quiet. Maybe the gods didn't want to see what occurred beyond the borders either, or maybe they were just as frightened by what they'd find. Ahead of us rode Alec, the first in line after Isaiah and Jude. A soldier through and through, he scanned the trees, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. As usual, Jake and Nick lagged behind everyone else, leaning over their steeds to whisper conspiratorially to one another, the two friends anything but stealthy. Jake took a twisted pleasure in teasing Nick about absolutely anything and everything, especially if it pertained to his silken hair, tresses that I was envious of myself. I had to admit, the tall jokester was growing on me. I understood that the friends were working to take their minds off our current surroundings, and I couldn't fault them. The cursed lands weren't what I expected. There was this sense that we'd entered a fairy tale realm, but like most of Assyria's legends, the monsters always appeared when the hero least expected it. And won. Assyria needed to work on its lore. We were seriously grim people. We've been travelling for over an hour and I've yet to see a single animal. It's not normal, Patrick warned in a low murmur. He rubbed at the back of his neck, suspicion causing his shoulders to visibly tense. I snorted. Nothing about this is normal, dear Patrick. If you haven't noticed, we are well into the mist already. It rises every couple of hours. Indeed, the fog was now resting just above Starlight's belly. Patrick grumbled something I couldn't make out, casting his attention to the moon. He stared upon its surface, swallowing thickly. "You never told me you knew so much about herbs and poisons." I shot him a curious glance. Maybe Jake and Nick were right, and a little distraction couldn't hurt. "You might say you're lucky to have me here with you, but after what I saw in the tunnels, it seems to be the other way around." He blushed, and his shoulders lifted at the compliment, his eyes sparkling in the obscurity. "I wouldn't say that. I just enjoy reading." His lips twitched, especially when all of the world's secrets are splayed across the pages for anyone to see. I could never count on people, but books, they don't lie or betray you. He had a point there. "What's your favourite?" Thunderous howls exploded from every direction, the forest quivering as the sounds wafted through the brittle blue leaves. I might have thought them to belong to wolves, but they were much deeper, shaking my bones, or maybe my teeth were just rattling with fear. "What was that?" Patrick jerked in his saddle, his fingers twitching for his dagger. "That wasn't like any wolf I've ever heard." He read my mind. "No, it sounds larger. Much larger." I surveyed the trees, looking for any flash of movement or the glinting of yellow eyes. There was nothing. Not even the branches shook or a wind blustered. "Stop!" Jude's order seemed to echo as it made its way to my ears. The sound was distorted, broken up into multiple pieces. Starlight whinnied an alarm as I yanked on the reins, her long legs trotting wildly in place. She was restless, standing still, agitated. Not that she wasn't always agitated with me, but this was different, like she was trying to warn me of some threat I couldn't see. "Be on your guard," Jude boomed, his voice still coming at me in waves of varying tenors. "Isaiah, take up the rear." Isaiah whirled past me as he raced to the back of the line, his form flickering like a candle in the wind, like he wasn't solid at all. I swore he shone a brilliant silver. I blinked, squeezing my eyes tightly shut. Maybe there was dust or dirt stuck in them and my eyesight was being affected. I rubbed at them until black spots prickled my vision. Another loud cry split the air, the vibrations tingling my goose-pimpled flesh. Whatever that thing was, it was huge and loud. The cold metal of my hilt bit into my hand, adrenaline searing my insides as I prepared for the unknown. A part of me pulsated with a sick, perverse excitement, wondering what foreign creature would emerge from the viscous haze. "Key!" Patrick hissed between his teeth. A peculiar look sharpened his eyes, ones that were no longer soft and serene. They'd taken on a feral edge. "I think I see it." He raised a lone finger to the trees. My breath caught as I followed where he indicated, landing on a mass of vibrant cobalt shrubbery below a silver-flecked white tree. It was an exact copy of the trees that encircled it, nothing out of the ordinary given our location. I was scrutinizing each branch and crinkled leaf, trying desperately to understand what he'd motioned to, when a coppery taste landed on the tip of my tongue like a fallen snowflake. Licking my lips only made the jarring tang of metal intensify. It reminded me of blood. Do you taste that?" I asked Patrick, my voice quivering. "Metal." I called out his name once more, but Patrick didn't answer. He was too consumed by whatever it was I couldn't see in the trees. "Patrick!" I tried again, blinking rapidly as I saw double of my friend. The two Patricks swayed back and forth before meeting in the middle, one never quite rejoining the other. Panic simmered in my blood, turning my skin ice cold. "Patrick!" Nothing. He didn't seem to hear me at all. He was made of stone and unmoved by my pleas. Leaning back in my saddle, I aimed my attention at Jake and Nick, who were utterly mesmerised by whatever Patrick claimed to have seen. They were staring at that same damned tree, the one that matched all the others. What the living hells is going on? Jake! Nick! I waved my hands back and forth, desperately seeking their attention. Any trace of calm left me and my limbs tingled. Doing my best to ignore how my gloved hands itched, how the hair on the back of my neck rose in alarm, I nudged Starlight over to a frozen Alec, whose face was just as lifeless as the others. What were they seeing that I wasn't? There was nothing there. Definitely not a beast substantial enough to have made those chilling screeches. Everyone had lost their grip on reality. I kept urging Starlight forward until I was beside Jude, whose head was lowered toward his lap, rasps of unsettled breaths racking his chest. The whites of his knuckles shone in the eerie glow of the moon, his fingers wrapped securely around the reins. Blue-black hair hung limply before his closed eyes, his neck bent sharply as his breathing accelerated. I could practically taste the fear he exhaled with every shuddering breath, his weakening control over himself as he clenched his jaw, hints of red flushing his cheeks. "Jude," I whispered, the commander's form doubling as my compromised vision distorted him further. "What's happening?" I was being affected too, just not as badly as the others from the looks of it. "Jude!" This time I didn't bother to whisper. Giant wolves and monsters be damned. Still he did not open his eyes and seek me, although his lips quivered as he silently murmured beneath his breath. Was that a prayer or a curse? Inching Starlight closer, I made a bold grab for his hand, wrapping my gloved one around his. "Jude, look at me," I begged, my voice taking on a note of desperation. I couldn't do this alone. Jude's throat worked hard as he swallowed, his hand twitching where mine rested. "Please open your eyes. Everyone is frozen, looking at some tree." Peering over my shoulder, I found them all in the exact position I'd left them in, though this time the tree in question appeared tinged in a deep cobalt blue, tiny black veins running the length of its coarse wood. "Shit!" I rubbed at my eyes, but the colour only grew more vivid, more inviting, the veins pulsating rhythmically. My hands started to shake, and that itching worsened. My fingers were pure ice, the cold painful. I flexed them, trying to regain the sensation I was losing. It didn't work. Tearing myself from the ever-changing tree, I tightened my hold on Jude's hand, the bruising force causing his lids to cautiously flutter open. Now wasn't the time to be gentle. "Kiara?" he whispered, the crease between his brows deepening. "Yes! Now please look at me!" I was outright pleading with him now. I can't," he began, his grip crushing my bones. "If I open my eyes, I'll see it too." "See what?" I beseeched. "There is nothing here." Jude rapidly shook his head, his eyes squeezed tighter than before. "This is what happened last time. They all started to see things, beasts, people, things that weren't there, and then—" He trailed off, scrunching his face as though in physical pain. "They killed each other, and then themselves, and I—" He choked on his words. "I finished the rest." Black smoke swirled around the edges of my sight. I wasn't afraid of Jude because of what he'd done. I was pissed he carried that guilt. If what he said was true, then whatever was coming for us planned to use our minds against us. That damned coppery taste coated my tongue, overwhelming in its intensity. It was getting worse with each passing second. I heard the other boys start to talk, all motioning and pointing frantically. "Jude!" I leaned over and shook him. "When you and your men encountered this before, did you taste something? Metal or blood, perhaps?" Refusing to open his eyes, Jude considered my query. Or I hoped he did. After too many pounding heartbeats, he finally answered me, his voice low and haunted. I remember a strange aroma, a scent, one that smelled of copper, but not in my mouth. I thought it was just the mist, another odd effect. And then anarchy ensued, and he broke off, lost in a nightmarish past. I'd never seen him lose himself like this. It's all right, I soothed, rubbing his hand. While my vision remained unfocused and my hands burned from ice, I didn't have the overwhelming urge to do anything not within my control. Jude, I tried again, this time softening my voice. I could be the strong one today, for the both of us. Is it better if you close your eyes? He nodded, the movement so subtle I wasn't sure if I caught it. All right, then, I need you to keep doing that. From what you said, the scent, that aroma you smelled in the air eventually went away. Maybe we just have to wait it out. For all I knew, it would linger here forever, or the hallucinations weren't a side effect of the foul breeze at all. But it was the only hope I had. I need to get the others to... There! Nick's cry rattled my ears, his voice sharp and unrecognizable. Gone was the sarcastic